point. My wages have not risen from $25 an hour.
This is why I'm saying, like, there's work to be done, but our work features the working class, okay? We organize with the working class. We give a voice to the working class that is often voiceless, right? And there's a shit ton of workers in the state of California, so I'm not discouraged by the results. All right, let's look at some of the primaries.
Turning now to breaking news overnight in the world of politics. 6 states held primaries Tuesday, including California. That's where Mayor Karen Bass leads the field to keep her job in Los Angeles. Now, the final results, they're not in yet, but she could face reality star Spencer Pratt in a runoff this fall. The California's governor race is also heading to a runoff. Former Fox News host Steve Hilton and former Biden official Javier Becerra are currently in the lead. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is in Los Angeles. Matt, it seems all eyes on California these days for many reasons.
Very much so, Gail. Good morning. And these races are still too close to call. Half of the votes remain to be counted, and California voters sent a clear message, though. Echoes of what we're hearing around the country. Concerns about the issues of affordability, housing, and the cost of living. And with their ballots demanding change, with Republican candidates now neck and neck with Democratic favorites in this deeply blue state.
We have laid a foundation, and we're going to build on that foundation.
Incumbent Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass sounding fired up and confident last night, delivering a rallying message to her supporters.
Will you stand with me all the way?
CBS News projecting Bass advances to the runoff in the LA mayoral race this fall. Running second is former reality TV star and Trump-endorsed candidate Spencer Pratt. Elevated by a series of grim AI-generated ads produced by supporters and depicting L.A. as Gotham and Pratt as Batman. Council member and...
Chat. Spencer Pratt is low-key exactly what's wrong with modern American politics, a crisis in illiteracy, a reactionary crisis that we're going through currently. Okay? Like, he is everything that I despise about American politics. Just like a random dumbass with no work, no investment whatsoever in the realm of politics, completely seizing the right lane in the LA mayoral race by just being an asshole on the internet and being unbelievably reactionary, because there are hundreds of thousands of Los Angelinos that are like, we should kill homeless people. Like, that's it. He just terrorized to murder the homeless, claiming they're all drug-addicted perverts that must be cordoned off and must be sent to concentration camps. And everyone was like, that's my guy. That's my guy. This is the problem with large Democratic primaries. They dilute the vote, and liberal conservatives consolidate behind individual candidates to take a lion's share. Sure. This is what happens when you don't fix homelessness for 15 years. No, absolutely. I agree with you as well. This is a real failure. Okay? This is a very real failure of neoliberalism, because the Democratic Party, for far too long in this corporate neoliberal landscape of California, which people call California, but it's actually California, okay, or Chudafornia, whatever you want to call it, has refused to tackle the homelessness crisis. Because tackling the homelessness crisis requires building shelters, permanent housing, and also expanding on the readily available housing inventory, while simultaneously ensuring that the pre-existing housing inventory that goes dormant is utilized. All of that goes against the profit-centered interests of the real estate developers and also landlords. Okay? California refuses to build the necessary housing, refuses to take the necessary actions that they have to take to make sure that the existing inventory is better used. Okay? And this is the reason why there are people constantly getting priced out of the housing market and becoming homeless. And if you don't fix it for decades and decades and decades, and this problem bubbles up, it continues to grow, of course, inevitably, a right-winger is going to come in and be like, the solution is to kill them. the solution is to just jail them, which we already do. That's it. That's it. And there are a lot of rich Californians in our otherwise very sheltered society, a lot of rich Los Angelinos in our otherwise very segmented, partitioned, sheltered, wealth disparity having environment, whatever you want to call it. That actually love this idea. They find this idea to be great because they see homeless people and they see homeless people as a scary nuisance that must be destroyed. No matter what the cost is, they start believing that homelessness is only a problem because they see it. And the only reason why they see it is because woke libtards won't actually do what's necessary, do what must be done, which is to punish the homeless, to instead of trying to address the problem, instead of addressing the root of this issue, which is housing, right? Which is regular Los Angelinos that work normal jobs, having to live out of their cars and exist in the parking lots of the place of business that they work at. And I've literally interviewed some of these guys. If you remember, I interviewed someone who works at LAX who, for an extended period of time, was homeless. He had a job, as do many homeless people, right? Just like many other homeless people, he had a job, but he was forced to live out of his car in the LAX parking lot. These people think homelessness is a choice. They don't understand that homelessness is directly born out of the unbelievably housing market in this stupid state, in this stupid city. They don't want to recognize that they too could be homeless. And it sucks. It sucks. Which is ironic because the woke libtards are the ones saying we could fix homelessness overnight like many places did during COVID. People rough on the streets is a political choice. They prefer not to spend the money to house people even in temporary situations. Yeah. Issues feed so many industries and even government itself. Increase housing price benefits developers, realtors, and banks. Homelessness provides government funding to nonprofits that take hundreds of millions of dollars. Criminalization of the homelessness fuels private prisons. The governments get to take in bigger taxes on high property values. Yeah. All it takes for every single person in this chat to become homeless is losing your job or having a medical incident and then declaring medical bankruptcy, not being able to keep your job in the process. Like, things can go south. We are a couple bad days away from homelessness. Well, when I say we, obviously not myself. Let's be real. I'm in a much better financial situation overall, but there were certainly moments where you know, in my life, I've also felt that fear. But a lot of people don't feel that fear. They don't understand that that is a reality that is imminent, that is at their doorstep all the time. Okay? No, it's not a flex. I'm just saying the truth. Okay? Calm down. Spencer Pratt is far from a full throttle reactionary. There are far worse figures in the Republican establishment. He also does a much better job appealing to the average Democrat voter. Isn't an extreme as many Republicans. Why do you have so much smoke for him? Because he's a dullard. He's an unserious dipshit and a very dangerous entity because he's just going to come in and allow whatever corporate interests to dominate Los Angeles instead of trying to fix it. If you got the NGO industrial complex on the one side, which Karen Bass is certainly an advocate for, right? And that has a litany of different problems. And the hyper corporate fascist technocrats on the other side, Spencer Pratt is on the hyper corporate fascist technocratic side. He openly and actively agitates towards cordoning off homeless people and dumping them in the concentration camps and shit. He's mini Trump. He openly rides as though he's mini Trump. That's exactly how Trump started too. Trump was a heterodox Republican. A lot of people read him as a moderate. Remember? He would say the quiet part out loud on some of the key issues, and on others he'd be like, I don't have any smoke for trans people. I don't give a shit. Right? He is literally Timu Trump. He's also a psychotic crystal mommy, which again, unfortunately in Los Angeles is a benefit. And mainstream media is boosting him just like they did Donald Trump. People think that because they're too dumb to know any issue, so they just ramble nonsense and people paint their own opinions onto those words. I mean, sure. Nithya has been outperforming Pratt on every drop. She might end up bumping him out of the runoff. Actually, big might, but it's possible and has happened for other DSA candidates in recent memory. Inshallah. A victory of any sort for Timu Trump, Spencer Pratt here, means that we're moving in the direction of a Jake Paul presidential run. Just so you understand. That is going to happen. Okay? That is what we're facing down the barrel of, a real crisis in illiteracy. What is a technocrat? If you can explain to me what a technocrat is in a way that a child can understand, I will subscribe immediately. I tried subscribing yesterday, but I got an error message saying that you don't accept money from peasants. No, I do accept money from peasants. Peter Thiel would be one version of a technocrat. Guys that think private corporate interests and technology can solve all of these problems. Is that a good way to describe it? Like a villain in a way that a child can understand? It's cliche at this point, but a Paul presidency is full-on idiocracy. Lex Luthor, the neutral example of a technocrat, is just like a specialist. Okay? The idea that professionals like economists or engineers can actually dominate a field and actually be pretty decent at governance, right? So in some ways, China, you could say, is a technocratic country, a technocratic dictatorship of the proletariat, right? China is super technocratic. The difference, of course, in China is that they also have a closer approach to meritocracy in terms of the party infrastructure, in terms of the bureaucratic approach within the party system, as opposed to the United States of America, where there is no meritocracy, right? So on the one hand, Lex Luthor is a technocrat. On the other hand, Bruce Wayne is a technocrat, right? It's not always a good thing, but it's not always a bad thing either. Doesn't have to be a bad thing. Anyway, Barbarism Critic says, I used to think California secession was a cool one, but now I'm certain they would just create a liberal Fourth Reich that used the homeless for jet fuel, and we can't let that happen. Yes, straight up. I love it when Unc whimpers into the mic as a transition. Do I do that? Yeah, we got Scott Pelley. We'll be talking about the Scott Pelley situation as well. He just issued a statement about his firing from 60 Minutes. That's obviously another big story. You sigh sometimes before moving on. Well, you'll be hearing me sigh a lot more today than you normally would. Okay, I'm gonna be sighing quite a bit, quite frequently, as a matter of fact. A lot to sigh about. Okay, what is this? Can you address the Ashley smears? What is the Ashley smears? What? And Yao doing this shit is weird. Why is he doing it? Feels stupid. I don't know what he did, so I'm unfamiliar. But let's get back to the California race.
Democratic Socialist Nithya Raman currently running third.
Los Angeles is the most magical city in the entire world. Win or lose.
I didn't know I'd be here tonight, but it's obviously God's plan, and I'm going to go all the way.
Pratt came out to a chaotic scene outside his private, star-studded watch party where the media was shut out. He'd entered the mayoral race after losing his Pacific Palisades home in last year's devastating fires. In the gubernatorial race to replace termed-out Gavin Newsom, former Fox News host, Republican Steve Hilton, is looking to flip the deeply blue state.
California means to America what America means to the world.
He has a slim lead over former Biden administration official Javier Becerra.
After all the exhausting ads are run, the pundits are spun, and the billionaires try to buy their way in, it's the people, only the people, who get the last word.
In third, environmental advocate Tom Steyer, who self-financed his $200 million campaign. Voters we spoke to made it clear the one issue that mattered most.
Affordability.
Alan?
Affordability, yeah.
Truly affordability.
Why?
Because it's becoming untenable at this point. My wages have not risen from $25 an hour.
This is why I'm saying, like, there's work to be done, but our work features the working class, okay? We organize with the working class. We give a voice to the working class that is often voiceless, right? And there's a shit ton of workers in the state of California. So I'm not discouraged by the results of last night. Okay? I'm not discouraged by it. Every victory that we put on the board all around the country is yet another example of what California politics could look like as well. That's it. There's also the SEIU and the big labor union here that is also somewhat aligned with corporate Democrats in many instances. So obviously there are there are a lot of issues. There's a lot of complications. There's a lot of hurdles to clear. Do you think the voters might be too fucking stupid? No, they're just devoid of good alternatives. They haven't seen it. Okay, they haven't seen it. Like even an example of Shoykat Chakrabarti is not the best example because a lot of people in San Francisco don't trust them because of the local decisions, right? They just don't trust him because of the local politics. Like he has not been as involved in local politics. He's done a lot in national politics, but nothing in local politics except for literally participating in the ouster of the San Francisco left. The DSA worked very hard to put into positions of power, install like Dean Preston and all these other wonderful organizer-backed people, right? I'm very familiar with this. I know I've talked about it with Shoykat as well. It's a YIMBY-NIMBY distinction from their perspective, ultimately. The number of Spencer Pratt voters is pretty mortifying, lol. Yes, just the dumbest people in the world live among us. I know. This is why I was so fucking black-pilled last night. It's not even like Shoykat losing. That was a long shot regardless. Nancy Pelosi endorsed Connie Chen, and Nancy Pelosi is the god of San Francisco politics, right? That's a wrap. AOC didn't endorse Shoykat, and then once that didn't happen and Nancy Pelosi endorsed Connie, it was over, right? She was able to bring in establishment Democrats into her coalition and the entire institutional left into her coalition. You already said it. Every time Shoykat's name was mentioned, chat would be battling you all the time. Yeah. I'll be honest, the AOC endorsement might not have helped. Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot of like the institutional left obviously didn't trust Shoykat enough. That's why they wanted Connie Chen. They literally brought Connie Chen as their candidate. They brought her up as their candidate. Now, the reason why I'm bringing up Shoykat is because he was a radical candidate for sure. And I really liked him for that reason. I had my skepticisms initially, as you guys know. I've talked about this. But I liked him for all the national work that he had done. But unfortunately, a lot of the people in San Francisco were voting locally and not as though this was a national, like a federal congressional seat. Nothing you can do about it, right? Very difficult to overcome those odds. No offense to your state of choice, but I'm really starting to despise California politics law. Is so bad. No, but outside of that, most of the candidates we're running are not like, they don't have the same like institutional backing. They don't have the same movement backing, right? There are some examples. There are some examples of candidates that are like, aligned with the DSA and whatnot, but even DSA LA is in a state of crisis overall here. Like the best we put forward as DSA LA would be Nithya Raman, who objectively is a weak candidate, right? She's done great work combating homelessness in the state. I mean, in the city. I've, given her a lot of credit for that. And it's a huge issue, right? But she seemingly was not really ready for prime time, right? She was not ready for prime time. She was very nerdy about and very excited to talk about things that she cares about, like, transit and homelessness, things of that nature. But unfortunately, you also have to have a little bit more charisma. And then also on the other hand, you had Ray Huang, who, again, very green. Great policies, very green. Wasn't capable of launching the candidacy post Nithya Raman coming into the race. No, Zoran is not 1 in a million. There are a lot of people out there. There are Zorans everywhere waiting to be unlocked, okay? Now, here's the thing. On the one hand, in some of these races, like the left person that these institutional left orgs were running were not that great. And in other instances, there was a little bit of chaos. But ultimately, this just means that there's more work to be done. Okay, that's it. I don't think people should get discouraged. I don't think people should get discouraged about the California results in general. Even though the Spencer Pratt voters are unbelievably blackpilling. Like, this is the most damning thing, in my opinion. Two things, two primary takeaways from the California results of last night, and there's still new numbers coming in, and it takes a long time for California to tabulate all the final results. But just the very fact that there is enough momentum behind Spencer Pratt, who is a ridiculous candidate, unbelievably reactionary in a fucking blue wave year, is terrifying. It's not great. The other thing that was also blackpilling was Javier Becerra's rise to prominence. Almost overnight, he went from like barely cracking the top 5 to being the guy once Eric Swalwell had to drop off, right? Eric Swalwell drops out because of the sexual harassment, sexual assault allegations against them. And then almost overnight, everyone's like, Chevron's top guy? That's the guy for me. That's Tio Becerra. Yeah, he wasn't even in the top 5. Look, 2 months ago, Javier Becerra was at 4%. Eric Swalwell drops out. Boom. He just rocket ships to the top. How the fuck does that happen? How the fuck does that happen, bro? This is why I'm saying, like, you know, we got some cattles up in this bitch.
10 years.
California election officials caution that it could be days before mail-in and provisional ballots are counted. And typically, especially in California, those tend to favor Democratic candidates. But remember, these are primaries, and the top 2 contenders in these races move on to the elections in November, regardless of party. Vlad.
All right, Matt, thank you very much.
And we begin the 9 o'clock hour with the latest results from the California primary. 3 candidates in the race for governor are still locked in a tight battle. Only 2 will advance to the November election. KTLA's Carlos Herrera live in the City of Industry, where votes are being counted. Carlos, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Frank.
I honestly think Tom has a shot. He still does, yes. It's a long shot, but it's a shot nonetheless. And that's not even copium. That's not even copium because of the way that the insane ways that California votes and the insane ways that California actually collects the votes and dumps the votes. Big dumps with a significant percentage lead for Tom Steyer, as long as it continues all the way to same day voting, could potentially edge out a second place margin for Tom Steyer over Hilton, the right-wing former Fox News host that is, the Trump selected pick here. So there is still, there's an estimated 4 million ballots that have yet to be counted. So there is a lot of space for Tom Steyer here to make up for. But we shall see.
A very fascinating process to see up and close here in the City of Industry. Dozens of employees here this morning, many of them working several hours to make this happen. Of course, California now slowly counting the votes in its contest. The counting being closely monitored by several poll watchers who have no party affiliation.
Yeah, I'm going to Denver too, by the way. And yes, I will be taking a photo with Lucifer.
So I'm here just because I think it's so important to be an involved citizen and to make sure our election process is fair. It's just so important for citizens, like regular, ordinary people like me, to be involved in this process because ultimately we are the ones that hold our elected officials accountable.
Now to these numbers in the race to succeed termed out Governor Gavin Newsom with more than half of the ballots counted. Republican Steve Hilton has opened a 3-point lead over Democrat Javier Becerra, who is second with 25%. Democrat Tom Steyer is third with 20%. All of them, of course, appearing to have separated from the pack among likely primary voters. Speaking before a crowd of supporters in Huntington Beach, former Fox News host Steve Hilton last night said the Golden State has a chance to vote for change in November. The Republican was endorsed by President Donald Trump, which gave him a huge boost in support. He urged voters to back his bid for governor to avoid the possibility of being locked out of the November election by 2 Democrats.
This is our moment. This is our time. It is the time for change. It's time for some balance. Wait till you see what we've got coming in the months ahead. Wait till you see our plans for change. Wait till you see the team that we're going to put together. You've seen nothing like it in California before. We are going to be better prepared than any incoming administration in the history of our state to make...
California's about to be a bog, British-occupied government, okay? Goddamn immigrants coming in here with their ideology, wing ideology, talking about some Tory shit. I don't know what a Tory is.
Make the change happen.
Former State Attorney General and Biden Cabinet Secretary Javier Becerra holding a 32nd place. Support for him had surged in recent polls after months of wallowing near the bottom of a crowded field of Democrats. He would be a heavy favorite in a state where registered Democrats outnumber Republicans by nearly 5 million voters.
California, thank you very much. November, here we come. An afterthought, overlooked by many, outspent by a ton.
God, he is so rizzless. On top, he is literally Kamala Harris, dude. Just fucking rizzless and a vessel for corporate interests, funded by every corporate entity, including lobbies that I didn't even know still spent on races like fucking big tobacco. I can't believe it. It's just, God, it is so black pilling. What? After I questioned Secretary Rubio on Copink and their ties to CCP, their organization followed me out, berated me, and then their head person here in DC smacked me. I will be filing charges. Wait, what? Ain't no shot. How many hours were you on last night? I got home from my daughter's birthday dinner and fell asleep at you yelling about turbidurd in Lamau. Our city council meeting went until 2:30 about a water desalination plant. And the city is projected to be the first to run out of water in the U.S. With what the hell is going on with this country? Late-stage capitalism as we know it? Hell, yeah. It's bad. Turbidurd. I haven't yet to watch Dave Rubin get humiliated on Surrounded because I just didn't have time to do that because there's a lot going on in the world, right?
Even called along the way to drop out and save us all the trouble. Well, guess what? The underdog stayed in the fight.
Yeah, bro, you're the underdog.
Billionaire climate activist Tom Steyer is spending more than $200 million on a campaign closely trailing Becerra now. He's promised to end the state's housing, environmental, tax, and other affordability challenges. Last night, he spent the night with his supporters in a watch party in San Francisco.
It might take some time to figure out where this is going. We're going to wait till every ballot is counted. We're going to give democracy a time to work, and we know we finished really strong. Together, we put the corporations on notice. Together, we demanded more and better for the best state of them all. And now we just have to be patient. Thank you very much.
And time will tell, of course. Frank and Jessica, the two top vote getters, will again face off.
It is kind of crazy that the best possible candidate that we have as the left is a billionaire, and the best possible candidate with viability that we have as the left in Los Angeles is Nithya Raman. I mean, again, no disrespect to Nithya Raman. Always repeatedly say over and over again, she's done great work on combating homelessness. It's like her area of expertise, and it's actually very valuable for someone to lead by empathy on this issue, right? And it has seen a lot of success. But also, she literally endorsed Karen Bass before she decided to run, right? And all of the other council members that are on the DSA slate straight up endorse Karen Bass. I mean, that's chaotic. That's chaos. Okay? That's chaos. What is happening? Yeah, I know DSA did not put Nithya up. I know all the background info. She tossed her hat without consulting DSA. DSA endorsed candidates in LA are incredible. I mean, they're great. They're pretty solid. I'm just saying, like, we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. And, you know, Ray's campaign had issues in and of itself, too. So I disagree with calling California's voting system insane. It's very easy to vote, and that's a good thing, especially for progressives and young people. We should encourage that. Universal mail-in, etc. is great. It's the best system it's ever been. I agree. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that there aren't, like, it's a massive state, okay? And our cities are massive too. And everyone lives in their cars for the most part, sometimes literally because they're homeless. There's no sense of community. It makes it much more difficult to organize in general. We have a ginormous SEIU union, and basically, they keep leaking your appearances. I know. Denver, I'm excited to share that we have some incredible friends joining us for the biggest rally in Colorado. Together, we can take back our party, get money out of politics, and build a better world. RSVP at the link below. Yeah. Honestly, though, Toby Durden's not going to be there, so I'm not as excited anymore. And yes, he's not in Denver, Colorado, but it doesn't matter. In my heart, he should be in every state, okay? Will Toby Durden fly out from South Dakota to Denver, Colorado? Malott was your best interview? Malott was your best interview? I mean, she's great. There's so many wonderful fucking candidates all around the country, man. It's straight up. Do you get altitude sickness? I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, so look, she's outpacing you. What is this? Pretty interesting fact from last night's elections. Team AOC endorsed 3 candidates, Adam Hamawi, Sam Forstag, and Randy Villegas. All 3 are on track to win. Pretty strong endorsement record this year. Hope she endorses more leftist candidates. I agree. Well, Sam is not exactly a left candidate, but it's Montana, I guess. So who knows? He's a stud, though. I mean, he's hot. Like, literally. He's just super hot guy. As a disappointed Angelino, all the other progressive candidates makes me think, why can't LA do better? But I'm optimistic. Guys, you need to understand something, okay? The more the machine politics is alive and well, the more difficult it is for there to be insurgent candidacies. California is literally now the only remaining stronghold for deep blue neoliberal corporate Democrats. We're talking about a state that has produced some of the most famous reactionaries in this country, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, and Stephen Miller. And you're talking about a state that has also produced some of the most famous neoliberal shitheads, okay? Some of the most famous corporate neoliberal candidates as well. Dianne Feinstein, Nancy fucking Pelosi. I mean, look at our current crop of talent coming out of the Democratic Party in California anyway. There is a reason for it. It's because the party system is strong in California. Okay? I don't think you guys understand. California Democrats are the most mediocre Democrats in the country, sit on immense wealth and a population that gives them supermajorities that basically accomplish nothing except massive dysfunction. Party politics isn't a good way to look at places with long-term Democratic majorities like California. The same interests that fund Republicans are still giving money in California. They're just giving it to a set of Democrats. The places that produce the best Democrats are places where Democrats have to compete really hard, like the South and Midwest, and a small group of majorities with a history of labor politics like Michigan and Minnesota. Yes. Is Cali like that because of the defense industries? It's moneyed interest. California is incredibly capitalist. It's the 4th richest country as a state. As a solitary state, California would be the 4th wealthiest nation on the planet. Okay? We have a tremendous number of billionaires and multimillionaires. Okay? And we also have an insane amount of homeless people. These two things go hand in hand. Both of these realities are a failure of policy. If every billionaire is a policy failure, so is every homeless person. And California has an abundance of both. Okay? California also has, it's so massive. A lot of people cannot comprehend how ginormous this fucking beautiful state is. I love this state, but it's also insanely large. California has more Republican voters in this state than multiple Republican states combined. Okay? You cannot comprehend how large this state is. It's crazy. With the exception of Texas, it's an unfathomably large state. Who told you Sam Forstag wasn't a progressive? I didn't say he wasn't a progressive. I just said he isn't the most progressive. He's not like a DSA candidate is what I'm saying, which is true. He's not. I think he's had like a wishy-washy take on Israel in general. He's not fully on board with Medicare for all. I don't know why. As a tenant union organizer, he was the guy. Wait, okay. I place a lot of respect in your analysis then. As a tenant union organizer in Montana, the other candidate wasn't running a very serious campaign, and every progressive local and state politician worth a damn endorsed Forstag. No, I'm not saying there was a better candidate. I'm just saying he's not as progressive as like the insurgent candidates that we normally look at and promote. Do you understand? His healthcare policy is interesting because like it looks like it's Medicare for all, but he won't say it. And I don't know why. But he's a union guy. He's cool. Like his background is really cool. He's a stud. He's got great endorsements. But obviously I'm comparing Sam Forstag to like Chris Rabb, right? And in comparison to Chris Rabb, he's kind of a liberal. But also, it's Montana, right? It's fucking Montana. So I get it. Like I'm giving grace, right? I think even in Montana, you could still have a Medicare for all candidate. But you know, 2024 Republican votes in California were 6 million. In Texas, it was 6.3 million. In Florida, it was 6.1 million. So Florida had more than California. Only 2 states. Only 2 states had more Republican voters than California in 2024. He's also stronger on Palestine that you might have heard. I'm unfamiliar, but well, I would love to find out more. Friend works in LA County Gov. Their union endorsed Becerra. Wonder if union endorsements are similar to this swayed results. Yes, they did. There are a lot of powerful forces in California politics that are a part of the establishment machine, right? Thank you for your time, Hasan. There are some folks like this that I don't think would vote against M4A even if they don't campaign on it. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that there are a lot of structural hurdles to overcome, like literally city planning related to the state of California, in even cities like Los Angeles. I've thought about this a lot, okay? Analyzing the situation in San Francisco, which was probably the only major city in California that actually had asses in seats, like legitimate left politicians, legitimate socialist politicians, DSA politicians, and they got destroyed by the fucking fascist technocrats in San Francisco while they were simultaneously being priced out of San Francisco, right? There's a reason for why San Francisco actually had a robust DSA movement, not dissimilar to like places like Seattle or Denver, okay? And I think that is because they have somewhat of a working municipal, like they have a working public transit system. It resembles a real city, whereas Los Angeles does not, right? Because you look at all these other cities in other states in the Pacific Northwest, for example, and you see that there are DSA-backed candidates running all the time in these places, right? Whereas it doesn't really exist in California, in the major cities in California, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, in San Diego, okay? And I think the reason for why is because Los Angeles and San Diego are exurbs and patchworks of suburbs that don't have any ecosystem that brings the entire city together. And there is tremendous resistance against bringing the entire city together. Public transit is a laughable notion here in Los Angeles, for example. Obviously, there's some improvements, but that makes organizing very difficult. Okay? That makes organizing very difficult. No third spaces. These are genuine structural hurdles to overcome if you are going to organize, right? And then there are obviously the party. There are obviously issues within the party system. Establishment Democrats run the show here. That is very clear, right? Please don't forget that LA built a Democratic coalition of over 60 orgs to fight back against ICE last summer, and that became the blueprint for anti-ICE organizing nationwide. The people are building power. It's just not materializing in elections. Also true. Also true, but that is decentralized activism, right? That's a coalition of anarchists, socialists, communists, liberals in general, taking that and building a movement out of it. Holy shit, this guy took the photo earlier this morning, and I cannot believe that it's already up. That's unbelievable. Yeah, I did an interview with the Times UK. I think there's truth to the idea that things like public transit also show how the power of government can directly impact people's lives, public services in general. Absolutely. All right, someone needs to find a way around this paywall for me. That's a 3 out of 10 leg cross. You got to up your game. I disagree. I think I look good. I think it's a good leg cross. You're absolutely correct on your take about the infrastructure being a huge hurdle. My mom and I both noticed we didn't see a single door knocker in our neighborhood in SoCal throughout this entire election cycle. Yes. Yes. That's a huge problem. It makes it much more difficult to when you don't have a coherent sense of community, because the cities are not walkable, because there's no public transit, and that feeds into non-walkable cities. It's like car reliant infrastructure that makes it much more difficult to door knock. That makes it much more difficult to organize in general. These are all major structural hurdles, but then there's also the hurdles that you have to clear with the party machine, the Democratic Party's election machine that relies on all of the major labor unions in this country, right? Or major labor unions in California, sorry. Like that also makes it very difficult. So there are a lot of issues here, but they're not issues that we can't overcome, okay? They're not issues that we cannot overcome. We can overcome these issues. We will overcome these issues, okay? It just requires more work. If we put the time and effort, and if we get these centimillionaires like Shoykot and billionaires like Tom Steyer to fund these initiatives, maybe we could actually build a system here. Who knows? Because it's very clear when they run themselves, it doesn't really work that well, right? What is this? Hasan, did you address New York City exposing that you're a gooner? Did you watch the goon material before opening stream? Is that what you do every time you put time and effort into gooning? Do you fund your gooning habits? Do you have a system of gooning? Yeah, all of it is true. We'll get to that in a little bit. I mean, it's the classic. This is the best possible way to talk about this. Fuck New York Post. It appears you're threatening billionaire interests. Anyway, here's a picture of your house. They sent a drone to my house, man. They literally sent a drone to my house. It's unbelievable. That's the reason why I didn't want to talk about it yesterday, because it's like a clear dox. But it's gone unbelievably viral at this point. So yeah, it's very Israel coded. They were like, why you not love Israel? Here's drone at your house. On the plus side, they can't use the mansion attack anymore. I know. That's on purpose, by the way. I had literal journalists reach out to me and were like, it kind of feels like they put the hit out on you, my boy. Yeah. Rupert Murdoch Media was like, you've been ruffling too many feathers. Here's a photo of your house. Sources report Hasan Piker seen browsing New York City Zillow. True. I will say, I've been seeing even your haters saying that your house is just a normal ass house. Yeah, it's always been a normal ass house. That's why every single person that has come to visit me here has been like, this is the house you got canceled over? Yeah, people just hear the price and lose their minds and assume it's like a mega mansion or something. It's so crazy. They don't understand that it's a byproduct of, yeah. And also, there's, the most annoying losers who may or may not have given a quote to the article, by the way. Former friend, they say, in the article. Finally, an article that approaches Hasan creepiness. She did a very good job. Ethan Klein banned from celebrity poker for being a weirdo creep to women, and now he's sharing New York Post articles. What happened to this guy? I vaguely knew him as a progressive streamer, then I blinked and he was a fully deranged Zionist obsessed with Hasan. Yeah, October 7 happened, and he lost his mind. Yeah, they published a photo of his house and said, here is where he goons here. He likes breasts. Are you not shaken to your very core? It's a really funny article that they wrote, because this was one of the articles that backfired spectacularly, because they were like, this guy is creepy. What a creep. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? Literally, everyone was like, what the f are you talking about? It's basically Ethan Klein's Google Doc that he wrote about how I was how I have sex. Okay, you and Grand Plan are running on the pro masturbation ticket. They were pulling tweets that were obvious jokes from 2012. I know. They're treating me like I'm running for Senate. Plattner pulled out of a planned event with Vote Vets and is leaving DC early and is returning in May because New York Post reporter showed up to his in-laws' house and family restaurant, per sources familiar. Like, these guys are straight up. They link in the article, Ethan Klein straight up lying about you from some tiny clip channel, same channel that suggested views of Epstein sending revenge of his ex-wife, Lamau. They can't even do opposite without it up. I know. Imagine if you were female and they did this. Here's where she lives. She keeps her dildo drawer there. Everyone would be up in arms over how inappropriate that would be. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It's crazy. There was literally, like, there's one statement in it where I was like, who the would have said that? Off camera, he's very stiff and impersonal. I can't tell how much of what he says he actually believes. He definitely leverages a creep on women, a former pal told the Post. I wonder who wrote that. I'm sorry, but despite what I think about Hasan, I think promoting the New York Post may backfire as they're doing nothing to sound any more reputable like a 1990s tabloid gossip magazine biased towards regular readers of Murdoch rags. This all seems desperate, not gonna lie. Who's the former pal that told New York Post? All roads point to Ethan, lol. Ethan is the former pal. This is Ethan Klein's own subreddit calling him out for this shit. They literally do the same thing that Ethan has been trying to do, that Pestany started when he... Here's where this all roads lead back to Ethan Klein and Pestany. Okay? Here's why. Epstein was trying to procure CSAM in exchange for revenge pornography that he was distributing to a bunch of people, including one person that turns out was underage. He's now being sued in court over this. So what did Pestany do? But Hasan. That's what he did. He turned around and was like, well, what about Hasan? And his dumbass audience ate that shit up. Every time this dumbass gets into trouble due to his own gluttony, due to his own weirdo behavior, his own narcissism, his self-destructive behavior, he will then turn around and go, Hasan does this too. And it's never something that I've done, right? They always go, Hasan has done this as well. I'll have you know. And it's never something that I've actually done, right? They just try to do the no you defense. And in this circumstance, it's just like a bunch of different things that they've pulled of like people joking. Remember back in the day when it was when the common meta on Twitch was, oh, he can't keep getting away with it. And people that are like peeking over my shoulder at my phone and being like, oh my God, what is that? Most of it is a meme, but they make it seem as though this is like me sharing, nudes that I've received. It's like half of it is unsolicited and the other half is not even like nudes. They're just suspecting it, right? Like there's a clip that they always use with Pokimane where they'll be like, Pokimane is looking over his phone. Yeah, that's from a advice segment that we were doing where she was looking at my Raya messages and making fun of me for not responding to anyone. But they make it seem like she's seeing nudes. It's crazy. Half of it is just me joking around on the Fear End podcast about having a fap top, and then these guys turning around and acting as though it's a serious thing. It's ridiculous. It's just like a weird mishmash of jokes and insincere suspicions. And it makes no sense because none of it is like actually like the only consent being violated in this instance is my consent, you know? And it's very strange because it was so unbelievably invasive of my privacy and so over the top. What is this? Uh-oh. Yeah, I know. Trump is pro-communism now. It was so unbelievably invasive of my privacy and so over the top that it backfired on them. Yeah, it's literally just this Google Doc, by the way. The article is just this Google Doc that everyone dunked on Ethan Klein for. I guess he just like offloaded it to New York Post. They're like, oh, he dated a star. It's like, what the? Lachlan Murdoch, Rupert's heir, has a publicly available address in Bel Air. He owns the mansion that was used for Beverly Hillbillies. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying like it's insane. Dude, sending a drone to my house to do an aerial shot is insane. It's like an objectively insane thing to do. It's like straight up one of the most insane things that I never thought I would have to deal with. And yet they did it. Yeah, they published a picture of my house. How would the authors of this piece, how would the editors of the New York Post that allowed this piece to go through, how would they like it if I posted and published photos of their house? They probably wouldn't like it. It's not like neither of us are running for office, right? We're both members of the media. What is the journalistic value here? They're trying to get me killed. That's what it is. Yeah, it's the Simpsons meme. This is literally it.
Simpsons scandal update. Homer sleeps nude in an oxygen tent, which he believes gives him sexual powers.
Hey, that's a half-truth.
Yeah, Hasan canceled for not gooning on the work computer. But it's just like all of this record, all of this is an effort to intimidate and to create an environment of fear and to make people second guess in their advocacy. Okay? Oh, you're a fucking anti-Zionist, you're anti-capitalist, you're anti-imperialist. Okay, here's a photo of your house that we took with a fucking drone that we sent to your house. And also, we're just going to call you a creepy sex pervert. What the fuck are we doing? What are we fucking doing? I mean, look, I'm unfazed. I expect this shit. And I feel a little bit more... I don't feel discouraged at all. Part of that is because this was so psychotic. Like what they did was so psychotic that it kind of backfired on them, even on Twitter, where I saw like people being like, I don't even like Hasan, but this is crazy. Yeah. A former pad told the New York Post, elite reporting. Sounds normal, unlike Cuomo, Trump, and all the other rapists you guys support. The Epstein people really want to make this a thing? I don't even like Hasan, but you clowns are absolutely pathetic. Single man in his 30s is horny. Stop the goddamn presses. Holy smokes. What a scoop. This guy fucks adults consensually, and here's why that is bad. Like, it's mostly people just being like, this is so... We have old men who rape kids running the country, but you're running a smear campaign on a guy who criticizes Israel for blowing up kids because he likes to jerk off. Did you chew wood 3 times a day? What is your deal? Yeah, it literally links to a video, according to a streamer. Piker solicits news from his female fans. This is not true, by the way. According to a streamer he previously worked with. And then this is the fucking clip account that they used. I don't think it will be able to backfire enough. I do think it's getting to a point where you actually have to move. Yeah, this is the Google Doc Ethan Tass's former Hasan stalker employee Giardia was making. Her only job was to sexually obsess over you and log everything she considered dirt related to your sex life. I know. Anyway, this is disgusting. Okay? This is insane. This is disgusting. I don't know what else to say about it. But what can you say about it? It's just... Yeah, this was, I promise you, no one cares about this man's sex life. He's not a public servant. He's not even in public trust. He's not married. All this seems consensual. Who cares where they get their Twitch opinions from? Christ. The wildest thing is that these stories are planted by Israeli operatives with like 15 monthly criminal rapes on their names. I literally don't understand all the moral confusion right now. If someone's in public office, their sex life or abuse of power makes them open to blackmail. Yes, that's a public issue. That's why Kim Paxton's and Graham Plattner's gross behavior is now our collective business against our will. But in no world do we have to peer into the bedrooms of everyone with a podcast or a Substack or a YouTube channel or whatever. It seems like there's an assumption that all of this should be fascinating. This is just not that interesting. The whole world doesn't need to be caller daddy lordy. When I hang out with Hasan, he won't stop shoving the porno laptop in my face to tell him, Hasan, stop. It's time to read this chapter of the Grundrisse. But he always says no. We must watch porno now. Oh boy. I said, oh boy, here comes another article. There seems to have been a mistake. I thought we were going to read Marxist literature. Look at the fucking laptop. I have your Times article in here. Nice. So, yeah, Grundrisse, more like Goon-drizze. The sex Epstein community claims Epstein is the only one to defeat Trump, yet Epstein's top guy, Stockman, is sending shit to MAGA media, very serious people. Yes. I just don't know what else to say about this shit. Ethan Klein and Diddy Stockman are behind this 100%. I swear to God, they're the saddest multimillionaires that ever exist. Middle-aged men with millions, wives, and kids. And this is how they choose to spend their lives, obsessing over you and stalking your every step and breath. Pathetic existence. If I were you, at least... it would make me happy knowing that these freaks don't have happy lives. People with fulfilled lives don't do this. Yeah. Yeah, the sex pest Epstein recently got outed for doing age play with another Groiper's wife and involved each other's children, apparently. Like, that guy has a litany of controversies on a fucking weekly basis. But the problem for me, you might be wondering, what the fuck does some random Zionist, liberal, debate pervert and his controversies have to do with you? Because every time he's involved, he's embroiled in another scandal, okay? Because he can't keep his dick in his fucking pants, and he has like weird ass sexual fantasies. Every time that shit happens, boom, immediately his fan base is like, well, what about Hasan? It's so funny when you guys try to lie about Hasan because it's always projection, always. Bro, just stick to your own controversies, man. You don't have to get me fucking involved in this shit by lying every single goddamn time. Yeah, his own son is clowning on him. His own son's a groiper. His own son's a neo-Nazi. You should see the DH play stuff. It's gross. I just don't care enough to cover that shit, okay? Unlike them, I feel like there's more serious things to talk about, right? Unfortunately, I keep finding myself in the crosshairs of some of the most insane people and have to fucking deal with that nonsense on a daily fucking basis. Because the only group that I've mentioned this before, there's only one group, right, that has institutional power that behaves like fucking sweaty neo-Nazis doing Gamergate, and that is the Zionist lobby. Okay? That's it. The Zionist lobby and the Hasbara machine is the only group that is like a well-respected group that actually has institutional motion that behaves exactly like Gamergate perverts do. They'll dox you. They'll come after you. It doesn't matter what the targets are. They'll A-log you. It's fucking Kiwi farms. That's literally what the Canary mission is, right? They're vicious. But once again, as I always say, in the aftermath of these sorts of attacks that are completely psychotic and a major violation of my privacy and just outright smears in general, what do I always say? I am unbowed, okay? They can't tackle the message, so they try to shoot the messenger. And sometimes they literally want the messenger to be shot and killed. Ridiculous. In any case, here's a more recent comparison of what they do to you even when you win. Adam Hamawi, incredible background, one of the kindest people that I've ever met. It was an honor to be able to aid him in the congressional race that he was running in. A guy who's been there and put his life on the line on numerous occasions to help those who have far less than he ever could. Okay? A combat medic, a decorated war hero. Okay? Someone who was in Bosnia, someone who's traveled all around the world, someone who was there at 9/11, at ground zero at a field hospital, sewing people back together. One of the people whose lives he saved was Tammy Duckworth in Iraq. So how did New York Times initially report his victory? Adam Hamawi, a progressive Democrat, wins House primary in New Jersey. Dr. Hamawi, a U.S. Army veteran, faced questions about his past association with an Egyptian cleric who was convicted in 1995 of a conspiracy to wage a war of urban terror. I said, New York Times, can you please have some decency about a decorated war veteran, combat surgeon who saved Tammy Duckworth's life, who treated 9/11 first responders, and was in Gaza during the genocide? I get that he's Muslim and an anti-Zionist, but this is a shameful and racist subheader, to which the New York Times, to their credit, I guess, I don't want to really give them credit for it because they should have never actually posted that shit. Disgusting. They did actually change their subheader to Dr. Hamawi, a U.S. Army veteran, has been an outspoken critic of Israel's war in Gaza. His victory makes him the heavy favorite to win in November in the left-leaning district. But the very fact that they thought that they could come out of the gate swinging with that, as I showed you, was a more like a liberal version of the exact same thing that Fox News wrote about him, ironically enough, shows that the New York Times still has a real issue with people who are anti-Zionist and the way that they cover Muslim candidates. It's ridiculous. It's gross. I'm glad that they changed it, though. Everybody should point to this garbage when anyone tries to say this country cares about veterans. Of course they don't give a shit about veterans, brother. Of course they don't. Doors open. My point is, this is the reason why Adam Hamawi is being attacked, because he's Muslim and he's anti-Zionist. But even if you're not Muslim and you're still, a combat veteran, Graham Plattner, you still get attacked, okay? You still get attacked. Why? If Graham Plattner was pro-Israel and not in favor of Medicare for all, do you think that there would be this many attacks against Graham Plattner? No. Not even a little bit. Okay? Not even a little bit. That's the reality. Your opposition cannot beat you with their principles and values because they have none. Therefore, to maintain consensus over the uninformed masses, the empire must crucify you. America will continue making bullets instead of bread, and leftists like you will be the sideshow distraction to create the political theater to lubricate the gears of colonial capital. I hope your family and loved ones are safe during this latest campaign, and thank you for fighting. Yeah. In all my years, my opinions on the world, on American imperialism, on capitalism has not changed, right? It hasn't. And yet, now I'm getting attacked so mercilessly, so viciously with unbelievable slander, unbelievable smears. One must ask the question, why? And that is because we are actually making some changes, right? That's what this is. We are making some serious changes. So remember that. That's why they're doing this, because they're worried. But first they're worried and they fight, okay? First they're worried and then they fight and then they lose. And after they lose, they concede. And after they concede, maybe later down the line, they become loyal soldiers of the cause themselves. We saw this with Zohran Mamdani. That is exactly what happened with Zohran Mamdani, right? First, they laughed. Then they realized this was a real threat. He won. Then they fought back hard. And now Hakeem Jeffries can't even go on MS Now and say he opposes Zohran Mamdani's pick in Daria Liza running against the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriana Espaillat, the incumbent establishment Democrat that's pro-Israel. He can't even shit on Zohran Mamdani. The guy who had to reluctantly endorse Zohran Mamdani in the last moment, now that Zohran Mamdani is the mayor and a very popular one, can't even turn around and shit on him. This is how it works. This is how we become an undeniable force in American politics. The expectation is not that these guys are going to ideologically become our allies. Do you understand? The expectation is they are going to be too scared to oppose us. They will fall in line. But of course, as it's always darkest before dawn, the attacks will get far more vicious before we win. Do you understand? So I choose to see this barrage of slander and the manufactured outrage attempts as a good thing. The silver lining here is that they're worried. There are powerful forces in this country that are very clearly worried about what we are doing. Be worried if we weren't making some serious changes. It sucks, but it's a battle that we have to fight. It's a war we have to wage. So be a little bit smarter in the future when you see stuff like this. That's all I can tell you. If you're wondering like, oh, what can I do? I'm just a viewer. When you see this kind of stuff in the wild, now you know where it's coming from. Now you know why it's happening. And it's not just for me. It's for, people like Adam Hamawi as well. For other candidates who are also anti-Zionist or anti-corporate, do-nothing Democrats who are against the established neoliberal order. When you see people that are getting attacked like this, maybe not even on the issues themselves, because obviously if they were to actively come after people like myself to be like, oh, we hate him because he's for Medicare for all and we're actually subsidized by the for-profit healthcare companies, everyone would be like, okay, tough, you're a villain, who gives a shit? You. So they have to do all this other stuff. They have to do all of this other stuff where they're like, he was a bad guy, you shouldn't trust him. He's creepy, he's a pervert. He's had sex. Look, this is his house. You should go there and kill him. Who has to withstand this shit? No one. In any case, let's get back to the dog shit races that took place all around the country.
Primary races across the country setting the stage for major battles this fall, including key elections in California, where reality show star Spencer Pratt is likely to make his way into a runoff against incumbent Mayor Karen Bass.
You stood with me for the first half. Will you stand with me all the way?
Pratt is a registered Republican running without party affiliation, whose anti-establishment campaign has galvanized a core of the city's fed-up voters.
His anti-establishment campaign is literally basically the mini version of Trump. It doesn't get more establishment than that. Oh.
I'm an Angelino who said enough is enough, and I had to step up. I didn't know I'd be here tonight, but this is obviously God's plan.
With all eyes on the state's governor's race, too.
November, here we come.
Former State Attorney General Javier Becerra riding a late surge of support over fellow Democrats to finish in the top two. If elected, he'd become the first Latino governor since 1875.
Este es tu estado.
His likely opponent will be Republican Steve Hilton, a British-born former Fox personality endorsed by President Trump.
Change is coming.
With Republicans fighting to maintain their razor-thin House majority in the midterm elections, one of the most competitive contests is brewing in a New Jersey battleground district. Democrats choosing former Navy helicopter pilot Rebecca Bennett to take on Republican incumbent Tom Kean. Kean has not been seen publicly in 3 months, missing more than 100 House votes as he handles what his office calls a personal medical issue. Kean breaking his silence Tuesday, saying in a statement that he will transition from virtual work to in-person work within a matter of weeks. The battle for Senate also taking shape. In deep red Iowa, Democrats are aiming to flip the Senate seat held by retiring GOP incumbent Joni Ernst. State lawmaker Josh Turek winning the Democratic primary overnight, casting himself as the change candidate.
We need a fighter for the people.
He'll face off against the Republican nominee, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, endorsed by President Trump.
Thank you, President Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so lots to cover. You were up late. I see your red eyes.
Oh no, that's not a good sign.
I know. Let's talk about, though, California and the LA race in particular. So the LA race. So what do you think is going to happen there?
Well, I think there's a lot of people waking up this morning surprised that a reality star could potentially be the next mayor of Los Angeles. But there's no doubt that Spencer Pratt's accomplishment here is pretty incredible, given the fact that he has no political experience. But his supporters do need a bit of a reality check. Keep in mind that Los Angeles is made up of 75% Democratic voters. So it's very...
Bro, that is like, I'll be honest, that's another like incredibly black-pilling moment, is that like you can have no qualifications whatsoever and you can run as like a straight reactionary with zero political experience, zero real life experience, okay? And there are enough people that would be like, that's awesome, I love that. But if you're on the left, even if you're a liberal, right? Karen Bass is a liberal. You can have a lifetime of accomplishments, and it's still a Herculean burden for you to overcome the right-wing forces. I don't even like Karen Bass, and I'm not exactly the biggest fan of Nithya Raman either. People are not even on the same fucking planet as Spencer Pratt as far as like competence. As far as like doing a job, right? Any job, really. And this kind of shit makes me so angry because we do have a real crisis in illiteracy in this goddamn country, a crisis in stupidity in this goddamn country.
Likely that vote consolidates behind the incumbent Karen Bass, but there's no doubt that Pratt has tapped into an angst among voters in Los Angeles, and no matter what, this will be a competitive race in November.
Yeah, Let's see what happens in the general election. Thank you, Ryan.
Hey, just so you know, Cali just added more votes to its estimate, meaning more votes than before to count still. It went from 57.5 to 54.1. I still believe. By the way, about the Cali race, I added up by hand. In 2024, Cali had more Republican votes for Trump than the 18 smallest states combined. 18? Same in 2020. 18 states, 1 senator, by the way. Very fair. Glad we have the system. 18? Fuck! Zoran is linking up with Wemby. I'm pleased to invite Wemby to our second Commission on Government Efficiency hearing on Wednesday. What? Are you fucking kidding me? No shot. All right, that's it. I'm texting the motherfucker. That's crazy. It's a joke about him missing the game? Fuck! God damn it. Bro exposes a fake NBA head? Yeah, it's from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I thought he legitimately was fucking inviting him to some, like, city thing earlier in the day. Who's the reactionary now? Shut up! Did you hit send? I did. He's gonna block your ass? I don't care. You don't follow Wemby? I don't think he doesn't really fucking use Twitter, dude. He's too woke for Twitter. He's a blue sky guy, I think. That's game 4. 8 p.m. is 30 minutes after tip-off. You are getting tricked by millennial humor. I don't care. I'm gonna be there. We're gonna be in New York. Leaked it. Zoran is busy signing executive orders to abolish bedtime so kids can watch the Knicks. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, anarchists rise up, by the way. Anarchists fucking rise up, by the way. Straight up. Anyway.
And in New Jersey, progressive candidate Adam Hamaway, who hasties to a notorious, or has ties rather, to a notorious convicted terrorist, the Blind Sheikh, won the Democratic House primary for the 12th district. New York Congressman Mike Lawler posting in reaction, quote, "How in the hell has a defense witness in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing with ties to al-Qaeda been nominated by the Democrats to serve in Congress? If elected in November, Congress should fully investigate his ties to terrorist organizations and determine whether he is fit to serve." Senior correspondent Eric Shawn has more on this story.
Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning, Eric.
He could be the next Democrat in Congress from New Jersey, but you know his link to one of the country's most notorious radical Islamic terrorist leaders, well, that continues to shadow his candidacy. Dr. Adam Hamaway, a plastic surgeon and U.S. Army veteran, won the Democratic primary in the Garden State's 12th district last night. But you know he's got a controversial past. He admitted that in the 1990s, he associated with the infamous Blind Sheikh, Omar Abdelrahman, who was convicted.
Is that true? What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, it's true. I don't give a fuck, dude. You know what else he's done since then? Joined the American military. Fucking aid the first responders at Ground Zero. Saved the life of Tammy Duckworth as a combat surgeon. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. Like, I literally don't care that he was around this fucking CIA asset that later became this fucking former Al-Qaeda, like, or the original Al-Qaeda operative.
Terrorism and seditious conspiracy in 1996. Prosecutors said it was Rahman who led the jihadi terrorist cell of Islamic militants, who in November of 1990 assassinated extremist Rabbi Meir Kahane as he spoke at a Manhattan hotel. Then 3 years later, in 1993, the Sheikh.
Why is Hamaway's service laudable but Plattner's isn't? Because he was a fucking medic, dude. Jesus Christ. Really? He wasn't a machine gunner for the Marines. He was a goddamn medic. There's obviously a big difference between a combat medic and a machine gunner. That's crazy. How is this tough to comprehend?
And his cell bombed the World Trade Center to try and bring it down. But that attack killed 6 people, injured more than 1,000. And 2 years later, the Sheikh and his terrorist cell plotted to blow up New York City landmarks. Rahman was sentenced to life in prison and died behind bars 9 years ago. Turns out that Hamaway testified at the Blind Sheikh's terrorist trial as a defense witness. According to published report transcripts, while on the stand, he admitted to translating a fax for the cleric in 1993, listening to his speeches in area mosque, and helping him during a press conference. But during the campaign, Hamaway dismissed any wrongdoing.
He wasn't, preaching death and destruction all the time. He has certain views that he spoke in certain forums, but that's not what he did every single day. And he was a blind old man that, people, volunteered when he needed, some kind of service.
Streets are saying you're Zoran's Elon. Wait, what? What the fuck does that even mean? And it's not the streets, it's the fucking annoying shit libs that are unbelievably bent out of shape. That there are guys like Hamaway that are fucking winning elections that are constantly complaining. Yes, he's wearing a One Piece pin. The streets. What streets are you on, dude? Neoliberalism Avenue? What the fuck? Dude, these guys, here's the thing, okay? These guys are so insanely unproductive. They just like literally sit around in Reddit, sit around in Discord servers, and all they do is fucking negatively polarize against whoever the fuck I'm promoting. They have no real interest in doing politics. They have no vision for a better future. All matter of politics for them revolves around what I'm defending so they can oppose it. That's it. I know it sounds crazy. I truly thought these guys were at least like liberal in their worldview, right? Like they had a broader, a broader understanding of liberalism, and they're truly libbed up, and that's the reason why they oppose the things that I'm trying to do, right? It turns out it's not even about that. It's just the only thing they care about is just like constantly fucking A-logging my ass and opposing who I support and supporting those I oppose. It's so strange. it truly is so strange. Like back in the day, I used to joke and be like, oh, if I was in favor of neoliberals, these guys would actually think so. I actually think that these guys who like self-identify as liberals on Twitter, many of them are Epstein's clique. Many of them are just like fans of the sex cult, right? They're members of the sex cult. I genuinely think that if I were to turn around and be like, I love, Chuck Schumer, they would turn on Chuck Schumer. They don't have any real solid established worldview whatsoever. It's just pure opposition to whatever the fuck. It's reactionaryism and contrarianism in its purest form. And I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why they hate me so much, but it is just fandom at this point. It's the difference between a stan and an anti, right? Isn't a medic still helping heal the war criminals that are machine gunning the innocents? His volunteer work in Gaza is unimpeachable, though. Yeah, good luck with that mentality, man. I think like medics are medics no matter what. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason why people don't shoot them normally, unless you're fucking Israel. But thank you for saying his work in Gaza was unimpeachable. Thank God this Jay Sakai watcher has decided that a guy who fucking risked his life on numerous occasions all around the world to help some of the most fucked over people around the world has done something unimpeachable for your tastes.
Because he couldn't take care of himself, and so that's kind of all the association is. There was nothing back then, and there's nothing now.
Well, Hamawi's campaign says he did not have any meaningful relationship.
Combat medics also heal. Like medics also have a duty to literally fucking patch up the enemy too. Like they do it to everyone. Okay? Their job is to heal people unconditionally.
With Rahman
and civilians.
In religious settings, that he condemns the Sheikh's violent rhetoric. He is, by the way, favored to win the heavily Democratic district in November.
Wow.
Jackie.
Eric Sean, thank you so much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all.
A sprawling district in central New Jersey, Emily. Look, this is a quirk in the American system that a candidate can win with 28%. If there had been ranked choice, if there had been a runoff, ranked choices we've seen, for example, in elections in New York City, runoffs, as you see in the state of Georgia, let alone
Israeli news. Of course, they post a fucking video of me and the good doctor. You see this shit? Yeah, two doctors, Dr. Jihad.
Outside the United States, would he have been able to get past the finish line? But in fact, with the quirks of an American system, where when someone who wins a plurality can win a multi-candidate election, and then because of gerrymandering can go on and essentially become the congressman. It's a real flaw in the system and a flaw for the legitimacy that a district of usually, 900,000 people is going to be represented by someone who might well not have been able to get a majority of all the voters in the district, or even the majority of the voters in his own party had the system been different. But be that as it may, look, not only someone from the far left, but someone who's accused Israel of genocide, someone who also has to be said served in the U.S. military as a...
I watch I-24 News often. This dude is insane. Why do you watch I-24 News? It's so funny. This is Israeli. This is Israeli news, right? I-24 is Israeli news, but the English language news for Israel.
Saved the life.
Size of New Jersey. Israel. Size of New Jersey. Best nation in the world. How dare you? New Jersey. Size of Israel. New Jersey. Size of Israel. Surrounded by scary states like Pennsylvania and New York.
Important because those beautiful B2 right here, the B2.
He's taking questions from the press.
When CNN said,
what's he doing?
Maybe it was an obliteration. They knew. Before the pilots even came back home, before anybody saw the site. But then the Atomic Energy Commission went.
Science you, Oppenheimer you. Thank you.
That stuff is buried underneath a mountain that virtually collapses. Very, very hard to get it. But nevertheless, I want to get it. We're the only ones, us and probably China are the only two countries that have the equipment where you can do that. So, I want to get it. We have, at different times, they've changed their mind a couple of times. But as it stands now, we will go in sometime in the not too distant future. It's very safe down there. We have, with Space Force, we have cameras. Every angle of those three sites are being watched at all times. If anybody went there, we'll see exactly what's happening, and we'll blow it up a little bit further. But as far as getting it, is the B-2 bombers, did a job like nobody's ever seen. In the night, with no moon, dead darkness, at 1 o'clock in the morning or so, they dropped those bombs, the biggest, just about as big a bomb as you can ever find, and it went down air shoots. It was hard to believe that they can do the technology. It followed a beam right into the air shoots, right, exploded. Very hard to get that material, but I still nevertheless want it. And I don't want to do it if we're in conflict. I don't want to put men in that kind of danger. I remember Jimmy Carter had some bad problems in Iran with the hostages. I don't want to ever put our people in that kind of danger. But when it's over, as of this moment, it's agreed that we will go in with them, we will get it, and we will destroy it. It will be destroyed.
And this is sorry, I have a follow-up, Mr. President. My second question. Is it possible to get to a deal with Iran, whether to go in and do that or to open up the Strait of Hormuz without seeing an Israeli cessation of their hostilities in Lebanon?
I think it would. We're trying to separate it. I mean, you look, it's a very different kind of a thing. We actually spoke with Hezbollah for the first time ever. We didn't know they spoke. And they agreed yesterday they're not going to shoot. Israel's not going to shoot. We're just going to see. But I'd like to separate it. I'd like to have it a separate thing because it is separate. But Israel, hey, look, they've been a great partner. Bibi Netanyahu's been, for me, a great partner. For other people, not so good. For me, he's been very good. We were very effective, what we've done. And they needed us. They couldn't have done it without us. Couldn't have even come close. And they us to help them with a real problem, because Iran was a real problem, a big problem, a worldwide problem, because they wouldn't have stopped with Israel. They would have blown up the Middle East. And you saw that by the rockets. All those rockets that went to the five, mostly for the most part, the 5 countries outside of Israel, those rockets were aimed there before we hit them with the B-2 bombs. They were going to blow up the Middle East. They were going to blow up Israel, but they were going to blow up the Middle East. And I stopped it, and I'm very proud I stopped it. And we also stopped it in the first term when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal penned by Barack Hussein Obama. It was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. And this has no relation. I like these morons, these Democrats, D-U-M, Democrats, that...
Hell yeah, thank you for spelling it out, dumbass.
This is just like the Obama deal. This is the exact opposite.
Democrats.
This is no path to a nuclear weapon. That was a absolute path to a nuclear weapon that you couldn't have done anything about. This is the exact opposite. They gave billions and billions of dollars to Iran, including $1.7 billion put into a Boeing 757 with the seats taken out because there wasn't enough room if you left the seats, with $1.7 billion in cash taken from the banks in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and flown to Iran, 1.7 in green cash, and then tens of billions of dollars given to Iran by our government. Frankly, they picked the wrong country, but maybe we're going to be getting along with Iran. We're going to find out. You know, there is a good possibility, I think, because without the bombing, that wouldn't have worked, without the blockade. The blockade is the most powerful thing. I think the blockade maybe has more impact than the bombing has. But the blockade that we have, the naval blockade, is incredible. Now, one ship has gotten through, unless we wanted it to, and people respect it a lot, and we'll see. But, you know, there's a chance if this really worked out, they could rebuild. You know, it used to be a very, very good nation. You go back, I have friends that used to, old-timers, they used to go there, and they used to do well. They used to build in Iran. They built apartment houses, and they built office buildings in Iran. Hard to believe, right? But there's a chance that maybe that comes back. But whether it comes back or not, I think we have a very powerful deal that we're negotiating. The exact opposite as the Obama deal. The Obama deal was a disgrace. It gave them a nuclear weapon. We do the exact thing. We, under our deal, they will never, ever have another thing that happens. And this is important, but there's nothing more important than taking away the capability of a nuclear weapon from Iran.
Mr. President,
wait. But one of the other things that's important, and very important, is that immediately upon signing the Memorandum of Understanding, the Hormuz Strait will open. And it'll open up quickly, and we've already had our minesweepers there. You know, we're sweeping, as you probably have heard. And these are underwater minesweepers. They're great, amazing technology. They're underwater because usually when you're looking for mines, that usually means you have some dangerous characters out there. That's why. So we're underwater, but we've swept mines, and we've gotten most of them, we think. So, but the Hormuz Strait will open immediately upon signing. Now,
Homo Strait.
A couple of areas being cleaned
Happy
out
Pride.
also of mines, which we don't think
We're opening it. We're making
so
it
it'll
gay.
happen very quickly, and we'll take the southern
We're making
route
the
anyway.
Homo Strait gay.
But immediately upon signing, we open up the Hormuz Strait.
Just to clarify on what you said, excuse me, Mr. President, just to clarify on what you were asked earlier, is the $1.8 billion DOJ fund dead or is it on hold?
It's, I'd have to ask the lawyers, I don't know. I know one thing, the weaponization fund.
Yeah, what's your
The weaponization fund, as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing. It was something I didn't make it, but I heard that, I thought that was the greatest thing because people like you have abused our people so badly. The fake news like CNN, like the New York Times and like others have abused our people. Wait a minute, be quiet. Have abused our people so badly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a conservative. She was a conservative from Alabama, can you believe it? But CNN, in particular, CNN does such false reporting. But now they have new ownership, so maybe it'll straighten it out. I doubt it, but it's hard to straighten garbage out. But CNN has abused, and others have abused so badly. People, these are people that are great people that were destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many, they committed suicide. People that went there with love. They went there with love. You know, when I made that speech early in the day, tremendous crowd. I hate to say because they'll say, oh, I was wrong on the number, but I believe it's the largest crowd I've ever spoken to by twice. The biggest crowd, I think, bigger than the inaugurations, bigger than anything. And there was so much love and friendship. It was the most amazing thing. People were crying. They were like, wait a minute, let me finish. And those people have been abused by you and by others and by the politicians, by the Democrats. They're dumb people. They want to have open borders. They want to have transgender mutilization of your children. They want to have men playing in women's sports. They want to have high taxes. They turned down, you know, they fought us on the tax bill, and they fought us because they want people to pay high taxes because they're crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with you. It's a shame. Yeah, go ahead,
Mr.
Liz.
President, thank you so much. On communism, today has some stern words on communism.
I just wrote that. Did you like it? Did you think it was well written?
Well, it's certainly very meaningful to Americans.
Well, I'd read it. Do you want to read it? Do you have it? You could read it, some truth. I just wrote it. I just felt I've seen what's going on with communism, and I see this country. Read it. I'd love to have you think it.
He wrote that, quote, communists always do well with the voters, or as they would say, the people in the early years. But in the end, the country, state, or city goes to hell. Great violence proceeds at levels never seen before, and the entity dissolves into poverty, squalor, and crime. Remember, breathtaking popularity first, and then guaranteed death and destruction.
Incredible take, sir. Thank you.
You see it happening with Los Angeles and parts of California. And it's so easy, you know. I'd be the greatest in the world. Nobody would be as good as me. I'd give away everything. I could be the greatest. I would sell them. You're going to get free rent. You're going to get free houses. You're going to get free food. You're going to get free everything. But eventually that ends. And it leads to death, destruction.
He's too stupid to say eventually you run out of other people's money.
When I
He's too stupid to rip on previous
right here, and he's been in the office a couple
neoliberal
of times.
fascists who have
Mayor,
said far more about communism.
He's a very nice person, and I don't know. He's a smart guy. I don't understand why he thinks it's okay for all these companies that pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes a year to leave. Because you're not going to have any tax base, and you're going to end up in hunger and squalor and death and destruction. I would be better than him if I wanted to go that route. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll no longer pay rent. You'll no longer have to pay interest on your mortgage. In fact, I'll end your mortgage. I'm going to cut everything. You're no longer going to have to pay for food. I'm going to give you a grocery store, and I'm going to give you free food. You're no longer going to have, you're going to have the greatest life ever. Follow me, you're going to have the greatest life. And you know what? for a couple of years, that's such a powerful. I would be the best ever at giving it. Nobody would ever be. I had to sell free enterprise. Free enterprise is tougher to sell, but that's what's made our country great. And that's why it's great again now. If I didn't get elected, we wouldn't have a country. We really wouldn't have a country. This country would be finished. But I see what's happening in Los Angeles. I see what's happening in New York. Where I look at Chicago, you have a stupid governor, a dumb governor, a really dumb guy. I know him well. He's a failure in his family, Pritzker. I know the family. I was partners in a deal with them. I made a lot of money. They made money. We made a good partnership. But he was like an outcast in the family. He was a slob. And the mayor is a low IQ person. I mean, he's a stupid person. Chicago has a case, you have a real chance to become great again. There's a case, great again. If we were allowed to do what we did in Washington or Memphis, I was with the governor of Tennessee yesterday, and he said, I want to come in. He came in to thank me. I said, for what? He said, what you did for Memphis. Memphis, the crime is down about 72%. He said it's like a different city. Washington is even more so. We started a little bit earlier. Washington, you walk down the streets and people feel it's a safe city. If I were, oh, by the way, in Louisiana, what I've done there is unbelievable. Because the governor, Jeff Landry, called. He said, you got to help me with New Orleans. We have a tremendous crime problem. And I sent in our really talented people, including National Guardsmen, and they did an unbelievable. They had the safest. They said they had the safe. We just ended about 3 weeks ago. They had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. I could do that in Chicago, but you have to have the support of a governor. You can't have a slob that says, we don't want it. People get murdered, and he says it's fine. They lost 5 or 6 people last week, and they said, it's fine. They're not going to lose 5 or 6 people. And I would make Chicago so good and so safe. It's got potential. The longer it goes, the harder it is to fix. And San Francisco, we could do such a good job. My friend said, please let the mayor, he's a liberal guy, nice guy, I talked to him. He wants to make San Francisco good, and he's trying very hard. I said, look, I can do it much faster than you. Please let me have a time. I spoke to the mayor, and some very important people asked me to give him a chance, because I'd like to see if he could do it. And he's doing okay, but I could do it much faster, much better. And we can remove, don't forget, 2% of your people create 90% of your crime. That's a great number, because 2% of the people you can take care of. If it was 90% of the people, that's no good. But 2%. In Washington, right here in D.C., we removed close to 5,000 hard-line criminals. Many came in through the Biden open border. We removed them from Washington, D.C., and it's one of the reasons that we're so safe now. We have a great, beautiful place. Again, the fountains are almost all open. You're going to have the reflecting pool opened within hours. I mean, literally within hours. The water starts pouring in tonight. It's going to be beautiful. You haven't seen that since 1922. Think of that. 1922. It hasn't worked. Never worked. From the day they built it, it never worked. But you're going to see that. And people are all thanking me because Washington's beautiful again. The parks are open. We changed the grass. Grass has a life also. Like people, grass has a life. And that grass hasn't been changed in 70, 80 years. It died many times over. We have beautiful grass, beautiful parks, beautiful everything. We don't have people living on it. And Washington, D.C., in a matter of 14 months, Washington, D.C.
So
is like
true,
a different
King.
place. People
So
are coming
true.
Here. The restaurants were all going out of business, as you know, because you
Grass
use the
has
restaurants.
alive.
And now the restaurants are hot. In fact, if anything, we don't have enough restaurant space.
Grass has
reopened.
alive.
It's become vibrant. It's a beautiful thing to watch, and I am honored that I've been able to do it to our nation's capital. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Grass is alive. You learn a new thing every day. I didn't know that beforehand. Of course, he knows because he's got a golf course. He knows a lot about grass, the best types of grass. Bro, I fucking hate this timeline so much. Death and destruction under the dumbest fucking people, and people still too stupid to see. Yeah. You missed his best statement so far. What is this? I just had this done. Holds up chart comparing reflecting pool to buildings.
You're getting a first glimpse, but that's your size compared. So those are among the tallest buildings in the world, including the Empire State Building.
I think one of the funniest year 250 celebrations that Trump is engaging in is that he has disgusting taste. He's very gaudy. He is very gauche taste, right? And he has now tasked himself with the thing that he cares about the most, which is just to like revamp everything, like all these like beautification initiatives. And that's the only thing he cares about. Literally nothing else. Everything is getting 80s nouveau riche Trump Tower treatments. Everything. You're getting a first glimpse. Look at this.
World Trade Center, Sears Tower, Chicago.
Trump admitted that he can actively choose to not help people and give away things people need. How is that not a bigger deal? Brother, I don't think you understand. This man is a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate and best friend. His cult doesn't care. He literally said Israel basically is the reason why gas prices are high, and he loves it. And then he turned around and said he doesn't care about the prices. His fans don't give a shit. Please understand, it is a fucking cult. I swear to God, we're living in idiocracy every day. I think this can't be real, but it is. You can't write a satirical movie like the insane shit show we're being forced to live through in real life. President Trump compares UFC arena at White House to Eiffel Tower, says it could be permanent. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know it's become pretty cliche, cringy to talk about this point, but if you're under like 25, I cannot stress enough how one time Obama wore a tan suit and people spent a week arguing over whether or not it was demeaning to the Oval Office, and they were serious about it. It's true. It was a scandal when he ordered a hot dog with Grey Poupon, the fancy kind of mustard. That's the timing that mainstream media was on back then. Dijon mustard. He got Dijon mustard, and motherfuckers were freaking out about it. Sean Hannity was like, oh, I can't believe it. Oh, who the fuck does he think he is? Bro, back when having a stupid laugh could kill your election effort. I mean, it's just, I'm not saying times were good, okay? It's just another indication of the downward trajectory of American empire's demise, okay? It's just another data point that you can look at. Because Obama did a litany of different war crimes, and it was not great either. But like, the point that I am trying to make is that things have deteriorated further since then.
So if you lay it on its side, you take 2 or 3 of them to fill it in, because the width is almost 200 feet wide. They just had this done.
Now, of course, part of it is because Obama, obviously, that's a huge part of this, right? The media was insane about that shit. But, I mean, Donald Trump has basically shown us that you can do whatever the fuck you want if you are So, anxiety's running high about Dems in D.C. about Plattner, but there's been more of a Teflon-like quality about a support in Maine, at least so far, where the more stuff comes out, the more people love him. I'm never looking for a political candidate that says I've done no wrong ever, because what would that make me? One fan said last week, I think Plattner's problems are minuscule compared to Trump, said another. This is literally the Trump move, for the record. You offer people things that they want, and you say you're going to be an earnest fighter for them, and it doesn't matter what the controversies are, because people don't give up, because they're like, you're a politician, I don't care. Are you going to fight for Medicare for all? Are you going to fight against Israel and Israeli influence? If the answer is yes, then we don't give a shit, right? So that's what it is. DC Dems are anxious because Plattner got popular by running against DC Dems. They're donors in their beloved Israel. Obviously, they want Plattner to lose more than they want to win the Senate back. It's a lucrative racket they've built, and they won't let go of that bone easily. And that's precisely what's happening here, okay? Breaking news, Hasan likes boobs. Yes, it's true. I like butts too. I like everything. Alert the presses. Plattner released an internal poll showing him up, and the libs tried to spin it as bad, even though it was better than his last internal. I saw this for the record. We're going to be talking about that as well. Maine, after voters heard about Plattner's sexting scandal, plus Collins' $50 million towards her husband's company, Plattner is at 48. Collins is at 44. So Plattner released this internal number, and now people are saying the sexting scandal is actually working. So the controversy now is about the efficacy of the scandal itself. We moved on from whether or not the scandal is actually good to, no, the scandal is so good, look at his internal poll. Now, I don't understand why people were freaking out about this internal poll, because obviously it's not that bad. This is the incumbent. Like, we're talking about Maine. This is the incumbent. And it actually does make sense that he would be up 4 or 5 points. It's not that big of a deal. People are saying it's not looking good, but keeping my fingers crossed. I think they're being they're being a little ridiculous. But among those undecided voters, they voted for Kamala Harris by a 23-point margin in 2024 and give President Trump a net minus 26 favorability rating now, suggesting they're more likely to break for Plattner than Collins as they make their decision for the Senate race. Like, I can't tell if people are concern trolling or what's going on. It doesn't look good. Adding that Collins always outperforms, it could get close. I just don't, maybe I'm wrong, but this is a blue wave election, especially if there are good candidates. And Plattner, for all the red flags, ones that we think are red flags are not red flags for the average voter. So please don't yell at me. I'm talking about red flags from the perspective of the average Mainer that is going to go out and vote right now. This is not my own personal opinion, okay? Red flags such as he was, he was a dog. He was, trying to, right? Shit like that. I don't think people are going to. I don't think people are going to respond to in the way that the center-right neoliberal establishment wants people to respond to.
We're hearing directly from Mainers who are processing the latest scandal to rock Graham Plattner's Senate campaign.
Accusations that he was sexting other women while married. Nora Hogan brings us local reaction.
I mean, it is. Look. This is Donald Trump's world, and we're living in it. Okay. Donald Trump set the standard. This kind of stuff only works if the audience is living in an alternative universe where they still think that politicians are supposed to have tremendous moral integrity or whatever right? It just doesn't. Donald Trump is literally best friends with notorious pedophiles. Donald Trump has actually demanded the release of notorious pedophiles. It's the most corrupt administration of all time. None of this shit even comes close to that level of immorality. And also, last but not least, I'm sorry, regardless of my feelings of Plattner's record as a machine gunner for the Marine Corps who went into Blackwater or whatnot, they're doing this to him because he's anti-Israel. That's it. They're doing this to him because he's anti-Israel, number one, first and foremost. They're doing this to him because he's anti-corporate lobbying influence within the Democratic Party. That's a huge one. He's anti-capital interests being placed at the forefront of the Democratic Party's messaging platform. Okay? And last but not least, they're doing this to him because if he wins and flips a red seat, all of a sudden, you can have Bernie-crats running to do that, and the argument for a national Democratic Socialist campaign falls apart. The argument against a national social democratic run falls apart in spectacular fashion. And all of these consultants have made a killing, mind you, off of consistently running the same electability arguments over and over again. Oh, this kind of stuff doesn't work in a red state. This kind of stuff doesn't work in a purple state. Well, it turns out it does. This kind of stuff only works in New York, is what they said after Zohran Mamdani. And now Graham Plattner is actually proof that no, it actually does work for a lot of older white voters in Maine.
With early and absentee voting already well underway in Maine, we spent an hour in downtown Portland trying to talk to voters. Most people did not want to speak to us.
National Socialist Campaign, Lamau. Okay, you know what I mean. I mean national, comma, as in all across the country, okay? I'm saying socialism would be viable nationwide. I'm not saying national socialism, okay? Jesus Christ. Phrasing, I know. I should have worded it better.
But those who did were in agreement.
That's not breaking news for any politician, tell you the truth.
I couldn't care less, honestly.
I mean, look at our president and his track record of things that he's tweeted online or what he's said about women.
At this point, I don't think anything would shock anyone. After JFK, after Clinton, after Trump, there's been bipartisan scandals of all kinds.
Over the weekend, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times reported that Graham Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, reached out to the campaign team last summer to tell them about Plattner's sexual text messages with several women due to concerns that it could be an issue during his campaign. Plattner's team has since acknowledged the existence of those texts.
It's no surprise to me that the establishment media outlets are just going to run gossip instead of wanting to talk about the things that actually matter in this race.
At the time, Gertner raised the issue with former campaign staffer Genevieve McDonald, who left the campaign last year.
I don't want a perfect marriage. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham.
The voters we talked to said it won't be changing their opinion of him.
The fact that he might have been sexting some people isn't indicative of how I think he would be representing me.
Some say it's a distraction.
I don't think that the DNC supported him from the beginning, and I think it's just kind of more dirty tricks.
While others say it's fair game.
You hit your opponent where he or she is the weakest. It's not always something personal.
Meanwhile, some establishment Democrats like New Jersey Senator Cory Booker are starting to express some concerns about Plattner's electability. In Portland, I'm Nora Hogan for Commitment 2026.
Senator, are you still supporting Graham Plattner after the scandal that's going on with him?
Upstairs, thank you. Any campaign in any state is hard, and these are high.
Remember, it's normal for the right to base boost these scandals, right? And manufacture outrage because they're running against the left, right? I hate to compare someone I like to Trump, but seeing how elite liberals are talking about Plattner really does bring me back to 2016. The way they keep framing his campaign as embattled, hated, on the ropes as he gains ever more ground in such a fascinating act of projection. The problem is Trump at least had independent media backing him. I don't think Graham Plattner does, because a lot of there is some independent media like Majority Report and the like. They're obviously backing him a little bit. But the only thing he has is Mainers at this point. That is actually a significant hurdle to climb for Graham Plattner. Chapo hates him? No, Chapo doesn't hate him. That's not true. No, I don't think Chapo hates him. I think they think it's very funny that this is Graham Plattner's world and we're living in it, right? He's got Kyle, he's got Majority Report, he's got Drop Site News, but Chapo and I have a similar perspective on the Graham Plattner race, where it's like, I don't give a shit, it's better than Susan Collins. And also it pisses off every bad actor in American politics. Great. Like, all of my enemies hate this guy. It is very difficult for me to look at a guy. Who all of my enemies hate, who is out there saying, Israel, we gotta end our senseless militarism all over the world. We got to do Medicare for all. We got to fix the affordability crisis. He's doing left populism, and it's bricking people's brains. Will Menaker literally said he's the closest to any politician running right now to someone who has my politics. And Will also said if I lived in Maine, I'd vote for him. Yeah. So Iraqis are your enemies. Because I hate him. Here we go. I mean, if you're Iraqi and you're living in Iraq, you're not voting in Maine anyway. Also, the opposition in that situation is Susan Collins. Susan Collins is objectively responsible for more death and destruction in Iraq than Graham Plattner is. Graham Plattner is the trigger man. Susan Collins is the politician. Okay? So you're kind of cooked in that equation, And also, you just got outvoted. As an Iraqi, I don't have a problem. 1-to-1. One Iraqi says, I hate him. Another Iraqi says they love him or don't have a problem with him. Boom. Canceled each other out. Sorry. Take it to a penalty shootout? Nah, no tiebreaker. This is why diversity is our strength. In any case, if people could just acknowledge this as red flags instead of using him as a white savior, then we can have a convo about it. Okay, good. That's a much more productive conversation to be having than this guy is worse than Susan Collins, which is like low-key kind of the argument that people are presenting on the ultra side, okay? Again, I don't see him as a white savior at all. I think he has a very shady track record, but I'm also not self-involved enough to assume that Mainers 65 plus are making the same calculation. I don't think a Mainer who hears that he's a fucking machine gunner for the Marine Corps and a grunt and joined Blackwater is going to be like, wow, I can't believe this guy has a real unsavory character. I can't believe he was engaging in death and destruction campaigns for American imperialism so we can extract surplus value and destroy or steal natural resources from the periphery. That's not a thing that fucking Mainers are thinking, okay? Not only is it irrelevant, but also it's not like ultras in Maine are a significant a significant constituency that's going to really make it or break it. Check my previous, the most insane Plattner talking point. What is this?
Sean.
They made us disclaim a Klan leader.
But they're not uncomfortable enough. Remember, everybody who's a Republican anywhere had to disclaim David Duke, even if we never met him, had a meal with him, agreed with anything he said. I want every single Democrat who's running as a United States Senate candidate this year to step away from this guy, to tell him to get off the ticket. This guy needs to go and take care of his family.
Dude, that's so funny. They made us disclaim a Klan. Yeah, that was really fucked up when they made us do that for David Duke. Okay, I love this. I loved it. Yo, when you're doing really well in the elections and you just choose to do this incredible technique where you're just like, why don't you drop out? Hey, I know the polls show you winning right now, but why don't you just drop out actually? How about you drop out? It's a very cool technique that I didn't realize existed. I didn't know you could do that. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Door's open. Shit. Yeah, I bet you won't drop out. It's awesome. Thank you. Wait, hold on. I'm going to give you some stuff back. Hold on. Thank you.
Married for 2 short years. He's bored already. Please don't stop with the Nazi tattoo. Please cover it all up. I'm so tired of seeing your naked body and hearing about your family drama. We can't have him as one of 100 senators representing a country of 335 million. We can do better than that.
A Republican saying we can do better than that in the Senate is so funny. No, we can't. First of all, objectively speaking, he's better than every Republican. Like literally every single one. He's better than every single Republican, even if he still had a Nazi tattoo. Okay? You know, one is a straight up Nazi. The other one has a Nazi tattoo. Oh, it's awesome.
Really contested. So it's going to be up to me.
Donald Trump is the president. He's a pedophile.
I'm very confident we are going to win Maine.
So what are the billionaires worried about? Why are they spending so much money trying to defeat this guy? And the answer is that he's going to stand up to the oligarchs.
Are you still supporting Graham Plattner?
As I said, I endorsed Graham Plattner. We're going to take back, we're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate.
Democrats fell in line behind the controversial Maine candidate for Senate, Graham Plattner, after Plattner met privately with Democrat senators in Washington, D.C. yesterday. His campaign faces yet another scandal. This guy must cook him up in his kitchen. It all started months ago when it was revealed Plattner had a Nazi-linked symbol tattooed across his chest. And it had been there for 20 years. He says it's now since been covered up. He claims he didn't know what it was for. The guards at the concentration camps during the Holocaust wore that symbol. This latest controversy.
It's just funny because, like, if he actually was a Nazi, Fox News would be glazing him straight up. They'd be like, what's the big deal? I mean, oh, come on, it's just a tattoo. Calm down. Like, if he actually was ideologically committed to being a Nazi, at least in his commentary, because I can't tell if he I mean, I don't think he is, but still. Right.
Involves reports of the married Plattner trading sexual messages with at least 6 women who were not his wife. This photo is from an account that appears to belong to Plattner on the messaging app Kik. I think it was phustle0331. Wasn't that his handle? And that's just the tip of the iceberg with this guy. Other Plattner controversies include praising a Hamas raid that killed 5 Israelis, embracing political violence, calling rural Americans racist and stupid, identifying as a communist.
This is why it's crazy that the ultras hate him. Like, Graham Plattner, on his anonymous account on Reddit, was posting like a fucking bad empanada fan who would be up my ass yelling that I'm not sufficiently revolutionary. Maybe that's why they hate him, because we all hate, we all hate looking at ourselves in the mirror, We all hate what is reflected back at us. Maybe that's the reason why these guys hate him so much.
Downplaying rape and blaming the victims for their own sexual assaults, mocking a soldier with purple hair. Plattner, meanwhile, doesn't seem interested in explaining himself.
Do you think you deserve to represent Maine?
You have no shame.
Are there more shoes to drop in your pants?
Either. A purple heart. A purple heart. He mocked a veteran with a purple heart. In fact, there was one who had been shot by the Taliban, and he said he deserved to die. Kennedy.
Yeah, that's who he was talking about. He's a real scumbag. And, it just goes to show that Democrats, he had the socialist establishment firmly behind him. They have a lot of money. Yeah, they have a lot of money. Just ask Ilhan Omar where that $30 million went. Maybe it went back into the coffers of the Democratic Socialists. But they can't use some of that scratch to vet their own candidates that they were so quick to get behind. Because, Democrats have such a problem with men that they are willing to compromise themselves in any way if it means finding someone who is even slightly masculine. And, those dudes...
Kind of feels like you guys have a problem with men. It's just boys being boys, you know what I'm saying?
Dudes are the most problematic for them. Look at Hasan Piker and Graham Plattner. Like, what else is going to come out of his
closet? Did you see the
closet?
Scandal on Hasan Piker? We can't even talk about it before midnight.
But he's so
it's so nasty.
Yeah, they have a real problem here.
Molly.
I covered Susan Collins' race in 2020. And
what the fuck? What? Why did I just crack? What? Oh my God, that went down the wrong hole. What the fuck was that? She said he's so nasty. What's the scandal? That I don't masturbate on my fucking work computer? That's the scandal? What are you, stupid? What are you talking about? Also, I'm not running for office. I'm a fucking content creator. I make jokes. God damn.
We can't even talk about it before midnight.
But he's so manly.
So nasty.
Yeah, they have a real problem here.
Molly.
I covered Susan Collins' race in 2020, and the candidate then that was running as the Democrat, Sarah Gideon, was also polling similar to Graham Plattner, way ahead, 6, 7, 8 points ahead, as Graham Plattner is currently polling against Susan Collins. But she ultimately went on to win that race by about 8 points. Maine is filled with these split-ticket voters. They'll vote for a bunch of Democrats, but then they'll switch over and they'll still check that box for Susan Collins, who's already won the last 5 times that she's run for Senate, and this is her 6th run in this race. So the juxtaposition that will face these moderates and these independents, of which there are a lot in Maine, in particular, they even split their electoral votes in Maine, and Trump has won that northern part of the state previously. They're going to have to decide if their vote for Graham Plattner with all of these scandals that have come up, or meanwhile, the current senator, who is the head of the Appropriations Committee, the first time in 92 years that a senator from Maine has been the head of the Appropriations Committee, and Susan Collins has that job right now. She's out welcoming veterans home from honor flights and cuddling puppies on the campaign trail. So they have quite a juxtaposition to choose from. Split ticket voters do. They've ultimately decided this race many times in the past. They went for Obama. They went for Susan Collins. They've gone for Joe Biden. They went for Susan Collins. And I think it'll come down to those folks and what they see between these two candidates.
They also don't pick up the phone to answer pollsters.
You know, you and I were talking about the generational gap right now, and it's on both sides of the aisle, but particularly for Democrats, it's been an issue for them. They are looking for, because it's worked for Republicans at times, those people who are not necessarily part of the establishment. You mentioned the 5 terms she's been senator. That might actually play a bigger role than some of the stuff we've been talking about with those voters in Maine.
Yeah, and Susan Collins, for this area of the country, for this state, that is a blue state. She's the only Republican senator in the Northeast. She knows her state. She's shown fidelity to what she has said on the campaign trail, and I do believe she will prevail. To your point, that was an excellent breakdown of the ticket splitting, Molly. But with Graham Plattner, it's amazing how skittish the Democrats get when cameras come around these days in the wake of all these controversies. Bernie just kind of owned it and leaned in amazingly and oddly, but the rest of them tried to flee from the cameras. And avoiding the cameras, that's not a strategy. They actually moved Graham Plattner's event yesterday, according to Politico. He was supposed to speak at the Capitol Hill Bistro. They moved it to the DSCC, a more private location where he wouldn't have cameras chasing him. But when he walked outside, there were protesters shouting, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, P. Hustle's got to go." They think that they were Republican protesters from the NRC. Nevertheless, there will be protesters following this man around. There will be cameras. There will be shouted questions. And one of the questions shouted at him yesterday was, "Graham, how old were the girls?" He did not answer, but I do think that's a question.
It's unbelievably nasty business. One, the president is Donald Trump. Two, this is just more projection. Like, that's your sick and twisted mind. And I like that the whole point here is, sorry, you're running a tough race. We just have to literally accuse you of being a pedophile and harass you everywhere you go with the New York Post. Which, weirdly enough, I'm catching strays on too for some fucking strange reason. I'm receiving the fucking Graham Plattner treatment by the New York Post as well. What the fuck?
Question that needs to be answered. These girls that he was communicating with during his marriage, I would like to know the age of these girls. We need to dig down deep. We've seen problems with Democrats across the country. This is another one, and you can run from the cameras, but eventually you're going to have to answer them. You are the albatross around the Democrats' neck right now, every single last one of them.
We understand the question because there is an eye-popping percentage of youngsters between the ages of 13 and 17 on that Kick app. We know as of 2 nights ago, I didn't check last night again, but I did 2 nights ago, that the app he was still on it. So I understand that question. My next question, though, would be if they are adult women, they still have those graphic text messages from him. When will we see those? I have to think that maybe that's the other shoe.
His wife found him. You know, she's the one who took him to the campaign.
Yeah, to help him out with the Oppo research.
She was Oppo research, right?
Yeah. Well, you had that or the Nazi symbol. Like, I don't know. You had to, like, cover up one to maybe have the next scandal to get yourself off of that other one. I'm just trying to game it out for them. I don't really know. He's got a lot of problems.
When you don't have standards.
Well, there you go, Todd.
I like the way you point to me. No standards. No, Todd, you please take the thing to the floor. But we were talking in the break about, and you asked a question, could Janet Mills be put back?
The governor who suspended her
Correct.
campaign.
And this ties into exactly what Kayleigh said in terms of further scandals to break. The play from the Republicans here is clear.
They're begging Janet Mills, please come back. They're like, Janet Mills, come on, we love you. Pills Mafia, baby. We'll vote for you over Plattner, please. Hell yeah.
Going to wait until all the ballots are printed with Graham Plattner's name on it before Janet Mills can be put back on it. She'll have to be a write-in.
She said she's still on the ballot.
I'm talking about the post-primary ballot, the one where it's going to be Plattner versus Collins in November. The Republicans are going to wait until that moment, and then a flood of opposition research is going to be released that makes Graham Plattner somehow look worse than he is now. You
agree with that? Why?
I totally agree. I think Republicans want Graham Plattner. They don't want anything disrupting that. They don't want a breakaway candidate. They don't want him replaced. If I had Oppo Research, I worked at the RNC, I'd be sitting on it until he's the nominee, and I'd make every Democrat answer to that. I don't know that they have that, but that's a smart political strategy.
All right. Any final thoughts?
I absolutely agree that's. Think about what we're watching right now. This is supposed to be the contest among the Democrats. So this is their time to figure out who he is, and this is what we already know. The Republicans very well could be sitting on something, holding something back, or we wait.
Wife.
They could be sitting on his wife, Harris. That's
no,
absolutely
she
right.
could have more. She came forth with the sexy texts. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Evidence and signs of war remain all around us. While the negotiations are in suspended animation and officially a ceasefire is still in place, the reality in the last 24 hours has been missiles, drones and carnage. Attacks on shipping and the Gulf states, this time Kuwait and Bahrain being dragged into the war. The Strait of Hormuz is even less passable tonight than it was last week, and there are new warnings of global economic slowdown and even recession from the OECD if this continues. Iran's position has hardened over Israel's strikes and threats in Lebanon, but Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu insisted he's battling global hatred and lies. He and Trump still agree overall, despite what he called tactical disagreements. That's not quite how Trump put it today, seeming to admit to shouting and swearing at Netanyahu in no uncertain terms.
You were angry with him. You said, are you effing crazy? What are you effing doing? I helped you stay out of jail. Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed.
But
it's so funny that he admitted he said that to him, by the way. Hell yeah. I mean, the disagreements that they have are obviously immaterial, utterly irrelevant. Ultimately, Benjamin Netanyahu is still his daddy. But the fact that he's like choosing to air that out and defend it is good. Maybe the girlies are fighting, but for the time being, it's irrelevant.
Both sides say the ceasefire between the US and Iran remains in place, but that line feels ever less grounded in reality. Iran launched drone strikes on Kuwait today, one person and leaving dozens injured. Tehran said its strikes were retaliation for US attacks on an Iranian oil tanker and Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz. US Central Command claimed it was responding to attacks by Iran. On the diplomatic front, there seems little sign of progress towards a deal, as Harry Fawcett reports.
Iran's military sending a message this morning that it has the capacity still and the will to launch major barrages of missiles and drones at targets across the Gulf. Among them, Kuwait, an attack comprising 13 missiles and 17 drones, the government said. Diplomatic missions struck, along with the international airport, the roof of Terminal 1, holding together.
Wait, I don't understand. This is confusing to me. Hold on. CENTCOM, the most reliable resource, told me that they intercepted all the missiles and that Iran was not capable of striking any targets. I'm so confused. This is smoldering ashes inside of an airport? What's going on? This doesn't look like the aftermath of all 100% successful interception. Trump then also debunked CENTCOM's false claim that the Iranian attacks were unprovoked or unjustified.
Mr. President, given Iran's attacks on Kuwait, this latest attack on Kuwait, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Well, you know, there's a reason for everything. And we hit them pretty hard the night before, and actually last night. And when it was explained to me, I said, all right, so we'll do that. But we've been hitting them pretty hard, a little bit. So there is a reason for certain things, and there's usually a reason that...
Wait, what just happened?
Action for a different reason. The negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President, yesterday...
I mean, if it happens, I mean, it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend.
Do you think it will take for the Houthis to get involved? Iran has to say. TMZ asked Randy Fine about you.
I'm with TMZ DC. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Pretty hot today, huh?
You know, it's not so bad. It could be hotter. That's why we're walking outside.
That's true.
But it's warming up, that's for sure.
Hey, I was interested to
Watch
get...
out, don't run into that.
Thank you. I was interested to get your take on Hasan Piker not being allowed into England.
Well, I don't think he should be allowed into America, so I think that's a good start.
What about freedom of speech?
Well, people have...
He's like, I don't believe in it. He almost said, I don't believe in it.
What about freedom of speech?
Well, people have freedom of speech, but I think you should be held responsible for that. And I think that he's clearly a supporter. He's a walking billboard for the problem with birth. You know, he was brought here by his Turkish family. They had him, then they took him home, made him hate America, and then sent him in to torment us. The guy's a horrible human being, and I wouldn't let him into my country if it was up to me, so I don't blame them.
Look, I mean, maybe your opinion, but like he's not. He says some stuff that you disagree with, and I think banning him from a country is like pretty crazy step for someone who's just expressing their opinion.
It's up to them. They don't want him in. I wouldn't want him in either. And by the way, that they're allowed to do that.
They're allowed to, but I mean,
wow, dude, this is again one of the most reactionary Republican congresspersons, a sitting congressperson. I know we've gotten used to this, by the way, which is crazy. We shouldn't get used to this at all. But TMZ is asking a sitting congressperson on whether or not I should be allowed into the country. And he's saying, I don't really give a shit about free speech. You shouldn't even be allowed into the United States of America. Isn't that wild? What the is going on, man?
Freedom of speech is just a huge issue, and if you're going to start banning someone just because you disagree with their views, then where does it end?
Well, he promotes Muslims, so I think they're making the right decision by not taking them. I'm surprised they did it, but I think they did the right thing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
TMZ getting into political reporting has been actually kind of good. I'm not going to lie. I love that. Like, I never thought that I would be saying this, but they kind of cook a lot. Fox owns TMZ. You think it'll be a bait and switch like CBS one day? I mean, I don't really trust Harvey at all, I'll be honest. And yeah, someone in the chat said, you're gonna hate giving TMZ credit when they go and ask Bernie about your FAP top. It's true. It's true. Whenever somebody calls you, you should correct them. It's pronounced Twitch streamer. Same thing happening with climate Twitter accounts. Not exactly a new development, but it's fascinating how climate has just dropped out of what Sunrise likes to talk about. I mean, that's not even true, to be fair, because obviously anti is still, like American imperialism is destroying the climate. Everything still ties back to the climate. We still live on this planet. Like, I get the point that these guys are trying to address here, but it's like it's a youth movement, obviously. And as a youth movement, they're gonna focus on things that the youth care about, and this is a thing that the youth care about. Climate is low-key dropped out of what the voters in general care about, kind of taking their priority right now. Yeah, I feel like it's still very important, but it's kind of difficult to advance that cause when Trump is just like straight up, right?
About as well as this ceasefire.
You support, no, I don't support Israel as a heater line. Oh, no, I know. That's why I love hitting that line. Every time I hit good lines like that, though, there's, new drone footage coming from outside of my house. I swear to God, I feel like when Abdul El Sayed wins, I feel like those drones are not going to be taking photos outside of my house. They're just going to be dropping Shahed drones on my house. And you'll have the shit libs cheering it on, being like, hell yeah, finally someone took care of this radical holding hands with the Republicans.
This heinous Iranian aggression targeted civilian and vital facilities, including Kuwait International Airport, resulting in the death of an Indian resident and several injuries and significant material damage.
Iran said it was responding to US strikes, including on one of its tankers. The US said it carried out defensive strikes after failed Iranian missile attacks on its military bases. And so, for all the recent talk of imminent agreement, of a final determination from President Trump, the Strait of Hormuz today still gridlocked. On a sympathetic podcast, the president invited to say the confusion and contradiction was all intentional, the art of the deal.
No, it's just the way I am. It changes. I mean, I could leave here, I could give you an answer, and then in 20 minutes go into the Oval Office and say, how are things going? And I realize my answer is now incorrect, okay?
You had a phone call with Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, in which you were angry with him. You said, are you effing crazy?
Dude, what's up with the political media, by the way? That's just 2 for 2 now. We got the TMZ Aussie. He's like, Randy Fine, what do you think about Hasan Abi? And then you got the New York Post one, Podforce One. Is it Rupert Murdoch? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's got to be Murdoch, right? Trump looks like dog shit in this podcast. Buddy, Trump looks like dog shit in every photo that they take of him. There is no like unique moment where Trump looks good. He's 85 years old, or he's 80 years old, and also incredibly fat, and also doesn't lift a goddamn finger because he thinks it's going to expend his life battery, which he thinks is finite. And yeah, I mean, he just looks like shit. He's literally rotting like a goddamn carcass. Onion, Trump writes Netanyahu strongly worded check.
What are you effing doing? Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed at his... constantly fighting with Lebanon. At some point I said, Bibi, we got to stop this.
Bibi.
I think he understands that.
The recipient of that advice determined to make the best of being publicly branded effing crazy by the President of the United States.
Sometimes we have, as in the best of families, you have these tactical disagreements. We always find a way to work them out, and we do so as great friends. We can disagree in the morning, and by the afternoon we're common action.
Trump's frustration that the fighting in Lebanon is stymieing progress in talks with Iran. He'd said on Monday that both Israel and Hezbollah had committed to stop, but there has been no let-up. Israel today striking a vehicle close to Beirut, along with numerous targets in southern Lebanon, where there were also more funerals today. The cost here measured not in delays to a deal, but in personal grief.
The village is deeply saddened by the strike on the son of the town, the doctor and his 2 children, who are university students, while they were on the road returning from their exams.
In northern Israel,
There's Zelenskys everywhere for those with eyes to see. I can't believe it. What the hell? I mean, you got Jolensky in Syria. You got Jewish Zelensky in Ukraine. You got Christian Zelensky, Antonius Farah, and you have Muslim Zelensky in Syria. What the fuck is going on? Are my eyes deceiving me? We need an Indian Zelensky to
from their exam.
cover the full
even
spectrum.
as Hezbollah fired rockets and a drone into Israeli territory. This evening, Kuwait state news agency released new images of the aftermath at the airport, a montage of destruction at odds with the portrayal of an imminent end to this conflict. Iran's foreign minister saying any further hostile act would be met with a decisive response. Little has so far been decided, either by 6 weeks of war or 8 weeks of shaky ceasefire.
Well, our international editor, Lindsay Hilson, joins me now from Beirut. Lindsay, things appear to be escalating in Lebanon. What's going on?
They really are. I understand that at this moment,
I love Lindsay Hilson, straight up. Hezbollah
is firing rockets
Sorry.
into Israel. And it's been a very heavy day for attacks, a long list of places in the south of this country, which Israel has hit. I think that Netanyahu is doing this because he knows that Iran is insisting that Lebanon be part of any deal. He's trying to hit Hezbollah as hard as he can before Trump tells him in no uncertain terms, maybe even more uncertain terms than before, that he has to stop. And the Iranians, I think, are pushing Hezbollah because they want to drive a wedge between Netanyahu and Trump. And they may be succeeding in that.
Well, how is all this affecting alliances in this part of the world?
Well, I think everything is changing. The Gulf countries now see the price that they are paying for their alliance with the US. Kuwait saw it definitely this morning. And it is making those countries less prosperous and less stable. And so I think that although they declare support for the Americans in public, they may feel that they want to sort of pull back a little bit, because what we may see is not quite peace and not quite war for a very long time. I don't think anybody expects that any deal done now will be a permanent deal that will be peace into the future. This region has changed. And the other thing that isn't resolved is the fundamental rivalry across the Middle East between the Islamic Republic of Iran and Israel. That is absolutely unresolved, and it will continue to play out here in Lebanon. And the cost here is lives, 3,500 lives since March, and more than 10,000 injured. That, we are seeing, is the legacy of President Trump's war of choice against Iran.
Lindsay Hilson in Lebanon. Well, in the last few minutes, the latest from the Iranian government is that they have denied being responsible for the explosions in the airport in Kuwait. Joining me now is Fouad Izzadi, a professor of political studies at Tehran University. Thank you for joining us. Sure. If the government here is denying that attack, who else could have done it?
What the military has said is that these are Patriot missiles, American Patriot missiles trying to shoot down Iranian missiles. Sometimes they misfire. They have done it before. The government here is saying what they're saying is that this is misfiring missiles hitting at places that Iran is not responsible for.
I mean, you know, both sides now are in this position where they deny.
Very cool that the Trump administration has decided, with its supposed maximum leverage, that it's totally fine for Iran to hit back at Kuwait and Bahrain, by the way. The GCC countries created an entire security framework based on the U.S. defending them and are now in a situation where the U.S. president first triggers, then justifies reciprocal attacks on their territory. Very cool stuff taking place here. I mean, they're super cucked, and especially the United Arab Emirates is directly linked to America and Israel now. They've leaned completely in their direction, so there's no way out of this for them anyway. But if I'm like Saudi Arabia, if I'm Qatar, if I'm Bahrain, if I'm Kuwait, I'm probably looking at the situation in a totally different way, because again, Trump is justifying the Iranian retaliation and basically telling Iran and everyone else that's watching that, yes, we're going to sometimes hit Iran and Iran is going to strike back. And when Iran strikes back, that's still within the framework of a ceasefire. That's actually a more moderate version of shooting at one another, which is, basically a ceasefire in and of itself. I mean, that's ridiculous. You don't do that if you have leverage, right? A guy with leverage is not going to look at the retaliation coming from the weaker party, Iran, and say, it's fine, actually, that they're firing at our proxies.
Key things. The Americans still haven't taken responsibility for hitting the girls' school in Minab,
yes,
even though there is an image of the missile.
True.
And here we have this explosion in Kuwait. I mean, doesn't it do everyone a disservice when people do not take responsibility for the realities of war?
It should. We have, as you said, video of American Tomahawk missiles hitting the school. It was a double tap, so it wasn't just once. I think the Kuwaiti government they have a lot of CCTV available, especially around the airport. Maybe they can provide the image of the missile that hit the airport, and experts can say whether this is Patriot missiles or Iranian Shahed missiles or whatever it is.
Where do you think we are overall in terms of the diplomatic process? The Americans still say there could be a deal tomorrow, next week, anytime in the next few days. Is that how it feels to you here?
Iran wanted to avoid the war. If you listen to the Omani foreign minister's interview with CBS News, the American television, before the war, Iran was actually very close to reaching an agreement, according to him, and it was Trump and Netanyahu that started the war shortly after that interview. Iran wants to have an end to this war. U.S. spends 100 times more on its military in comparison to Iran. These are two nuclear regimes attacking a non-nuclear state. So it would be foolish for Iranian leaders to want to continue the war. But we have to see whether Trump can put a leash on Netanyahu, whether he's actually interested in reaching peace, or he's doing Israel first. We have to wait and see.
But it's not just that, is it? Because there is a basic problem in the negotiation, which is that Iran is saying, it wants the unfreezing of assets and the lifting of sanctions if it is to open the Strait of Hormuz, and the Americans are saying that has to be linked to the nuclear question. There is an impasse, and somebody's going to have to give way.
Yes. Iran has done a lot. Iran did that nuclear agreement in 2015. It was Trump that left the agreement. So there should be some confidence-building measures, but the people who are responsible for killing more than 3,500 civilians in Iran should be doing the confidence-building measures according to Iranian leaders. Iran has not killed any American civilians. Iran is basically defending itself. Putting a blockade on Iranian people's money is against international law. Blockading ports is an act of war. You don't do that during ceasefire.
But doesn't Iran also effectively control what Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon? And that is carrying on, and they are still firing because they're being told what to do here.
They are in the same position as Iran is under ceasefire, and they have lost more than 400 civilians in the past month during the ceasefire. So when your country is attacked, you're
almost 4,000 since the beginning, by the way. So yeah, the U.S. doesn't control what. The U.S. doesn't control what Israel does, but Iran controls what Hezbollah does. Or maybe a lot of these people are defending themselves against, Israeli aggression.
Respond accordingly whether Iran is telling you or not. You know, Israeli attacks on Lebanon started many years before the victory of Islamic Revolution in 1979. So this type of attacks, Israeli attacks on Lebanon, is nothing new. What is new since the last 47 years is that Lebanese have figured out a way of getting help from Iran when they're defending their country.
Professor Azadi, thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Well, joining me now from Kuwait is Dr. Badr al-Saif, who used to be a Deputy Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister of Kuwait and is now an Assistant Professor of History at Kuwait University. Thank you for joining us tonight. What do you make of the Iranian claim that it is not responsible for the attack at the airport?
Not surprising, Krishnan. This is part of the Iranian playbook. Plausible deniability has been something that we've been acclimated to in the past 47 years, on and off, depending on the occasion and the context and the event. We've seen attacks in the past few weeks, whether during the ceasefire or prior to that, in active combat between the Iranians and the US. And this is unfortunate because the Gulf states, Kuwait, are no part of this war. We've declared early on that this is an illegal, unnecessary war by America and Israel against Iran. And the attacks on Iran on the Gulf states are also illegal and unnecessary. So trying to widen the scope of conflict is not going to do...
Guys, it's not Adam Friedland, okay? Stop.
anyone any good. We need to have sanity prevail. We need to work together on finding a conclusive end to all of this, and we need to go to the root causes. And it's not only...
The GCC countries created an entire security framework based on the U.S. defending them and are now in a situation where the U.S. president first triggers, then justifies reciprocal attacks on their territory. Very cool stuff taking place here. I mean, they're super cucked, and especially the United Arab Emirates is directly linked to America and Israel now. They've leaned completely in their direction, so there's no way out of this for them anyway. But if I'm like Saudi Arabia, if I'm Qatar, if I'm Bahrain, if I'm Kuwait, I'm probably looking at the situation in a totally different way. Because again, Trump is justifying the Iranian retaliation and basically telling Iran and everyone else that's watching that, yes, we're going to sometimes hit Iran and Iran is going to strike back. And when Iran strikes back, that's still within the framework of a ceasefire. That's actually a more moderate version of shooting at one another, which is, basically a ceasefire in and of itself. I mean, that's ridiculous. You don't do that if you have leverage, right? A guy with leverage is not going to look at the retaliation coming from the weaker party, Iran, and say, it's fine, actually, that they're firing at our proxies.
Key things. You know, the Americans still haven't taken responsibility for hitting the girls' school in Minab,
yes,
even though there is an image of the missile.
True.
And here we have this explosion in Kuwait. I mean, doesn't it do everyone a disservice when people do not take responsibility for the realities of war?
It should. We have, as you said, video of American Tomahawk missiles hitting the school. It was a double tap, so it wasn't just once. I think the Kuwaiti government they have a lot of CCTV available, especially around the airport. Maybe they can provide the image of the missile that hit the airport, and experts can say whether this is Patriot missiles or Iranian Shahed missiles or whatever it is.
Where do you think we are overall in terms of the diplomatic process? The Americans still say there could be a deal tomorrow, next week, anytime in the next few days. Is that how it feels to you here?
You know, Iran wanted to avoid the war. If you listen to the Omani foreign minister's interview with CBS News, the American television, before the war, Iran was actually very close to reaching an agreement, according to him. And it was Trump and Netanyahu that started the war shortly after that interview. Iran wants to have an end to this war. You know, US spends 100 times more on its military in comparison to Iran. These are two nuclear regimes attacking a non-nuclear state. So it would be foolish for Iranian leaders to want to continue the war. But we have to see whether Trump can put a leash on Netanyahu, whether he's actually interested in reaching peace, or he's doing Israel first. We have to wait and see.
But it's not just that, is it? Because there is a basic problem in the negotiation, which is that Iran is saying, it wants the unfreezing of assets and the lifting of sanctions if it is to open the Strait of Hormuz, and the Americans are saying that has to be linked to the nuclear question. There is an impasse, and somebody's going to have to give way.
Yes. Iran has done a lot. Iran did that nuclear agreement in 2015. It was Trump that left the agreement. So there should be some confidence building measures. But the people who are responsible for killing more than 3,500 civilians in Iran should be doing the confidence building measures according to Iranian leaders. Iran has not killed any American civilians. Iran is basically defending itself. Putting a blockade on Iranian people's money is against international law. Blockading ports is an act of war. You don't do that during ceasefire.
But doesn't Iran also effectively control what Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon? And that is carrying on, and they are still firing because they're being told what to do here.
They are in the same position as Iran is under ceasefire, and they have lost more than 400 civilians in the past month during the ceasefire. So when your country is attacked, you're
almost 4,000 since the beginning, by the way. So, yeah, the U.S. doesn't control what Israel does, but Iran controls what Hezbollah does. Or maybe a lot of these people are defending themselves against, Israeli aggression.
Respond accordingly, whether Iran is telling you or not. Israeli attacks on Lebanon started many years before the victory of Islamic Revolution in 1979. So this type of attacks, Israeli attacks on Lebanon, is nothing new. What is new since the last 47 years is that Lebanese have figured out a way of getting help from Iran when they're defending their country.
Professor Azadi, thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
Well, joining me now from Kuwait is Dr. Badr al-Saif, who used to be a Deputy Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister of Kuwait and is now an Assistant Professor of History at Kuwait University. Thank you for joining us tonight. What do you make of the Iranian claim that it is not responsible for the attack at the airport?
Not surprising, Krishnan. This is part of the Iranian playbook. Plausible deniability has been something that we've been acclimated to in the past 47 years, on and off, depending on the occasion and the context and the event. We've seen attacks in the past few weeks, whether during the ceasefire or prior to that, in active combat between the Iranians and the US. And this is unfortunate because the Gulf states, Kuwait, are no part of this war. We've declared early on that this is an illegal, unnecessary war by America and Israel against Iran. And the attacks on Iran on the Gulf states are also illegal and unnecessary. So trying to widen the scope of conflict is not going to do
Guys, it's not Adam Friedland. Okay, stop.
anyone any good. We need to have sanity prevail. We need to work together on finding a conclusive end to all of this, and we need to go to the root causes. And it's not only our program and the enriched uranium. We should reach out to all the other files, including Iran's regional behavior, as well as Israel's regional behavior. Both need to be addressed in tandem.
Right, but where does Kuwait stand with regard to Iran? Because is it not reasonable to conclude that if you have an American base or American soldiers on your land, you're on the American side?
Look, Kuwait, like all countries in the region, are sovereign states. They make their choices and decisions on how they conduct their affairs. And no one has interfered with Iran's decisions when it comes to collaborating with other countries, whether it be the Russians or the Chinese or even other neighbors. And the same goes for us. What's for us to show Iran is that neither our bases or airspaces are being used against them. Those bases didn't come to attack Iran. They came in the aftermath of the occupation of my country, Kuwait, and there was an imminent threat from Saddam's regime at the time out of Iraq, and the relationship evolved into a defense partnership alongside many other countries, Krishnan. It's not only the US. So that needs to be cleared, and we need to be treated as normal states who can have agency and conduct their own businesses. It's unfortunate that many in Iran don't see us in this light.
Dude, Lena the Plug is filing for divorce from Adam 22. What the fuck, bro?
Bruh. Bruh.
Bruh. What? Dude, No, say it ain't so. Love is dead, dude.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yo, that's crazy. They fuck too many different people. Bro, this is Gooner 9/11, dude. What the fuck, dude? Oh my God. Okay, let's continue with the story now.
Do you think the Gulf states need to rethink their position in the world?
We're in constant rethink mode. Let me tell you, we're embarking on a national transformation plan. The region is changing as we speak. The Gulf states see themselves at the epicenter of the region. We find certain spoilers in the region that we need to address, whether it be Israel or Iran. And we want a region in which everyone shares it responsibly. We look at prosperity as an end goal and a process, one that can be partaken by all parties involved. We're not here to segue and segment prosperity. We think it can be shared by everyone. And that vision should be for the peoples of those that matter. We're in one of the youngest populations in the region, and they don't deserve this death and mayhem that we've been facing across the Middle East for decades.
Dr. Badr al-Saif, thank you very much indeed. Now, the war is over, so said the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he appeared before senators yesterday. But with the US still waiting for a response from Tehran to President Trump's latest amendments to peace proposals and disagreements between the White House and Israel being aired so publicly, what chance is there that Mr. Rubio's claim might come true? Our US editor, Anushka Astana, joins us from Washington, D.C. Anushka.
Marco Rubio.
You know, in this job, I spend a lot of time listening to testimony on Capitol Hill behind me. And the last 2 days, Krish, have been fascinating. Marco Rubio has spent hours taking questions in the Senate yesterday and in the House today. And those heated exchanges with Democrats really tell you a lot about how this war is playing out here in America. On that point that he said yesterday, that the war is over, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs came back today. She represents San Diego with the largest concentration of military personnel in the US. And she said, tell that to my constituents, including 2,500 Marines who are still off the coast of Iran. And she said, if it's over, who won? Now, Marco Rubio's response was to say that the Operation Epic Fury part of this, when America was hitting Iran day in, day out, that's the bit that's over. And the Americans consider it a victory because they have degraded Iran's military capability. But what Democrats came back on that was basically, give us a break. You haven't done a deal. The president have suggested that the blockade could go on until September. We've seen more strikes overnight. This is not over. And were you warned about the possible consequences? Rubio's response to that was to say, we were warned about all the possible consequences, but we thought that a nuclear-armed Iran would be worse.
Well, the Democrats were pushing Rubio's buttons. How did he respond?
Well, he responded quite angrily at times, and they were using quite dramatic ways to push his buttons. At one point, he was asked about Trump falling asleep when he was talking. Marco Rubio said he never falls asleep. He calls me at 2 in the morning. So they showed him a video of Trump falling asleep while he was discussing the war itself. At one point, Rubio hit back and said, is this a Foreign Affairs Committee or is it a circus? But in truth, all of the questions really brought up issues that are really bothering the American people.
Anushka Astana in Washington. Well, let's just take a breath for a moment and remind ourselves how we got here. War began on the 28th of February with the US and Israel striking Tehran and sites around Iran, killing the supreme leader Ali Khamenei and more than 175 children and teachers at a school in Minab. Iran immediately hit back, firing drones and missiles at Israel and targets in the Gulf, Iraq and Jordan, and stopping ships from passing through the Strait of Hormuz, driving up oil prices. 2 days later, Hezbollah began firing rockets and drones at Israel in solidarity with Iran. Israel quickly responded, bombing Beirut and dragging Lebanon into the war. Just over 5 weeks later, President Trump announced a ceasefire that has broadly held, but Israel has continued to attack Lebanon, and the Strait of Hormuz is still largely closed, with the US launching its own blockade of Iranian ports. Well, one man who predicted many of these events is Nate Swanson. He advised Biden's White House on Iran and was then the State Department's representative on the Trump administration's Iran negotiating team. He wrote an article just before the war started, warning of a global economic shock and a quagmire that would be difficult for America to get out of. And he is now director of the Iran Strategy Project at the Atlantic Council and joins us from Virginia. I mean, I suppose given how things have turned out, being right can't be very satisfying.
That's exactly right. It's extremely unsatisfying. It's been all bad news.
So, I mean, we saw Rubio saying everybody knew how Iran would respond under attack when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Do you believe that? And do you think that's clear from the way the American administration mounted its action?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I think it's been very clear in some of the leaks and interviews that have come out since that the bureaucracy in the United States government was doing its job. It was outlining what the threats were, what the possibilities were, and that information.
Oh my God, Kopink actually assaulted her. I thought it was a joke. She needed medical attention after this.
Whoa, okay.
You are misinformed.
Wow, I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. I can't believe it. Guys, I'm so sorry. I might have to delete the VOD. You guys just saw the most heinous, violent act ever on camera. That's Medea Benjamin, age 73. Okay. Born in 1952 in Freeport, New York. Viciously assaulting Representative Ana Paulina Luna. Do you see this?
You are misinformed.
Whoa, okay.
This vicious assault is perhaps an assault on democracy. It's an assault on our elected representatives. It is perhaps the greatest assault I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's take a look at how she's responding to it.
So I was questioning Senator Rubio on Code Pink, which is a foreign-funded organization, and I've been going after FARA, etc. And so as I was leaving, they were asking questions. I don't have an issue asking questions, but when you were berating me and trying to block me from being able to come vote, it's an issue. But I continued to answer them. I was walking out of.
This is a victim. Okay, this is victim testimony. SGA Paulina.
And as we were trying to walk away from them, I guess they didn't like what I was saying, so one of the lead organizers actually smacked me. And so at that point, I broke contact.
Can you drones and missiles at Israel and targets in the Gulf, Iraq and Jordan, and stopping ships from passing through the Strait of Hormuz, driving up oil prices. 2 days later, Hezbollah began firing rockets and drones at Israel in solidarity with Iran. Israel quickly responded, bombing Beirut and dragging Lebanon into the war. Just over 5 weeks later, President Trump announced a ceasefire that has broadly held, but Israel has continued to attack Lebanon, and the Strait of Hormuz is still largely closed, with the US launching its own blockade of Iranian ports. Well, one man who predicted many of these events is Nate Swanson. He advised Biden's White House on Iran and was then the State Department's representative on the Trump administration's Iran negotiating team. He wrote an article just before the war started, warning of a global economic shock and a quagmire that would be difficult for America to get out of. And he is now director of the Iran Strategy Project at the Atlantic Council and joins us from Virginia. I mean, I suppose given how things have turned out, being right can't be very satisfying.
That's exactly right. It's extremely unsatisfying. It's been all bad news.
So, I mean, we saw Rubio saying everybody knew how Iran would respond under attack when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Do you believe that? And do you think that's clear from the way the American administration mounted its action?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I think it's been very clear in some of the leaks and interviews that have come out since that the bureaucracy in the United States government was doing its job. It was outlining what the threats were, what the possibilities were, and that information.
Oh my God, Copink actually assaulted her. I thought it was a joke. She needed medical attention after this.
Whoa, okay. You are misinformed.
Wow, I disavow. I can't believe it. Guys, I'm so sorry. I might have to delete the VOD. You guys just saw the most heinous, violent act ever on camera. That's Medea Benjamin, age 73, okay? Born in 1952 in Freeport, New York, viciously assaulting Representative Ana Paulina Luna. Do you see this?
You are misinformed.
Whoa, okay.
This vicious assault is perhaps an assault on democracy. It's an assault on our elected representatives. It is perhaps the greatest assault I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's take a look at how she's responding to it.
So I was questioning Senator Rubio on Code Pink, which is a foreign-funded organization, and I've been going after FARA, etc. And so as I was leaving, they were asking questions. I don't have an issue asking questions, but when you were berating me and trying to block me from being able to come vote, it's an issue. But I continued to answer them. I was walking out of.
This is a victim, okay? This is victim testimony. SGA Paulina.
And as we were trying to walk away from them, I guess they didn't like what I was saying, so one of the lead organizers actually smacked me. And so at that point, I broke contact.
Can you tell you were hit if just...
I was literally trying to walk away from this person, and they smacked me.
In what part of the...
Dude, SGA flop merchantry has not only impacted the next generation of basketball enjoyers, but seemingly Congress as well. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was worried about, you know? Steph Curry changed the game of basketball for good. Everyone takes 3-point shots now. And now everybody's flopping. Everyone's flopping. SGA wishes he could flop like that. True.
Body.
They smacked my arm.
Smacked your... Are you injured right now?
I mean, look, either which way, you don't touch anyone, especially if you don't like what they're saying. You cannot physically harm someone. You can't hit them. You can't block people.
TMZ obtained video of the incident.
People
right, not
right now by a policy of cutting off oil, cutting off every single way that government can get money to keep the hospitals going.
To actually get aid to the people, because it doesn't sound like you do.
No, because Marco Rubio has been sanctioning the Cuban people, which is hurting them by the billions.
Medea, my queen.
No, that hurts the people there. They have no power. You are misinformed.
Whoa, okay. Touched me. Oh, it was sorry.
It doesn't matter. You just touched me. You're going to walk away right now, or else I'm going to call Capitol Police. Don't touch me.
Did you guys catch that? It might have been difficult to see that. That's a flagrant foul, straight up. That's an ejection, I think. She's out. Ejection, out for the rest of the season. Okay? Maybe not just out for the finals, but out for the upcoming season too. We need VAR to make a decision on this. All right, run it back. Okay, this is going to be harrowing imagery. I just want to give you a content warning again, folks. Obviously, we're rewinding to see the horrifying attack from 73-year-old Medea Benjamin against Congresswoman Paulina Luna.
Oh, that hurts the people there. They have no power. You are misinformed.
Now you might actually miss it. I'm gonna run it again because if you blink, you miss it, right?
You are misinformed.
Whoa, okay.
Sources on the ground have reported that in the aftermath of the video, she actually got sliced in half like an anime. Like she actually did the Viltrumite style hand knife technique. You can't really see it though because it's so fast. And basically right after this, like she walks away and she's cut in half, and slowly but surely, like the upper half of her body starts sliding off of the lower half of her body. Sources on the ground also told me Medea Benjamin turned around, looked at the camera and said, "Omae wa ma shinderu," and then went like that to basically wipe the blood with the velocity. Please stop. This is very scary. Look, we call balls and strikes on the HasanAbi broadcast. Sometimes Sometimes some of our allies are going to engage in heinous acts of violence. Okay? Yeah, it's true. That's what she said. She farmed 44K likes off this. Holy shit, man. You went to Cuba with this lady? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. With this dangerous radical. What? Bad omen? Oh, no. It's a busy news day, but I'm taking the afternoon off to head to the ballpark because it's important to enjoy good things America has to offer. If you are anywhere near the White House or the president, seek shelter now. True. Oh, no. No, Aaron. Aaron, the fate of the world is on your shoulders. Aaron Rupar, do not take the day off. This is breaking news. Representative Randy Fine calls for far-left influencer Hasan Piker to be jailed. Why is this? I'm going to tweet. He heard me call him a fat pig. Never mind. I went with something different. Said I call on Randy Fine to go on Ozempic. The pinned tweet in his profile is about you? Yes, dude. Yes. I don't know what it is, man. But if you're if you're pro-Israel, if you're the more Israel obsessed you are, what is this? DJ Academics posting. This is so funny. Like, oh, fellas, is she the baddest in the game or nah? That's the guy. That's DJ Academics. Gays for Trump are trying to clip you after every candidate he endorsed or campaigned with lost their election yesterday in California. Hasan Piker says that anyone who voted for Spencer Pratt should kill themselves. I didn't say that, but I do. I didn't say that. I said I would never say that. Can't catch me. I said the opposite of that. I won't correct you, even though you're wrong. All right, let's hear what Scale had to say on Sky News.
I mean, the British government, I have to say it quite plainly, has been waging a war against dissent and free speech, trying to stifle criticism of Israel, trying to criminalize pro-Palestinian activism.
Fox News spy account. God damn, I almost have my clip. Can you say it properly so they will feed me? Sky News. Fox News spy account. Is that Azra? Is that Azra Normandy?
The case of Palestine Action, the restrictions on speech internally, the banning of people purely on the grounds that they have been critics of Israel is a stunning contradiction to the notion that the British government believes in free speech or believes in a democratic society. It's reprehensible. Now, I come from the United States. The United States is also doing this. For all Trump says about, oh, we're going to end this woke culture, oh, we're going to end cancel culture, they're the greatest purveyors of cancel culture that we've had in American history, and it all goes back to Palestine. So, the banning of Hasan Piker from entering and Cenk Uyghur from entering Britain is not surprising, but it's part of an unprecedented assault on basic liberties by the British Home Office.
And the Home Secretary has said the presence of these two was not conducive to the public good. Are they essentially shielding the public from words when I guess these powers are there to prevent anyone who's trying to incite violence, not using words and free speech?
The fact that the British government takes that position and then continues to lend support to an open genocide being waged by an indicted war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, tells you everything you need to know about this. These are actions that the British government is taking ultimately at the end of the day on behalf of a foreign power that is right now, as we speak, burning children alive in tents in Gaza, scorched earth bombing Lebanon, and continuing to try to agitate the United States to continue a war against Iran. I mean, the British government policy should hold their heads in shame. This has nothing to do with protecting the average person in Britain. This has everything to do with defending the agenda of an openly genocidal regime run by literally an indicted war criminal.
My goat, my king. What an honor that I can also get to call him a friend. What is this? This man is milking you everywhere? What? Jeff Bezos is making you dry? One piece men's casual style fashion sunglasses? Wait, what the fuck? Go get your bag from Amazon. They have you selling glasses for $139. Why am I popping up in all of these like different fucking random things that they're selling on Amazon? I don't understand what's going on. What? It's a flash deal. AI listing generation. What is happening? These are third-party aggregates selling from China, so they're obviously big fans. I mean, it's an honor that Chinese third-party sellers are using my likeness. Like, I'm honored. I will say it. I'm honored. You know, China loves me and I love them back. Still strange, though.
Information was ultimately making it to our cabinet secretaries, including Secretary Rubio. What I think we've seen since then, though, is that when the president was making the decision to go to war, they weren't raising these concerns with him. So ultimately, the blame for this war is with President Trump and President Trump alone, but also his closest advisors who failed to actually be honest with him.
So what is the way out?
Well, that's a great question. I think the way out is probably twofold. One, it's a recognition that going back to war isn't going to change the status quo for the benefit of anyone, not for Iran or for the United States. So there has to be this acknowledgement, which is sort of there, that it's in both sides' interest to end this diplomatically. That's proven to be much more tricky than I think anyone anticipated, and I think partially it's because substance is less important than the perceptions right now, right? So there's been this perception, I think, in the U.S. and in Iran that they need to win the negotiations. The war was sort of indecisive, so they need to be perceived as the winner of the talks, and that's really where the stalemate is occurring. It's not on the substance. Everyone agrees the Strait needs to be, reopened to traffic. Everyone agrees that, Iran will get some sort of financial compensation, sanctions relief. And then, hopefully there will be some, at a minimum, talks about Iran's nuclear program. I mean, all those details are agreed to. The problem seems to be, who is perceived as the winner. And, this is a new dynamic in U.S.-Iran negotiations, where in the past, the U.S. would always give Iran the rhetorical victory and take the substance, and now neither side wants to give anyone the rhetorical. So, I think we just have to set that essentially.
It's not just the AI book. It's probably one of those like boomer ass jokes. It's like it's probably empty. The inside of the book is probably empty. It's a classic boomer joke. I've seen it before. Like reasons to be a fan of communism, and then it's like zero. Get it? Zero reasons. Mr. President, get down. Okay. Yes, I know. Aaron Rupar is taking the day off.
The United States probably could have struck a better nuclear deal in January before this war started than it is able to now.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually go back and say when I was still in government, I think our best opportunity for a deal was before the 12-Day War. It was really in the run-up to June 2025. I think at that point you saw Iran was very interested in a deal, willing to consider new options, and was really, worried about the prospect of war. So I think their position hardened after June 2025 a little bit, and so what I was seeing out of the negotiations, before the war was less.
Hasan, was it with the Free Press defending you? They have a new article 2 hours ago. Britain don't ban Hasan Piker. 2 reasons. One, they want to probably make it seem like this is not Israel related, so they can point to shit like that to be like, see, Israel's greatest defenders are actually opposing the ban. The other reason is because it actually turned into a major controversy, like far larger than they thought it would. And it's the easiest bar to clear to maintain some level of like dignity, some level of like, intellectual honesty on the basis of defending free speech. Because it is like, it is the lowest bar to clear. Saying what England is doing is really fucked up and indefensible is genuinely the lowest bar to clear at this point. Wait, Professor Jung on
Welcome
Glenn
back.
Diesel brings me up. What the fuck?
Off it. It's following the rules. It's like people aren't allowed to exercise their common sense anymore. You have this massive dictatorship going on. I just read today that there were 2 Americans, Cenk Uygur, Hasan Piker. I'm sure you know who they are. But they were denied entry.
Damn, Glenn Diesel, my goat, knows who I am. I listen to the Greater Eurasia podcast with regular frequency now. Okay? Because he has unlimited access to Goatsheimer. Okay? Get Glenn on to talk. He doesn't talk. I don't even know what he sounds like. His podcast is literally just him asking one question and then allowing Mersheimer to talk for 45 minutes uninterrupted. That's the whole podcast. He just sits there, stone face, stone cold stunner Glenn Diesel, and just goes, yeah. He has Chris Hedges. Mersheimer. He has Jeffrey Sachs. He has them all.
To Britain because they were a threat to the public peace. What does that mean, really, a threat to the public peace? But you're not even allowed.
See? He's not even doing anything. Like he's not even making a statement in support of Professor Chung. His eyes are saying everything that needs to be said.
Allowed to speak your mind anymore. And it's all part of this moral decay when people are not even allowed to have an honest conversation. And then you have another sign, which is just evil triumphs in the world. So the more evil you are, the more powerful you become. So just think about how these incompetent individuals, people like Peter Thiel, Jeff Bezos, just by co-opting the political system, they're able to just have billions and billions of dollars. I think just the idea of billionaires is outrageous. And never before in history have we had so many billionaires. Basically, in America, 10 billionaires have as much money as the bottom 50% of the population.
Go talk, bro. Professor Chung, he's predicting history. Just normal things happening in the Oval Office via New York Times. Democrats may feel bullish about their prospects in the state, but Mr. Trump has been dismissive of James Tallarico, the 37-year-old Democratic nominee. Scattered across the Resolute desk were printed photos of Mr. Tallarico along with an image of the 20th century cartoon character the president has compared him to, Alfred E. Newman of Mad Magazine. Mr. Trump had personally colored in one of Mr. Tallarico's teeth to create a similar gap-toothed smile, according to a person with knowledge of the president's rendering who spoke anonymously to describe a private meeting. He thinks this shit's a banger. He's losing it. He's actually losing it. No, it's not a joke. No, this one is actually real. Here's the thing.
Yet you're arguing.
This is his Democrat moment, okay? He thinks Democrat banged, and he thinks this shit bangs too. I promise. Someone actually referenced that he did this with Pete Buttigieg. That also tracks.
Facing resistance. I mean, President Macron of France this week said there's no justification for the major escalation by Israel in Lebanon.
No,
How do you respond to that?
The escalation is from Hezbollah. We had a ceasefire. They violated it. Look, the way European leaders cater to radical Islamic minorities in their own countries is shameful, because they know the truth. They know that when we act against Iran, that calls death to America, death to Israel, death to everything in between that is not part of their Islamist radical ilk, they know we're protecting them as well. But they don't have the guts to stand up and line up with the right thing that will save our civilization against these barbarians.
Does the UK have a free speech problem? Two political commentators in the US, Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker, have been denied entry into the UK.
Ain't no way. Asma Khalid? Ain't no way. On the BBC? That's crazy.
Both men say the British government blocked them from entering the country
Logs.
because of their criticism of Israel. On Monday, the British government confirmed that it had denied entry to Uygur and Piker on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. There was no mention of Israel in their statement. But this whole saga is sparking fresh criticism about the limits of free speech in the UK. From the BBC, I'm Asma Khalid in Washington, D.C., and welcome to the Global Story on YouTube.
Damn, Asma Khalid, bro. That's big leagues. That's big leagues.
Now, on today's show, we're talking about where a government draws the line in deciding what speech is acceptable. So, as you can imagine, this episode does contain language and examples that some folks might find offensive, and I just want to let you all know that here at the outset. Now, coming up, I'm going to speak with one of the people who was supposed to be in a London TV studio this week with Cenk Uygur. And I'll also talk to a legal expert who explains what exactly the laws are around free speech in the UK, which, by the way, does not have a First Amendment. But first, in order to understand the context in this story, you need to know a bit more about who
Update for Steyer. Ooh, big drops, big drops, big drops. 18 minutes ago, big drops came in. The second late mail drop of the day is very strong for Steyer, the type of thing he needs to see to come back, though it's still a small batch. The key test will come tonight when we expect larger updates from larger urban areas. Okay, Tom Steyer. I mean, this is only 196 votes, right? But it's the percentages that matter. Big dumps, big old dumpies, dude.
Exactly, Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur are. You might know Hasan Piker as this left-wing guy who hosts these marathon streaming sessions on Twitch, sometimes 7 to 8 hours.
The Guardian wrote about you again?
He has millions of followers, and in recent months, he has been dividing the Democratic Party. In April, he appeared on the Pod Save America podcast, hosted by Obama alums, and he stood by comments that he had made earlier in the year that he would vote for Hamas 1,000 times over Israel.
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
Some Jewish groups have accused him of being anti-Semitic. They point to comments he's made, such as referring to Orthodox Jews as inbred, a term he has subsequently said he regrets. Piker insists he is not anti-Semitic, that he's anti-Israel, and at a speech at the Oxford University Union last year, he had this to say.
I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous.
His uncle, Cenk Uygur, hosts The Young Turks. It's a left-wing populist online show. Like Piker, Uygur has denounced Israel and accused Israel of controlling American politics.
Israel controls America. Saying anything otherwise is absurd. It's counterfactual.
In a video posted by The Young Turks on Monday, Uygur rejected criticism that he uses anti-Semitic tropes.
It's about Israel, so it's not anything I said about Jewish people, because I've never said anything bad about Jewish people, because I don't believe that, because I don't say anti-Semitic things because I'm not anti-Semitic.
Uygur and Piker were planning to visit the UK this week because they were slated to speak at the South by Southwest Festival in London and at the Oxford Union. Uygur was also scheduled to be on Piers Morgan's show from London in person, debating the American commentator and activist Shabbos Kestenbaum. He's a vocal supporter of President Trump's. And what's interesting is that when the news broke that the UK had blocked Uygur's visit, Kestenbaum took to social media to denounce the decision. I wanted to know why, so I called him up.
I'll tell you just a quick funny anecdote. When I say we found out, I was actually on my way to the airport to fly into London.
Because you both were supposed to be in person.
I was supposed to be in London, so I actually saw his tweet on the way, and then I call the producers of Piers Morgan. I say, does this mean, we reschedule? So thankfully, Cenk tweeted that an hour earlier, because had he not, I would have already been on the flight. But anyway, the reason I tweeted that is because when I think of the United Kingdom, my parents were born and raised there. My entire extended family lived there. 3 of my siblings were born there. This is a civilization that gave us the Magna Carta. This is a civilization that brought us the concept of free speech. Thinkers like Edmund Burke, John Locke, to see how free speech has really eroded, not just under the Keir Starmer Labour government, but really the last few decades, is not only a warning to those in the UK, but really to Western civilization broadly speaking. We still had the debate. It was virtual. The conversation was really just on the fact that Cenk was no longer allowed into the United Kingdom, as opposed to the substantive topics we wanted to discuss. But ultimately, it's a damning indictment on civil society and the flourishing of democracy or lack thereof in the UK. I abhor almost every single political stance that Cenk Uygur has taken. I really do. And I also really believe that not only does he have the right to say it, but the only way I'm going to convince Cenk, his audience, or the middle ground of the people watching is by engaging in intellectual discourse and not censoring. Especially, censoring is self-defeating, because the more you censor an individual or a politic, the more people are going to gravitate toward that individual or politic. So it's incredibly important for me to be on the record to show that free speech must be protected and advanced, even when and especially its ideas you do not like. And obviously, the United Kingdom is within its legal rights to do so. I'm arguing from a political, cultural, and dare I even say moral standpoint, this was the wrong decision.
The British government has not given specifics on why Cenk Uygur or Hasan Piker were barred from entry. But in previous cases where visas were denied, we've seen the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer say in previous cases that we will block those coming into the UK who seek to incite hatred. Now, you alluded to this earlier, and that is the fact that the British government has the right, you say, to determine who can legally enter the country. In the way that we see now under the Trump administration, they have said that they are going to be vetting people's social media profiles for those who want to come into the United States and use that as a determination.
Are you trying to get your VIP status revoked? Huh? Do you hear that? You've been dividing the Democratic Party. It's true. By uniting the base. I'm dividing the Democratic Party by uniting the base with Democrats that they actually like. Megaphonics worked tirelessly for years to actually get a VIP status. He finally gets it, and he's abusing it by spamming it.
For who, for example, could have a visa, for who is allowed to stay in the United States. And I guess I want to understand from you, given that a number of countries have rules around who they think that they will allow to enter or not enter, what's the specific criticism you have of what the UK government is doing in this moment?
My criticism of the UK government is multifaceted. First of all, their dictum or their definition of what's considered a public nuisance is entirely subjective, it's entirely arbitrary, and it's entirely undefined. They don't actually tell people. So on Piers Morgan's show yesterday, Cenk and I were openly speculating. Was it because of Cenk's anti-Israel biases? Probably, but we don't actually know that. Maybe it's because of the odd comments he made about the Muslim grooming gangs. We don't actually know because the British government hasn't spelled any of those things out for us. Our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has been entirely consistent. He's on the record in public about it. He says, we are looking through your social media posts to see if you have support for example, because why would we want you, if you're identifying yourself with Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, why would we want you on American institutions of higher learning, which I think is an entirely fair point to say. My critique with the United Kingdom, and this is why I said from the very beginning, from the get-go, they have a legal right to do it. I just disagree with it politically. They don't explain what any of those values are. You can't just say we abhor hate speech. Okay, what is hate speech? You can't say that if you're a threat to the public good. Okay, what's being a threat to the public good? Especially when you allow dozens, if not hundreds, of migrant boats monthly to arrive on your shores. You're pretty lax about those laws, but you're going to enforce, Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker, who you won't even articulate what they did wrong. It's a total double.
I've never felt nastier about being defended by such a nasty guy. This is Shabbos Kestenbaum, right? He's the PragerU guy. He's the guy who's like, I left the Democratic Party. Like he's not wrong about the anger that he feels towards the British government's weird attitude here. But also at the same time, he's like, well, they're letting in people from all over the world. What the is that about? Like, okay, man, calm down, dude. Anyway, is it just Shabbos being interviewed or do they move on?
That was Shabbos Kestenbaum, and indeed have strong views about the British government's decision. We wanted to know more about what exactly the UK laws are on free speech and banning people from entering the country. So I called up Joelle Grogan, the legal expert I mentioned earlier. She hosts this BBC podcast called The Law Show.
We don't have the details of exactly why they were blocked, but we do know the power that they were blocked under. The Home Office, the Home Secretary, and a lot of immigration officials have a very broad discretionary power. It's really up to them to bar certain people from entry if they believe it's not conducive to the public good. The Home Office, for American audiences, is like a hybrid between the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay. And you say they have broad discretion. What are they looking at?
They have broad discretionary powers, as all states do. I think this is something we should emphasize, that all states decide who can come in to their country. That's a very important, almost a fundamental power of all states. And they are using a certain power to look at these individuals and say they're not going to be here in a way that is, again, under the technical term, conducive to the public good.
Not conducive to the public good. I mean, it feels a bit vague. I mean, it feels, what does that mean?
We can look at the guidance and understand that it's previously been used in the context of terrorism or more frequently in criminality. If they look at an individual and think they're likely to commit a crime, then they can be barred from entry. Now, one very important fact that we need to underline in this is the only reason we know about this is we were told on social media. The two individuals involved told us they were barred. So typically the Home Office doesn't give a list of people who have been barred. They don't say why they've been barred. So we're almost kind of retrospectively constructing reasons as to why they were barred. What's also interesting is this power is very broad and it doesn't really have a right of appeal. So you can't complain that the Home Secretary has told you you cannot enter the country because we are concerned that you would not be conducive to the public good. Once you're barred, you're barred.
You mentioned that the British government has said these two men, their entry to the UK would not be conducive to the public good. We've also seen Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur say that they were barred from entering the country because they criticized the state of Israel. Has the British government responded to that?
We haven't seen the British government come out and say, here are exactly the reasons, here's exactly the speech you gave, here's exactly the terms you used.
Yeah, they barred the crime family. That's what we were doing. We were doing thought crimes. So I'm glad that they wouldn't let us little thought criminals enter the country, you know? Why wouldn't they mention that you were in the UK last year, or the fact that I delivered a speech in the UK at the same fucking hall that I was supposed to be in Oxford Union, where I specifically did one speech on the dangers of anti-Semitism growing, you know.
But I know that in the UK right now, it's an incredibly politically sensitive issue. What's so difficult is the current context in which we've seen attacks on Jewish communities. It's something that has informed so much of what the government are doing. And they'll be very keen to distinguish criticism of Israel, fair criticism of what's going on, with anti-Semitism and the tensions in so many communities here in the UK and the difficulty of political speech around that area. But what we can say in terms of previous decisions of Home Secretaries to ban certain individuals from entry, it's been on the basis that they promoted extremism, that they glorified terrorism, or that they fostered hatred likely to contribute to community discord. So we have these very, very strong thresholds that we would expect before the Home Secretary made those decisions on banning individuals from entry.
The way that this is being presented in the United States is that Hasan and Cenk are fitting into a broader pattern, a broader narrative of the United Kingdom blocking visitors from entry. So the reason I'm asking this, Joelle, is yesterday, the Washington Post editorial board wrote, I'm going to quote them, say, the United Kingdom has developed a bad habit of blocking.
I'll be honest, I'm getting defended by places that I never thought I'd be defended by. Like the Washington Post editorial board has been aggressively coming after me for the past couple of months, being like, I'm a danger, I'm a terrorist, I'm a radical, I'm bad for politics, I'm bad for the economy, I fucked their wives, all this shit, right? Like literally, they keep pumping out content. You don't see the content. I do. You don't see the content because they get like 8 views on their podcasts and on their videos and stuff. So for them to come out, the same editorial board, to straight up come out and be like, this was a dangerous decision by the UK was shocking.
Visitors to the country if the government doesn't like what they have to say. Do we know if the numbers have actually been increasing?
I know there's a public perception that there is an increasing number of people being banned from entry based on their speech, be it far right or far left. But the reality is the numbers aren't really telling us this. We don't get official numbers. We don't actually even get names officially given by the Home Office.
Bro, it's so funny. The way she's talking is so funny about this. It's like she's talking like a victim. Like she's just like but that's the vibes I got from every British person I talked to, by the way. Where they just don't have any they don't have any mechanism for transparency. It is kind of shocking. Like I asked a bunch of politicians in the UK, I was like, the fuck is this? Like what's going on? How do we how do we get more insight into how this decision was made? And I asked like other British people in politics as well, and they just genuinely were like, nope. It's truly unbelievable. I've never seen anything from like a Western liberal democracy like this. It is kind of against the whole spirit of the enterprise, right? The idea that like this unilateral decision could be structured in such an opaque way where there are more questions than there are answers. and there's no real way to even figure out what the decision-making process looked like. It's actually weird as fuck.
But we know based on the publicly available details.
Because like Turkey, I expect this, right? I expect this from Turkey. I don't expect this from the fucking UK of all places. I might even expect this from Germany. But the UK was shocking. Obviously, they don't have free speech. Like, they don't have a constitutionally protected First Amendment or anything like that. But there are definitely appeals that you should be able to make. And there is a broad understanding.
Indeed, have strong views about the British government's decision. We wanted to know more about what exactly the UK laws are on free speech and banning people from entering the country. So I called up Joelle Grogan, the legal expert I mentioned earlier. She hosts this BBC podcast called The Law Show.
We don't have the details of exactly why they were blocked, but we do know the power that they were blocked under. The Home Office, the Home Secretary, and a lot of immigration officials have a very broad discretionary power. It's really up to them to bar certain people from entry if they believe it's not conducive to the public good. The Home Office, for American audiences, is like a hybrid between the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay. And you say they have broad discretion. What are they looking at?
They have broad discretionary powers, as all states do. I think this is something we should emphasize, that all states decide who can come in to their country. That's a very important, almost a fundamental power of all states. And they are using a certain power to look at these individuals and say they're not going to be here in a way that is, again, under the technical term, conducive to the public good.
Not conducive to the public good. I mean, it feels a bit vague. I mean, it feels, what does that mean?
We can look at the guidance and understand that it's previously been used in the context of terrorism or more frequently in criminality. If they look at an individual and think they're likely to commit a crime, then they can be barred from entry. Now, one very important fact that we need to underline in this is the only reason we know about this is we were told on social media. The two individuals involved told us they were barred. So typically the Home Office doesn't give a list of people who have been barred. They don't say why they've been barred. So we're almost kind of retrospectively constructing reasons as to why they were barred. What's also interesting is this power is very broad and it doesn't really have a right of appeal. So you can't complain that the Home Secretary has told you you cannot enter the country because we are concerned that you would not be conducive to the public good. Once you're barred, you're barred.
You mentioned that the British government has said these two men, their entry to the UK would not be conducive to the public good. We've also seen Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur say that they were barred from entering the country because they criticized the state of Israel. Has the British government responded to that?
We haven't seen the British government come out and say, here are exactly the reasons, here's exactly the speech you gave, here's exactly the terms you used.
Yeah, they barred the crime family. That's what we were doing. We were doing thought crimes. So I'm glad that they wouldn't let us little thought criminals enter the country, you know? Why wouldn't they mention that you were in the UK last year, or the fact that I delivered a speech in the UK at the same fucking hall that I was supposed to be in Oxford Union, where I specifically did one speech on the dangers of anti-Semitism growing, you know.
But I know that in the UK right now, it's an incredibly politically sensitive issue. What's so difficult is the current context in which we've seen attacks on Jewish communities. It's something that has informed so much of what the government are doing. And they'll be very keen to distinguish criticism of Israel, fair criticism of what's going on, with anti-Semitism and the tensions in so many communities here in the UK and the difficulty of political speech around that area. But what we can say in terms of previous decisions of Home Secretaries to ban certain individuals from entry, it's been on the basis that they promoted extremism, that they glorified terrorism, or that they fostered hatred likely to contribute to community discord. So we have these very, very strong thresholds that we would expect before the Home Secretary made those decisions on banning individuals from entry.
The way that this is being presented in the United States is that Hasan and Cenk are fitting into a broader pattern, a broader narrative of the United Kingdom blocking visitors from entry. So the reason I'm asking this, Joelle, is yesterday, the Washington Post editorial board wrote, I'm going to quote them, say, the United Kingdom has developed a bad habit of blocking.
I'll be honest, I'm getting defended by places that I never thought I'd be defended by. Like the Washington Post editorial board has been aggressively coming after me for the past couple of months, being like, I'm a danger, I'm a terrorist, I'm a radical, I'm bad for politics, I'm bad for the economy, I fucked their wives, all this shit, right? Like literally, they keep pumping out content. You don't see the content. I do. You don't see the content because they get like 8 views on their podcasts and on their videos and stuff. So for them to come out, the same editorial board, to straight up come out and be like, this was a dangerous decision by the UK, was shocking.
Visitors to the country if the government doesn't like what they have to say. Do we know if the numbers have actually been increasing?
I know there's a public perception that there is an increasing number of people being banned from entry based on their speech, be it far right or far left. But the reality is the numbers aren't really telling us this. We don't get official numbers. We don't actually even get names officially given by the Home Office.
Bro, it's so funny. The way she's talking is so funny about this. It's like she's talking like a victim. Like she's just like but that's the vibes I got from every British person I talked to, by the way. Where they just don't have any they don't have any mechanism for transparency. It is kind of shocking. Like I asked a bunch of politicians in the UK, I was like, the fuck is this? Like what's going on? How do we how do we get more insight into how this decision was made? And I asked like other British people in politics as well, and they just genuinely were like, nope. It's truly unbelievable. I've never seen anything from like a Western liberal democracy like this. It is kind of against the whole spirit of the enterprise, right? The idea that like this unilateral decision could be structured in such an opaque way where there are more questions than there are answers, and there's no real way to even figure out what the decision-making process looked like. It's actually weird as fuck.
But we know based on the publicly available details.
Because like Turkey, I expect this, right? I expect this from Turkey. I don't expect this from the fucking UK of all places. I might even expect this from Germany. But the UK was shocking. Obviously, they don't have free speech. Like, they don't have a constitutionally protected First Amendment or anything like that. But there are definitely appeals that you should be able to make. And there is a broad understanding. There is a broad understanding that the government is supposed to not take decisions like this lightly. Like they have to be valid, right? They have to be very valid. Like you have to be a straight up criminal or coming into the country to incite some kind of violence.
That the numbers are quite low in real terms. It might be a few hundred people over the last decade.
Joel, you've alluded to the fact that these limitations are not just on the speech of people who are on the left end of the political spectrum. In fact, this whole issue actually first caught my attention last month when ahead of a far-right march in London called Unite the Kingdom. This was a rally that was being organized by the anti-Islam activist Tommy Robinson. We heard that a number of people were barred from entering the United Kingdom. This caught my attention in part because there's this right-wing influencer, Valentina Gomez, who was one of the people who was blocked from entering. She, took to social media, announced this all, and suggested that she was going to hop on a boat and make her way over to the United Kingdom anyhow.
I would not recommend that.
But a long journey, I was going to say. But I want to understand what the concern was in the British government, why those 11 far-right activists were blocked from entering the country.
This really goes to the root of a very core distinction in the law between free expression and the importance in the democracy of freedom of expression, free speech, and hate speech. The idea of agitation is really, really key in the understanding. Is that speech calling for agitation? Is that speech calling for violence, for action against communities? They were concerned that these people would come and call to potentially to violence, to action taken against Muslim communities.
Is this for real? Asmongold revealed he plans to get a hair transplant so we won't look up anymore. I wonder if it'll make me look weird. It'll probably make me look like the way I'm supposed to look, right? I mean, you're still going to look busted as hell, big dog. But, oh my God. Stavros destroyed this man, bro. Holy shit. Stavi did more damage to this dude in 2 minutes than Gingivitis ever did. It's kind of wild, dude. He just collapsed. Stavros just went, oh, dude, you get no pussy. What's wrong with you? And ever since then, he's been spiraling. Ever since then, this man has been spiraling out of control. What the is happening? You said check out what he's wearing today. What is he wearing? Oh my God. Oh my God. What the is he wearing? What is this shit? Are we going to bully this guy? Is it a Pride shirt? Is that what it is? Is it for Pride Month? Are we bullying this guy into having a better life? Like, does bullying work? What's going on? He's wearing a new shirt. New shirt alert. Happy Pride. You should watch when he reacts on you covering the elections. I mean, what the f does he know about elections? He's an absolute moron. Yeah, I think Hilton's based. There's fruit behind him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. No, it doesn't work. I think he also reacted to you again today. At least I saw that on the starting page. Yeah, do you think that's normal? I mean, do you think that's unique? Sorry. He reacts to me every day, bro. Literally every day. All right, I'm tired of listening to stories about how I'm banned from the UK. I'm going to be honest. Imagine if he was wearing the same exact Gucci shirt you had on. Oh, Marco Rubio. Trump himself will be attending the next NATO meeting in Ankara, Turkey.
Bruh.
Türkiye, masadayız. Masa biziz. We are the table. Well, you don't think it's funny to listen to people debate endlessly about how evil you or not you are? I just get so bored after a while. I've heard it so much. I mean, it's not like LBC is going to argue that I'm an evil person. Maybe the callers. It is kind of interesting, though, because it's like... So there's a massive market for that content. Clearly, I mean, that's like 90% of Asmongold's entire commentary revolves around me being the most evil guy on the planet. And then also, I guess, talking about how he's doing gender affirming care, but it's somehow not gay.
A hair transplant. We got to really think about getting this done maybe this year. I'm thinking about we do it. So this is another trans person that thinks a man getting a hair transplant is somehow the same as cutting their dick off. Yeah, it's not. The difference is because...
Yeah, it's gender affirming care, big dog. That's literally what this is. Also, you're still going to be chopped, but it's fine.
You're not actually a man, but I am. So it would logically make sense that I could get a hair transplant because I am affirming my...
Yes. A trans woman who gets a bottom surgery is not actually a man. Asmongold based? It's Pride Month, baby. It's Pride Month. Yo, it's a new dawn. It's a new day. Asmon based. Accidental ally, Asmongold.
Gender that I am. And it's not gender affirming, it's gender reaffirming. You understand? Because like because you're not, if you get breast...
It's not gender affirming, it's gender reaffirming. Oh my God. The trans stuff is so funny because like it does cause, you have to like choose your words very carefully, right? In order to be deliberately transphobic, because you can accidentally be not transphobic at all. This is one of those moments. First, he accidentally correctly gendered a trans person. And then he said, it's not gender affirming, it's gender extra affirming. It's gender reaffirming. So it is gender affirming. Got it. Okay.
Implants, it doesn't make you a woman. There are plenty of dudes with bigger tits than most women. That doesn't mean that they're women. So there's... This entire ideology is total hot air. Like it is. Like nothing about this makes sense. It's completely illogical. There's no reasoning to it. And again, like I respect people's pronouns. I try to be a polite, reasonable, nice guy. But the moment that you start trying to, make apples to oranges comparisons and you try to, start...
Scary. Guys, scary. He's gonna, if you piss him off, he's gonna be Transphobic. You hear that? Ooh, you might cut yourself on that edge, big guy. Oh, I try to be an ally, but it's conditional, okay? You offend me, you upset me, I'll be transphobic to you real quick. Oh no, transgender people on the internet, look out. Another dipshit reactionary is gonna be transphobic. I will deploy my tactical transphobia if you don't look out. Yeah, if you diss me, slur time. Oh no, what will we do?
Nationalizing this stuff is the time that really, you've got to, this is the truth. It's the truth, whether you like it or not.
In his 2018 tweet, is clearly pro-trans. Sure, it's disappointing to me so many people have interpreted what I said as being against trans people when that wasn't my intent at all. I could have been more clear, I suppose, but I also think that many on the response I received are overly presumptuous. What is it? Is this him like unlocking transphobia? Initially self-serving Twitter political activism based on a complete misunderstanding of the original post. Was a bit tired, but I'm glad I'm streamed today. Got a lot of the achievements for glory meta. Hopefully, I'll be able to finish tomorrow. Retweet this if you'd rather follow people with pronouns in bio over Twitch assholes. Self-serving Twitter political activism based off a complete misunderstanding of the original post. To me, it's indicative of people who are politically extreme, which is something I try to avoid on Twitter due to how pointless it is. I could have made the same post about Donald Trump obvies. Yeah, this was is that Asman call? Yeah, he's been around for a bit, dude. He's been around the block. Yeah, no, this is peak woke. Only the best takes. The stream is just watching clips from your stream and making up false narratives.
Oh.
Asmongold blames Hasan for Nithya Raman losing the LA mayor race. That's what you get. Hasan should be blaming himself for this. You had this woman on to be the LA mayor and spend all that time talking about Palestine. It's his fault. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? It goes to show how stupid election Twitter is, or like the shit libs are on Twitter, because they also agree with this assessment from this creature with 0 brain cells. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that, I gave her a test with the answers, basically. Covering this slop just reminds me of the Meat Canyon meme, gotta move on, Abi. No, he's brilliant, dude. I think this kind of stuff is really funny because it once again exposes how unbelievably stupid a lot of the anti-Hasan guys are on Twitter that act as though they have some kind of real political agenda or real political ideology that they're advancing or a project that they're advancing, but it's just like them trying to find new ways of being like, you suck, actually. The major candidate, I endorsed and went and rallied for 2 candidates. One was Shoykat Chakrabarti, and the other one was Adam Hamawi. Adam Hamawi won. Shoykat Chakrabarti lost. Obviously, I don't have the same level of emotion as Nancy Pelosi, who chose her replacement for this seat after occupying it for 4 decades in San Francisco. I am not a kingmaker. I've never said I was a kingmaker, right? I did not endorse anyone else. I did not endorse Tom Steyer. I did not endorse, I did endorse some people with the hopes that they could advance into the general, and they actually did make it to the runoffs, right? A couple candidates like Villegas and Mai Wong, and also Angela Gonzalez Torres. So they're actually positioned fairly well. We shall see. I'm under no illusion that if I am to advocate for a candidate, they're going to magically win, because I'm not a moron, okay? I understand that the candidates that I'm pushing for are insurgent candidates, and it's very difficult to win insurgency races, especially in places where machine politics are very dominant. It has happened. It happened in Philadelphia. It happened in New York. Hopefully, we're going to recreate the successes in New York soon as well. Stop treating them like they're adults, man. They just want to chirp about you. It has nothing to do with anything tangible in the real world. That's true. That's true. California jungle primary, 19%. Everyone gets a puppy. Diarrhea often. Brought to you by ExxonMobil. Diarrhea forever, 27%. Except everyone gets a puppy, has no experience giving anyone puppies, and there is no concrete reason to actually get a puppy if he was elected. This guy literally looked at a hypothetical and still chose diarrhea forever, or diarrhea often, by the way. This is a mentality that you need to break out of people, okay? I don't think this person will ever understand. That is incredible. You looked at a hypothetical between everyone gets a puppy and diarrhea forever. It's not satire. You chose in this hypothetical to go with diarrhea often is actually far more preferable to diarrhea forever. Or diarrhea forever is actually good. That's incredible. This mindset is genuinely the mindset of a lot of liberals where they think, no, good things are not possible. Okay, what is this? Of course, the guy who hates Jews hates his dog, always hates everyone, including gay people. Let him cook. There's no limits on hate. It doesn't discriminate. Look at hateful comment, Hasan Piker. What? What is this? Oh, it's because I was saying California liberals want homofascism. It's true. If it offends you, that's your problem. I mean, it's true, yes. California liberalism begins and ends at abortion rights being protected and LGBTQ rights being protected. That's it. Wokeness has a limit in California. That is literally the limit. They do not care if homeless people are being melted for biomatter on the side. They do not care if one apartment unit costs $7 million. The cheapest apartment unit could cost $7 million. They do not care if they shoot you in the head for even demanding public transit. None of these things. No economic progress whatsoever. We do not want it. No siree. Bro really said if it offends you, suck my dick. Hashtag Pride Month. I mean, true. From the back. If you want to have your mind broken, look up Rueda, who's running against Gottheimer in the general. There's a Groiper running against Gottheimer in the general. He's a fan of a certain tree streamer. Wait, there's an Asmongold fan running against Gottheimer? What the fuck? Oh, Nick Fuentes? That guy did an AMA on Reddit and got cumstered. Asmold's candidate in Florida governor is going to lose in a landslide to Donald. Yeah, that's true. What is this? I don't think you want to be my enemy. Asmongold goes off while reacting to Hasan Parker's latest remarks. If the choice is a Republican or Hamas, they're going to support the Republicans because they're American citizens. What do you mean there's not much else to live for? They've got all this enjoyment watching you getting mad. Yeah, again, the extent of Asmongold's understanding of the world is, oh, you got owned though. You got upset. I'm done. I can't react to this shit, dude. He's such a fucking idiot. Except this guy is also the same kind of fucking idiot, okay? Donnie has a piece about the Groypers. Oh, I saw. This is actually shaking up the Groyper movement a little bit. Donnie interviewed 2 Groypers and Nick Fuentes did that classic thing, apparently, where, when their fans are out in the real world, they disavow them immediately. But the other thing I was going to say, what was I going to fucking say? Oh, for those of you who are saying, well, what about all of the candidates that you've worked with that have won, right? I think you need to understand, for these guys, there is no, like, they don't have any interest in the truth. The truth is oftentimes going to hurt their feelings. So they would much rather design a hug box for themselves where, like, everybody hates me. I can't go out in the fucking real world. Zoran Mamdani hates me personally, right? Even though he just dunked on me earlier with the fucking Wemby tweet, which I don't like. Anyway, but like they live in a totally magic universe, right? So in that magical universe, I'm like, the biggest villain of all time. I'm bald. I'm fat. And it's really funny because now with generative AI, they can also create that reality for themselves. And they literally would rather live in that alternative reality than the one that we all have to exist in. And because most people on the internet find themselves in these echo chambers and refuse to leave them, you can have people genuinely running around and being like, no, Hasan is a fat, balding loser who, everybody hates, who's lost every fucking election where he's endorsed candidates. And at a certain point, you have to, what is this? Choose your fighters? Dog, I didn't even endorse Tom Steyer. Yeah, it's like there is an unlimited amount of content that you can also get. There's an unlimited amount of content that you can get from people who will you know, continue leaning into this like idiocy, this total nonsense, this total fabrication. And at that point, it's like they would much rather live inside of their headcanon rather than reality. Like that one Pegasus guy, right? His entire content, and I'm not even joking. Like this one is my favorite. This one, the Pegasus guy is my favorite. There's this like Indian dude, okay, on YouTube, and basically his entire content is just covering how I'm going to be jailed and arrested and prosecuted and my life is over. Like that's all he does. Look, biggest Hasan orbiter just ruined his career. Stavros Halkias catches a stray from more Pegasus. Oh, nabaranne. Finally banned. Hasan's friends just abandoned him. Hasan just got confronted in real life. The entire world is turning on Hasan. Almost everyone hates Hasan now. 90% hated. Hasan just got caught in 4K. Biggest Hasan orbiter just ruined his career. Stavros was literally in a movie that was nominated for an Oscar. You thought I was joking. You thought I was joking when I said, like, this guy only makes this video, the same video over and over again. Hasan is legally fucked now. Hasan is threatening to sue now. Hasan's new girlfriend is pathetic. Hasan just ruined his life. Twitch CEO just got exposed real bad. Hasan and his orbiters are fucking ruined. She just lost the lawsuit against Ethan. Hasan is about to quit streaming. Hasan is completely fucked now. Hasan just responded in the worst way. Finally suing. Female Hasan just lost her fucking mind. Hasan just fucked up super bad. It is all the same video. And they do get views. Like there is a market for this. Hasan just had an insane meltdown. Hasan's downfall is incredible. Hasan's friends are canceling him now. Female Hasan actually lost his mind. This clip just came across my timeline the other day. All right, let's check it first. What is this? Chleepy explains why More Pegasus is the worst content creator on YouTube right now while reacting to his video on Hasan Piker's UK ban.
Things are.
Straight up fucking fascism. That's it.
Oh, brother, this drama queen. Fascism is here. Oh.
I love this guy. It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet, the animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
Oh my God, it's the rise of fascism. But
are you gonna say anything about that? Or are you just gonna repeat what he said in a mocking tone?
Are you kidding me? What happened, Hasan? Are you gonna be swinging from the gallows again? Somehow you survived the first time. You know, Hasan might actually be Kaido from One Piece, because
I cannot
wait, is he glazing me? I'm Kaido from One Piece? What the fuck? Yo, that's kind of cool. If you catch me making videos like this to pay my bills, ignore it. You know, you can make positive videos. They also go, fairly viral. He's kind of mimicking your expression and facial hair. Okay, that's disrespectful to me. That's messed up. He's watching right now on Discord server probably. I mean, hey, you got noticed by your king, by your god.
Explain to you how much I fucking hate this person. This is the worst content creator on YouTube right now. Sure, maybe Ethan Klein is doing more outside of YouTube, with his litigation. Pegasus is a perfect example of a complete fucking retard who's been given a microphone and an agenda to follow. I don't know how you can deny the clear elements of fascism present in the current administration. Either you're unaware, like you're just not looking into it, or like you're willingly sweeping for it, which is insane.
oh, Hasan was not put into concentration camps. Okay, so he was just crying as usual, trying to fearmonger because he's a dishonest.
Fascism. Yeah. Fascism when I'm personally put into concentration camps. Buddy, there are a shit ton of people being put into concentration camps. Some of them look like you, actually. I don't know if this guy lives in America or not. But, the fuck are you talking about? This is, ironically, One day after I came back from visiting the outside of a concentration camp in New Jersey called Delaney. This dude is an Indian living in Singapore. He's Singaporean. Senator, I'm Singaporean. My friend loves more Pegasus and thinks he's smart. Help, please. What? It's actually kind of, I'm fascinated by people. I'm fascinated by people who sincerely watch this fucking slop, the garbanzo slop that these guys put out, and they're like, this guy's peak content, dude. Sorry to report, but your chatter, your friend is a fucking dumbass. like your friend might be more redeemable if he was at least like watching Daily Wire or fucking Matt Walsh, because at least like there's something to hold on to there where you could just be like, well, here's why your worldview is wrong. This guy doesn't have anything.
Fearmonger because he's a dishonest piece of shit. Oh, okay. Okay, now that
What is the fear mongering here? He got denied access to the UK because he has comments about Israel that they don't like. And your response to that is that it's a conspiracy theory.
Why he got the wait, what is this him? Oh my god. This is my goat. This is my goat. Oh, he's on a fucking journey. He's on a journey of self-improvement. Know thyself. Road to Greek god. Singapore. He is in Singapore. And he is actually, okay, respect. Debunking the no pants allegations. Okay, Pegasus, you win this round. I'm proud of you, okay? I'm fucking proud of you. Hasan and Friends Saga. The legendary series has officially reached 300. He's done 300 videos on me? He's done 300 videos. Oh my God. Check logs is actually 358. Fighting the evil Diddy Piker and restoring common sense one episode at a time. 10. But seriously, thank you guys for all the support. Could not have done it without you. Stay tuned for the greatest entertainment humanity has ever known. A series so epic, it already has 300 episodes. Welcome back to a series so legendary, even more Pegasus Plays Brawl Stars subscribed. Even Hasan subscribes to the series. Diabolically massive day for the unemployed. Keep up the good work, friendo. The GOAT of drama channels. Bro, I don't even think you can say this guy's doing drama channels. I think it's 300 videos, 200K average views. That's 60 million views. That's some good money. Yeah, this motherfucker's made so much money. Wow. Bro, legit making his own One Piece series. At this point, this is a fan stalker. I mean, this is beyond. I mean, this is just when you're... Every video is 40 minutes long. At 358 videos, almost 250 actual hours talking about you. How many hours do you think he puts into editing the videos? He has logged 250 hours of footage just talking about me. If he's putting in like 2 hours per video, let's say, and that's like a conservative guesstimate here, 2 hours of editing per video. How many hours until it's called love? Singaporean Gramsci. More Pegasus. I'm a big fan of yours. I would like to invite you to the broadcast. I think we need to make it happen. You are a fascinating specimen. Okay? This is you might be my most like I have a lot of haters. Okay? I have a lot of haters. There are a lot of people on the HasanAbi hate industrial complex, right? I think you might be the top dog. 300 videos 9 weeks ago, now 358. What's his Twitch profile? Because he must have chatted in here a few times. When I visit Singapore, which will eventually happen, okay, we can go and work out together at a gym. This has to be mental illness, right? Like there's no other way to look at it. But I do appreciate you going on a journey of self-improvement. That's very cool. More Pegasus just finished on Hasan. This is another one of those channels, right? This is like another one of those drama channels. Massive Ludwig drama. Hasan just made a huge mistake. This Asmongold drama is getting weird. Stable Ronaldo situation is embarrassing. At least he's more versatile, it seems. Like, he actually covers like other shit too. He hates BB No Money. Idiot, it calls them. Pokimane he hates, of course. Who do these guys like? Oh, Turkey Tom. They're all, what, check logs? That's around 1,000 hours of his life, not counting the stalking, about 42 days, which is the answer to everything. I know you suck at math. Thank you. It's not about liking stuff, Hasan. That's not what unites them. They're all red bar wannabes. Did higher level math in school and still sucks. Yeah, I haven't done a single instance of math in fucking years. This is a Moist Critical fan. Yeah, this guy only did one video on me, to be fair. Hasan just finished on He Cried. Hasan just got finished on He Cried. Both West and Pegasus love the juicer. We are tapping the glass way too hard. I mean, this is fascinating, no? Am I formerly a Valorant skin memer and comedian, current drama enjoyer and internet cringe enjoyer? WestJet isn't endorsed by Riot Games and doesn't reflect the views of Riot Games. He's Canadian. What? I guess this check logs. I'm not kidding. My 14-year-old was watching that dude until I put a stop to it. I did a 2-hour presentation on how that's slop and fake, how to learn that's accurate info. He's going to put this in a video, just so you know. HasanAbi Wine Mom. He definitely had to he got CND'd by Riot and had to put that out. Probably. You have a good no tapping the glass policy in general, I will say. Yes. But, I mean, this is not even, am I even tapping the glass? Like, this guy is literally, he has a playlist. Hasan and Friends Saga, the legendary series. Like, Logan Paul and KSI Saga has 25 videos. Mr. Beast has 25 videos, right? Hasan and Friends Saga has 363 videos. So out of the 1,000 total videos that he's put out there, 363 are about me. He has done one every single day. Wow. You should report that person to the authorities in Singapore. They have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the internet. Wait. What do you mean? Hold on. His videos do numbers in Tel Aviv. What you are doing right now will feed them for months. You should just have some orbiter make a video about them and then watch that video. I don't have orbiters. Chatter, that's not how this works. I don't do this, drama shit. Maybe he just fuck with you, bro. He does. The law, intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in this section, the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog. Oh my God. Because Singapore does not fuck around. I forget who I was talking to, but someone was telling me that there was an instance where someone was traveling through Singapore. Like, they made one stop at Singapore, and I guess they had like a weed particle that got dinged on their shoe or something. Immediate execution. And I feel like that's one of those like fake stories, but Singapore is pretty fucking wild. You get immediately deported if you do anything. Yes. Oh, Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet, I think. Singapore death penalty rate. Despite the decline, a large percentage of the public are supportive of the use of the death penalty, with more than 80% of Singaporeans believing in it. Wait, don't get the guy killed? I don't think there's a death penalty for this. And also that I would not be in favor of. Are you fucking insane? Yeah, Singapore chewing gum is illegal. That's another one. Hold on. Singapore maintains one of the highest per capita execution rates globally, enforcing capital punishment primarily for drug trafficking and murder. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, executions surged. The country carried out 11 executions in 2022, 5 in 2023, 8 in 2024, and reached a 22-year high of 17 executions in 2025. A significant percentage of those executed and the majority of those on death row are for drug offenses are foreign nationals. Yeah, that's the other thing. They will just straight up kill foreign nationals, dude. Yeah, by the way, the number is pretty high for how tiny Singapore is. When you're like, oh, what do you mean, 22? That's not that high in comparison to America. Singapore is literally the size of like one borough in New Jersey. Okay, it's fucking what, like 6 million people? The story that is normally referenced was a guy traveling through Singapore carrying a large amount of weed to Amsterdam for personal use on the trip. They killed him on smuggling charges. Oh, okay. So it was exaggerated. Big dumps coming in for Steyer, by the way. Big Steyer dumps. Any individual entity that contravenes subsection 1 shall be guilty of an offense and subject to section 8 shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 5,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months or both. In any proceedings for an offense under subsection 2, it is a defense for the accused individual or accused entity called in the section to the accused to prove that the accused conduct was reasonable. Illustrations. X and Y are coworkers at the workplace. X loudly and graphically describes to the other coworkers X's desire for a sexual relationship with Y in an insulting manner. X knows that Y is within earshot and intends to cause Y distress. Y is distressed. X is guilty of an offense under this section. X writes a letter containing threatening words or maybe a YouTube video. Threatening words towards Y, intending to send the letter to Y to cause him or her alarm. X decides not to send the letter and throws it away. Y finds the letter and is alarmed. X is not guilty of an offense under this section as he or she had no reason to believe that the letter would be seen by Y. Well, to the Singaporean authorities, I would like to report. I am very scared. I feel very threatened that this person has made 358 videos on me. This is alarming. 363, sorry. It's alarming. It's very scary. I was intending to visit Singapore soon, and now I don't even know if I could do that. It's truly a terrifying prospect for me. It seems kind of obsessive. It seems kind of like cyber stalking. Not entirely certain if there's a statute for cyber stalking in general. Public threats, long-term harassment, daily videos that he's monetizing. I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this. I'm glad that there is a Protection from Harassment Act of 2014. Check Section 7, unlawful stalking. Wait, let's look at that one. An individual or entity must not unlawfully stalk another person. Subject to subsection 7, an individual or entity called in the section to accused unlawfully stalks another person, involves acts or omissions associated with stalking, causes harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim. The accused intends to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim, or knows or ought reasonably to know is likely to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim. Well, it kind of feels like he does know that, right? Because when you look at his Instagram page, he's actually celebrating it, right? He's calling it check his chat logs. His name is Pegasus is okay. I mean, I think it's alarming, but he's never chatted in this channel. He's never followed me. A lot of slander. I don't know what the legal case is for slander. Dog archived this. He's going to delete the channel. He's got a YouTube channel too. No, this is the channel that we're looking at. Yeah. Chatters, do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the stalker here? I am Singaporean. You are safe to visit Singapore. Do not worry. Do you see Stavros' Reddit roast Pegasus Lamau? I'm literally shaking. I'm shaking in my boots. He is alarming, scary, and worrisome. Same. That's how I feel too. Fallen the victim. Making any communication or attempting to make communications by any means to the victim or related person. Relating to purporting to relate to the victim or related to a victim. Purporting to originate from the victim or a related person. So the fact that he's not just coming after me, but all my friends in a serialized version of cyber stalking and slander makes me feel very unsafe. Very, very unsafe. The ethnic Chinese Singaporean judge won't be kind to an Indian stalker harassing a pro-China guy. I don't know about the ethnic tensions that exist. I just only know my feelings, and My feelings are that it's wonderful. Singapore is an incredible country. I love it. The Strait of Malacca should always remain unimpeded and open for international trade. And I think it's awesome that you have to pay $750,000 for a vehicle. Actually, I do think that's beast mode, and I do really like the Singaporean the land utilization of Singapore is fantastic as well. So I hate cars. I love Singapore, probably the best country on the planet. And as someone who genuinely loves the nation state, tiny nation, not even the size of New Jersey, really, smaller than Israel, say Mahula Singapura, what does that mean? I don't know if you're fucking with me or not. What does that mean? Is that like a bad thing or a good thing to say? I do want to say, I personally hate chewing gum. I hate chewing gum. And there's a defamation one too. There's even unintentional defamation. Hate chewing gum, love chewing zins. Oh shit, you're right. That's going to be tough. Anyway, this kind of stuff is good to know. This is good to know. This is good to know that it's out there. This guy probably went through some crazy range of emotions when you first mentioned him earlier to now when you're reading this. To the Singaporeans in the chat, reach out to me. If you know like a good Singaporean lawyer, something like that, it'd be nice to try and figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts, you know? I mean, after all, he's made probably, I don't know, a couple $100,000 off of slander, harassment. Maybe we can get some of that back. Maybe we can recover some of that. Bro, Singapore is one city and they killed 17 people in a year via their justice system? Yes. You are giving him content for 7 years, my guy? I kind of feel like I'm not giving him content here. I kind of feel like this might be... yeah. I don't know if I'm giving him content for 7 years or if he's going to prison for 7 years. Unless he films the process of him getting caned, please read my logs. See if you can reach out to YouTube. See this on tomorrow's episode. Yeah. Video 9 is about me. I'd like to join the lawsuit. Thank you. Okay, you got one video, big dog. I got 368. This dude is such a lame. Why does he have such a hate boner for you? Did you give him a wedgie or something? No, I didn't really know who the fuck this guy was, except for the fact that his fans every now and then would come in to just be like, Pegasus owned you. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. And I've seen like, and then I found out about who he is, and I love him, but also am now scared of him. Initially, I was like, wow, how wonderful. This must be a fan page. And then I realized he's exhibiting stalker-like behavior and also defaming me and causing great injury to me psychologically. And I don't like that. I am scared. Even a single instance of defamation is unacceptable and puts you in fear. True. We'll be following up on this later. Okay. It's good to know. It's good to know. Please cover the Lego thing. Oh my God. I'm going to do it. Jesus Christ. Patreon CEO said they rejected a Bricks and Minifigs request to remove YouTuber Reckless Ben's account. We have, in fact, unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. Jesus Christ, dude. The Bricks and Minifigs saga is crazy. Moist critical.
What's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the entire thing got stolen, and the police are actively working with the thieves to cover the entire thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian, well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
The reason he's reaching out to me is because the police are covering this entire thing up. And at this moment, I promised Brian that I would not end this video until I get his entire world record Star Wars collection back. But anyways, the thief of this collection is actually a corporation called Bricks and Minifigs.
YouTube. Oh, wait. The story is super crazy. You said the second video is better to watch. Bam kept on copyright claiming the video, so he had to blur. What the? No, you got to watch the first. Bro, it's 2 hours. The blur is a YouTube glitch. They won't do anything about it. That's crazy.
Bricks and Minifigs, the biggest toy store of its kind.
Is the largest toy store.
Bricks and Minifigs were not just your average Lego store.
For collectors, Bricks and Minifigs is basically seen as the best and safest way to sell your Lego collections.
I'm selling my Legos. So what I'm planning to do with them is take them to my local Bricks and Minifigs.
Because there's so much positive media about them everywhere, Brian thought that this would be the perfect store to finally sell his dad's Lego Star Wars collection.
So I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small percentage of each sale.
This was a store's worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like, all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and fill the whole party room with shelves.
But the owner of the franchise, this woman, well, her husband had to actually leave the country due to some work-related reasons.
My husband and I were planning on moving out of the country. I reached out to corporate to let them know, hey, this is something that's coming up in the next like 4 to 5 months.
She told the Bricks and Minifigs head corporation that she was planning on selling the store, so the corporation actually was able to find a buyer to buy it from her.
They let me know that they had somebody who was interested in purchasing a franchise in the area. He was going to be in town and he was going to stop by and just take a look at it. It wasn't until Brandon got there that he informed me that they were terminating my franchise agreement. We were getting threats from Brandon and from corporate that if we didn't leave the store immediately, the police were going to be called.
Okay, the second video apparently has a summary of the first in it. So maybe we just do the second video. I was just watching. It's so funny checking up on my political commentator streamer and he's watching the Lego drama. I mean, this is like beyond. This is beyond just Lego drama. This is like cops.
Step outside, everybody. No, don't move.
This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back. The video I made exposing them was actually insane. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. But we ended up taking them to court and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us.
Damn, Reckless Ben is shredded, bro. Jesus Christ. My man is peeled, dog.
So I personally gave them an official closing ceremony and it went extremely viral. And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down an entire business.
We still had to get the Legos back. Yeah, I made a promise to this family that I was not gonna stop on my journey until we get them their entire Lego collection back. Right now, the 2 owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, probably think that they're safe by closing out the store.
Bro, is cum gutters? True. Maybe skip part 1. Okay, dude. Look, I can't. It's an hour and 30 minutes long, man. Y'all gotta bear with me.
But the reality is, I can literally just sue them all over again, but personally this time. So I started to file my lawsuit. But right after I filed this court case, it got rejected. And the reason was I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing. Basically, before this court case can get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first. I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
I'm sorry.
Man.
So my only option left is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says, Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back first.
So we started driving to Josh's house to have this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
We're in Josh's neighborhood. Oh my gosh.
But when we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone.
Oh my gosh, okay, Josh is outside on the phone.
It's crazy.
Wait, do I interrupt his phone call or do we just like wait?
Interrupt his phone call?
No, probably not.
I thought it would be pretty rude to interrupt his phone call, so we parked around the corner and decided to wait for him to get off this call.
I like how we should have this conversation outside.
Right?
He doesn't want to get his wife involved. He's hiding something.
Everything's good, honey.
What the heck?
I'm pretty sure Josh is on the phone with corporate bricks and minifigs. And the reason I think that is we were actually just there right before this.
Okay, pulling up to Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
The plan was to give them one more chance to do the right thing before suing them again. While we were there, one of the corporate employees answered the door and told us he would get the CEO to come talk to us.
Okay. Hello. No, they said they're getting some guy to talk to us. We're just waiting.
I can already tell you right now, no one's coming out to talk to you guys.
Really? But they told us that they were.
I know.
Since Josh only lives like 15 minutes away, they must have informed him that we're in the area. Because a few minutes later, this happened.
Dude, the police just showed up. What the heck? Why are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
3 cop cars?
Oh my gosh. Cop cars.
Why is there 3 cop cars at his house? We didn't even walk up to his house yet. The cops are following us. What the heck? That's so crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law.
He's got his lights on.
That's Utah, baby. Look, you see that in the backdrop?
What the heck? That's so.
Why the entire police department spending? Is it Colorado? It's not Utah. It's Colorado. I thought it was Utah. Just watch Charlie summary. I'm gonna Brian kill me, dude. Holy shit. Oh my God, you guys are unbearable. Okay, dude, give me the Charlie summary. I can't. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the most unbearable chat has been. Okay? This is the most unbearable you guys have been. I swear to God. You wanted me to do fun shit, but it's impossible for me to have fun. Charlie made 3 videos, 90 minutes total.
Crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law.
He's got his lights on.
Oh,
My name's Officer. This is Maricourt Police. The reason I stopped you is the stop sign.
I didn't? I thought I stopped.
yeah, you definitely stopped. You said you ran a stop sign?
Huh?
You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like...
Because we definitely stopped at the stop sign.
Stopped.
Yeah.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
So who's Ben? Ben? How's Utah? It's good? Like it?
Okay, it's pretty
What the? They're talking about him. They're calling him out. He's not even driving the car. That's nuts.
obvious that the police know why we're here. So I just explained to them the entire situation. This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set. The only problem is it's a crazy story, and the police officer did not believe me.
$200,000? $200,000. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, his car. This is the message that he radioed in.
Hey, can you get the contact for Reckless Ben? He said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything else, so.
Since the cops don't believe my story, they trespassed me from the property.
Everybody today is being trespassed from that property.
Okay.
Yeah, we were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Yeah, what do we do now, dude? Like, we didn't even, get to talk to him, and we're in trespass. So, dude.
The one thing I didn't understand was how the heck did they know we were coming? I was hiding in the back seat the entire time, and the car's windows were extremely tinted.
These windows are so tinted, you can't see anything.
But as I was outside inspecting our car tent, the same police showed up to our house.
Oh no, we're getting pulled over again?
And it was weird. He wouldn't tell us why he was here.
Like I said, we've already talked about it.
Yeah, well, thanks for being so cool about everything.
Yeah.
They're like after us, dude.
Anyways, since Josh clearly doesn't want to have this good faith conversation with me, I took his trophy and destroyed it.
Yeah. Wait guys, let's throw it off that thing.
Just like in the previous video, I tried to give Josh the benefit of the doubt, the easy way. But again, Josh does not want to do the easy way. The only option left is to go the hard way. But before going the hard way, I actually remembered that there's another owner of the store named Brandon Best. Brandon is the guy in the security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is to show up to his house.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
Dude, what the fuck is going on? Dirty soda eyes? Dude, these Mormons are crazy, bro. why are they like this? Why is he going nonverbal? What the fuck is happening, dude? I mean, to be fair, he did show up to his house. That is pretty fucking insane. But also, he lost a goddamn lawsuit. How is he supposed to extract the money?
It kind of seems like Brandon doesn't want to have this good faith conversation to resolve this problem outside of court. And I gave him plenty of time to speak.
I guess if you don't want to talk, I'll just talk. So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won. We know you closed down the store to avoid paying us. So we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, But
then the police showed up, and again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody.
No, he stole $200,000.
How do you know this?
Because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
He inherited the store. He's being blamed for everything that the previous owner did, and he's trying to...
Well, that's a lie. So we...
Okay, hold on. I'm still
okay,
talking.
I'm sorry.
He's still trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner, and now he's catching blame for it, and he's just trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner.
No, him saying that it's the previous owner, that's a lie, and we already proved this in court.
If
Okay.
you come back and step foot on this property, you're gonna go to jail.
The police gave me a formal trespass notice, which I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good faith conversation, but Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted, but my court case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have...
I don't get it. Do they not, like, are they incapable of buying the judges? Like, they bought the cops. Are the judges not Mormon?
This good faith conversation with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Guys. Yeah, what? They all look the same. No.
Joshua Johnson.
Yeah, Joshua Johnson.
Oh, he's suing them in Oregon. Oh, okay, he's cooked.
Lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits. That's hella ironic. Are you kidding me, dude? That's what he's known for, is reducing people's exposure to lawsuits.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me, because if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're gonna go to hell. Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is gonna be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never going to listen.
Does Cutie know them? Yeah, Cutie knows every Mormon in every state, including in Utah.
To anything I ever tell him. But if someone from his church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was...
Wait, just a random Mormon? The fuck's he gonna do, bro? Yeah, you gotta go up the ranks, my man. Just bribe them with dirty soda.
To have a talk with Josh to save him from going to this outer darkness.
Okay, good luck. And I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed. So
yeah, we ended up just driving home, but on our way back, this happened.
What? Pulled over again?
Bro, what the fuck? They can't drive in the entire state without being constantly harassed by cops. That's crazy. This is a massive misuse of taxpayer funds, by the way. Bro, we got to get Nate Bluen on the horn on this one. He could have a real impact on this. We got to get him on the horn. He needs to have a statement ready to go.
How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fork Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's your name? Are you Ben?
The whole police department knows him.
Hanging out down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally.
We could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again.
It seems like they're getting so desperate that they're going to resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
Yeah, Josh and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late.
The police labeled him a nuisance streamer, his photos at every office.
Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You can sit on down here for me perfectly. Sir. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
I'm in the Harvard Second Ward. There's been an audio going around with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
Screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
Who's that?
So
I guess
that's,
from?
that's him.
No, I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but
I was just gonna ask him, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything. He swore on God. This might be a crazy ask, but could you take a selfie?
But anyways, back to us. The police apparently got a call that we had heroin on us.
this officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are illegal substances in the vehicle. Really? So he's going to do that. I'm going to put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pockets for me, okay? Sounds good.
What the fuck?
The vehicle will be searched, okay? I'm going to have you stick by with my sergeant.
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs.
Oh, they're doing that on purpose. They know this shit is a time waste. Dude, they know this shit's a massive time waste. They're just fucking with the... Oh, God. Is this legal? I think not. I don't think they have they don't have probable cause.
So, he didn't find anything.
I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip, because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid the American Fork Police Department is. But anyways, even though we were passing every single drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then
do you notice it?
So I'll show him. Go ahead and look at him.
I'll look at you?
Yep.
You do see it?
So
it's crazy. I have no idea, because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm going to have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledged that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not, to be honest.
I'm willing to take any drug test you want.
I'm walking a very dangerous line, which can get you hemmed up a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And you could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali.
Okay.
Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm willing to cooperate with you guys and do anything you want me to, because I'm not hiding anything. I can promise you that. I promise.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
We'll let you guys go now, but you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense?
Okay.
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me. And because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved. And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. He wouldn't even talk to another Mormon. Instead, he just called the police on him in order to get Josh.
Bro, the other Mormon doesn't have magical powers. Like, they're not like vampires, you know what I mean? I sent another Mormon from his church to his house, and he wouldn't speak to him. This doesn't make sense. That's funny.
To come outside.
He should have just dry snitched to his like pastor or something, right? Like, isn't that? I don't know how this stuff works, but is there like a ranking? There's got to be some kind of like power ranking in the Mormon church, right? Like he went to a random Zoomer with like a fucking half wolf cut, half mullet. You got to go to the bishop. Is it the bishop? Yeah, you got to go to the bishop in his ward. Rank competitive Mormonism. It's whoever has the most wives, you have to go to the wife guy. I don't think that's how it works.
Really, you're gonna have to get creative. So I made this poster that says, "I stole a dying man's life savings," and printed it out. Now I'm placing this poster in a public space right across the street from Josh's house. Yeah, it turns out this tiny patch of land is actually free for any person of the public to use. And since we have the freedom of speech, I am breaking no laws by doing this. So when Josh walks outside to take down this sign, I have a process server to serve him his court papers. But almost immediately, my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking our sign.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve him legal
Don't
papers.
tell him that, bro. The cops are working with him. God damn it. Don't tell him of your plans. Damn it. Bro, this guy has to stop talking to the cops, by the way. I feel like the cops are working with the guy. You got to stop trusting these motherfuckers, man. What the hell?
I explained to the cops the entire situation.
I'm not going on his property.
Right, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you. This is going so much better than yesterday.
So now it's time to serve Josh these court papers. And then we got the police called on us again.
Hello. This man stole basically his family's life savings, so we're just here to serve him his court papers.
Again, I explained to this police officer the entire situation.
I wish we could just send him an email or a phone call, but yeah, the court requires us to come in person for some reason, so.
Again, the cops realized that we are doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court papers. But we got the police called on it.
Yep, can I see those papers?
Yeah.
So this is what you're trying to serve him with?
Yes. That's required by the court.
Again, the police agree that we are not breaking the law. They've been called out here for a false reason. This guy told me that he could even just serve the papers for me.
You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it.
No! No! Oh my God, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would you give the cop the papers? They're working with the guy. This man's level of trust for law enforcement is maxed out. Okay? I don't know what kind of equality this is, but the level of trust that he has shown members of law enforcement while those very same members of law enforcement have actively tried to stop him for the last, month? What the fuck? Redacted body cam film? Wait, they found the...
All right, she's been
All right,
trespassed.
hold on. Officer, somebody's back.
Okay, she's been trespassed.
Damn, his piggies are out.
Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. Again, I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. That's illegal.
Wait, what? Do you get the fucking do you get served or not? That's it. A process server isn't like a special designation, I don't think. Anyone can do it, right?
Explain to him that you don't want to be served papers. He's got to figure something out. If it's, again, I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
to know you so hard, he was like, you think I'm in trouble? Guess what? He's in trouble. First of all, I'm pretty sure that's a real process server that he hired. And secondly, it doesn't matter. You can't, like, what do you mean? You're just like ignoring being served. How does this, is there like a Mormon cheat code that I don't know about in Utah? If you're just like, nope, I can't see it. You got paperwork? Well, sorry, officer. I don't see it. It's invisible to me. It's called bald privilege.
To them and explain that he needs to go a whole different route about this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
Why are his toes out? I don't know.
I can't just go pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
Okay. Have you two been?
Okay, just what is this fucking cop yapping about? Just give him the goddamn paperwork, man. What the fuck?
To court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court with him.
No.
So these papers that he printed up.
Wait, I mean, he's just lying, right?
Fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay, never been to court with him or
Never
anyone
been to court.
associated with
Nobody's ever been to court.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay, what was the reason behind it?
He's making it seem like YouTubers are not capable of suing people. He's a YouTuber. Don't you know? It's also here. I have it in my phone. I ChatGPT'd it. YouTubers are not allowed to start lawsuits against people, specifically bald people from Utah. Everybody knows this.
Your store closing this month.
His harassment and vandalism.
Shut it down?
Yeah.
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys
On
shut
my
it down?
own accord, yes.
Okay. Okay. I've explained that to him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures? He's the CEO.
And went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money.
We have the unredacted videos because the cops accidentally leaked a link to a Dropbox. Are you fucking serious? So the cops actually redacted this part of the conversation, and then the Utah Police Department accidentally linked to the Dropbox a couple hours ago. So now we have the redacted footage. Wow. What a spectacular story.
The only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
He does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
Here's that back for you.
Okay. Yeah, the police told me that they can't serve the papers for me because I'm lying to them, and these aren't even real court papers.
Not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that, to be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that on it?
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will be there. So the judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
Why is he saying that you guys went on the property?
Because he wants us arrested, so he doesn't have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
Trying to serve papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah, well, first, so they're incidents because he's lying to you guys. He's making them incidents. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before you can get a court case approved. So we did that. He called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us, and we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's going to make up any lie he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go the legal process, find an actual process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her.
How would that... What is... Oh my God, dude. This is a fun time to remind everyone in this community that might not know that there is a literal IQ, maximum IQ that you can have to be a cop, okay? If you're too smart, they don't want you. They don't want you in the motherfucking police force. And now we know why, okay? There's an IQ cap for police officers. This is the reason. It's crazy. He's like, well, dude, find someone not affiliated. This is the person not affiliated. This is a process server. Find a new process server? What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, we have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah. That's why she's here. We have no relationship. And that is she is the exact person that you were describing.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain unbiased, and if they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But I guess I was wrong. However, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm literally just following the instructions of the court, so the police can't stop me.
Okay, have a good race your day.
Okay, see ya.
Damn.
This is actually real democracy in Utah. In most states, small shop owners can't afford this level of police corruption. It's reserved for major corporations. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know if he, literally all of this would have been solved if he just submitted an affidavit to the court saying that he tried to have a good faith conversation with him, then that is no longer required. No, he did. He did do that. And then he did actually send an affidavit to the court. And then I think that's the reason why they started the court case, right? So I guess does he send another affidavit saying he actively tried to serve him and he's like avoiding him or something?
Now that the police are finally leaving, it's time to game plan how to serve Josh. But then, you guessed it, we got the police called on us again.
Yo, they said the jacked cop. By the way, Utah Police Department, I mean, the Utah cops are in kind of good shape, like very thumb coded. Obviously, you have to be. But they sent in the mega cop. Like, this is the tank.
Oh, sure.
This is the 4th generation chud. The boss hog.
Paper? The serving paper?
Yeah.
Here you go. Well,
They think it's a false case? What the heck?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was wrong. Tier 4 alpha chud actually did the job. I don't even know how you can verify whether or not a court case is real or not, but.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
I think this phone call was the breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
Hello.
All right. Okay. I haven't watched this video, so I can't possibly spoil it. But I'm willing to bet that they're not just going to go, hey, you were right. We and our Mormon friend here was wrong. We're just going to go serve him the paperwork. I don't think this is how the story is going to end. Okay? I almost feel like they're just going to double down and harass him even harder than they did before, now that they know for a fact that their homie is in the wrong. Let's take a look.
Okay. Okay. Am I being arrested? You're under arrest right now. Really?
Ben got arrested.
No!
Like, they didn't say
They
anything.
just straight up arrested him. Oh, come on, dude. Of course they arrested him. That is crazy.
And they were putting him in handcuffs. They just said, you're being arrested.
I was confused on what I was being arrested for. I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
You can film from the sidewalk wherever is public, right? But you can't go on that property. If you do, you'll be charged, okay?
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I got arrested for just doing what the police told me to do. What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal? Well, back when I was still waiting in the car to serve...
Why would they do such a thing?
Josh, I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the bricks and minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They are like a huge clan that takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals.
I love watching this step by step, and I can't tell if Reckless Ben is like playing the role of a naive guy on purpose for exposition, or if he truly is clueless about what he's gotten himself into. I suspect he's just like, he's doing it for narrative purposes, right? Because there's no fucking shot that he's just like, oh, I thought the cops were the good guys. Why are they not taking care of the bad guys? That's what a cop is supposed to do. It's gotta be for narrative purposes, right?
But eventually, I got released from jail.
Out of jail now?
And this is when it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now, there's really only one way I can think of to get this family the money back.
He knows his whole thing is busting cults. Yeah. I remember him doing like, he does crazy shit. I remember him like, he infiltrates cults all the time, right? Like he actually like goes into the cults
that
personally.
got stolen from them, which is a GoFundMe. Yeah, it is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not gonna get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture to hang it up so we could get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came.
What you guys up to?
We're starting a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically
publicity
all this money back for this family.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to do the lawsuit anymore. We're just going to do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
Dog, that's crazy. Can you imagine having this much care and consideration for like an actual stalking case? Because there's like millions of people, average women on the internet, have to deal with like real ass fucking stalkers, both in their physical space and certainly on the internet. Can you imagine a cop offering just a fraction of this care and or consideration to a real ass, real life stalking case? Oh my God. Nope. The only way that they use this statute is to fucking take care of YouTubers who are, you know, trying to actively fundraise for a victim of theft. And not just regular theft. It's like grand larceny too, because it's $200,000. That's a lot of fucking money. That's not like a little bit of money, dude.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected freedom of speech. So one of the police officers let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys break the law.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio. So I called up the police station to find out why.
All the redactions are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we feel like it or, you know, just because something looks funny. Everything is redacted pursuant to Utah State Code. And other than that, I can't really delve into any more detail.
But the police made a mistake. They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio. So when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
No. Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it?
I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are. I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was...
No wonder they accidentally dumped all of their redacted files. These guys are so incompetent, dude. It's awesome. Oh my God, it's so funny. Yep, caught 4K. Blasted. Holy shit. Okay, chatters, you were right. This story is fucking awesome. Okay. Will was trying to get me to watch this story too. I've been avoiding watching this for the past couple of days, but god damn, this is a great story. It's got everything in it. It's got police corruption, police brutality, misuse of taxpayer funds. Holy shit, this is what we're gonna do to more Pegasus, by the way. I gotta hire Reckless Ben to go to Singapore. It's got Legos, but this one's not as Lego heavy as the previous one. Just a reminder that this is about 9 out of 10 cities and towns in the US. Yeah, no, for sure. I told you part 2 was the Jews. Part 1 is not like this. No, part 1 is just more so just like straight. Part 1 is straight up corruption, right? Next 3 videos are in order. There's more. I got bricks and minifigs leaked email. I just got arrested because of Legos. And then my response to the police.
Same time, and when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was, and he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal.
Thing is, Chuds will watch this and still support cops and Trump. Yes. In their mind, if they're not Mormon Chuds, they look at this and go, oh, it's just a couple bad apples in one specific police department, or because they're Mormon. And then the Mormon Chuds that watch this, that will be like, oh, this is really frustrating, will probably still say, oh, it's just a couple bad apples. I know all the fucking retorts. I know how people engage in this kind of thing with cognitive dissonance. Everything is another opportunity to restate their priors, their previous biases that they've generated over multiple decades of living and loving cops,
and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so
yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen?
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Okay. Well,
why did she say his name? Am I crazy? Isn't that kind of creepy? I know where you live, Ben. I don't do that, Ben.
I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because right here, the police are actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired. I don't know what the police officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested because this is what happens next.
And Lieutenant Adamson can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Do not do that. You understand me? Right now, you're attempting to destroy evidence.
What the fuck?
Okay, put your hands.
Resident Evil, dude. What the fuck? He went zomber mode. Oh my God. First of all, you never have to do that. That's crazy. He's a cop. You don't have a right to look at your phone or take your phone. That's your fucking personal property. That's
behind your back. I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's phone, so Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his pocket to give it to him.
Wait.
But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked.
Wait. The American Fork Police Department did a 26-minute YouTube video on this. Like, I feel like this is one of those stories that actually is like low-key an America B story, but it somehow made its way into America A, if that makes sense. Because like it's similar to the Afro Man story, right? Like the Afro Man raid is like definitely an America B type story, but then it goes so viral that it breaks through and America A gets to experience it as well. This is again another one of those incidents. Like this is absolutely something that you can talk to your coworkers about. This is a coworker ass story, but you know about it too. God, if we could get Reckless Ben to do like actual serious investigative reporting on political shit, god damn, dude. Maybe we could get America B and America A to be interested in some real shit. You know what I'm saying? I wish like these guys, I mean, this guy is obviously a brilliant orator. I mean, the video itself is perfectly edited. His storytelling is incredible. Now that I did that one fucking Cuba mini doc, I know how different it is to just like put together this sort of video. But I feel like this guy is wasting his talents in some ways. I mean, he's making like cool videos and exposing cults and stuff, but like, can you imagine doing this for like a major corporation? You sound like every dad, lol, unk mode, but you aren't wrong. This is what everyone's dad said when they play Warhammer.
And at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands. And now the police officer's claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Silence.
Yeah, I was giving it to you.
Stop talking.
I was giving it to you.
Okay?
It's on my money. Look, it's on my wallet. I was turning it off.
Right now, this phone is being seized as part of this investigation, and you're being arrested. Okay, let's put him in the back of the car.
And again, the police decided to break the law, arrest Sheldon, all to protect an evil criminal.
Okay, my name's Detective Nikosha. I work with.
My Chuck coworker actually said I used to support the police, but after this, an Afro man, I don't know. Bro, meanwhile, they're killing like 1,000 Americans a year. Oh my God. Whatever. I mean, whichever way you can get these guys to get on board, I guess. But it's just like, I don't want to be a fucking Debbie Downer, okay? I don't want to be a party pooper, but they just like melt people, right? They shoot like unarmed citizens all the fucking time. Why? I'm going to take the dub. I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm going to take the dub. But I also don't understand why people see like cops just fucking killing people. And they're like, well, he probably deserved it. And then it's like there's a story about a Lego theft with a YouTuber involved. And they're like, this is the peak of corruption. This is I can't believe the amount of brutality that these cops are engaging this YouTuber with. As man said, it's a good thing BLM happened. Otherwise, we wouldn't have body cam. The cognitive dissonance is unreal. Oh my God. And he only says it's good that we have the body cam because he can make content out of watching body camera footage. Did you know that the body cam footage 50G total had been uploaded by mistake by cops and they removed it too late? So it's been downloaded. Do you want it? No, I don't want it. It's fine. But we've seen bits and pieces of it already.
The police department.
I did willingly hand over my phone, but when I handed him my phone, my wallet popped up. So I said, hold up, let me hit my power button. And I have it recorded as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no time to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I did. So I don't know how that's obstruction of
who's interrogating who here? What the fuck? The cop's sitting there like a little baby.
Evidence, but that is what it is.
Now that Sheldon is in jail just for promoting our GoFundMe, we started doubting if we'll ever even be able to get Brian.
Is that the process server? Is she just a part of the crew now? He just hired her for the day and now she's just chilling. She's along for the ride. She's along for the journey.
And his money back for his dad's Lego collection. It's crazy that out of all the powerful organizations I've gone up against, the one company I'm not able to beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video. But I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
It's one of the plot holes in this story. Oh, so I'm not the only one who noticed it. Okay. There's a plot hole in this story. It kind of feels like he knew this girl. Maybe he was lying to the cops. Wait, what is happening? Are they? No.
Police Department, make yourself known.
Search warrant. Stand up.
What?
Step outside, everybody. Come on.
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay? Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill. But if we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying so he can give me a serious injury.
That is a very fat cat. Very cute. But also just 0 fucks. Look at how fat this cat is. He's just chilling. He's just fucking chilling right there. He's like, nah, who cares?
Included in the warrant are Legos.
Yes. The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos. I should have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos. Okay, let's do it.
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit just to give you guys some context, but I actually got a copy of this warrant. The reason they were searching our house was, it says, there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise. It's evidence of illegal conduct on us that we stole the Legos. They're looking at...
Yo, it blows my mind that this no use shit works so well. Isn't that annoying? Why does this no you shit always work? Darvo is like the most effective weapon. They really have to, like, you want to know the no you shit working super hard? Here, this is an example. You know how I always talk about lying is OP when I'm criticizing Donald Trump or all these other fucking Republicans or all my haters and shit? My haters have now decided lying is OP actually is not me criticizing my haters. They're now using it against me. I realized in the fucking replies of my tweets, people will be like, is it lying is OP, Hasan? Like implying that I'm saying it's good to lie. What the fuck? It's always literally, it's always no you. It's always no you. It's always projection. And that shit works. It works so well.
We stole the Legos is why they stormed our house with no evidence. And this is after he's been proven to make up stories about us before. And so now he's just pulling something out of his butt. Oh, they're the ones that stole the Legos. And for whatever reason,
way to make this Lego video about you. This unbelievably serious piece of crime that we're watching right now. I can't believe you did commentary for one moment. Way to fucking bring it back to you, you piece of shit. We're talking about fucking crimes here.
Please take him seriously, even though he's acting like a crazy person.
Anyways, the cops probably felt pretty stupid when they searched our entire house and didn't find any stolen Legos. Again, the police illegally redacted this conversation to avoid them looking stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's instead of doing what any rational police officer would do and let us go, they're sticking to their story that we're the thieves.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
And I've got a feeling I'm falling. Jump right, I used to travel, single low.
Yes, now the entire group, we are all on our way to jail. Except for me. I got taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Then I'm Detective Nikosha.
Last time, I was able to get released on bail. But this time, they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them to show the detective that this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding.
If you think about it, 83-year-old man versus $400 million company, even though the $400 million company's in the wrong, they're gonna win, you know? I wish we could just send him an email, like show up to court this day. That would be so easy for us, but this is how the law works. Like, that's not my fault. Like, I don't make the law. If I made the law, send him an email, and they're like, he doesn't want your papers, you just have to figure out civilly. And I'm like, this is the civil method, you know? Like, to do it civilly, you have to serve. They're like, well, then just sue him then. And I'm like, that's what we're doing. Like, you see how this is a circle? I am very interested on Josh's side of the story because I think he said, he might have said we had heroin in the car or something, and they did like a 3-hour search on our car. Obviously no heroin, so I don't know what Josh is telling them to that we're doing, but suing him is not working for us. So let's do a GoFundMe.
Right after I mentioned this GoFundMe, the investigator wanted to leave the room.
Hang tight here, and then I'll be back with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Something about me mentioning this GoFundMe really caught his attention.
All right. Good. Well, I'd just like to know more about this, like, GoFundMe. Like I said, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we were just trying to get, so basically what ended up happening is Ben got arrested, which we were pretty blown away he got arrested, but I'm like, all right, I'll take over now. Like, I don't want you to get in any more trouble. And he's like, yeah, I can't get in any more trouble. Like if you take over, like that, you know, that was my decision. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. What other questions?
Why is he talking to Cause No Lawyer? I think a big part of their content is just like constantly yapping to cops. I don't know. I like, it has to be content, right? Like, they know better. I assume they know better. I know, like, the easy answer is, oh, they're white boys. They don't know any better, but like, they probably do. They're just making content, right?
You, like, I guess have, because there's not really, I guess, much else to say in the situation, to be honest. That's just the whole thing that just happened. I mean, I'm honestly, like, kind of shocked to be arrested at this point for that. Yeah, this is definitely a very strange thing to be getting interrogated about, especially considering from my angle and the evidence I've seen, the overwhelming evidence that they just blatantly stole from this guy. It's like us trying to then do a GoFundMe to get him his money back, and I'm the one, you know, getting put in cuffs.
What is this? I bet Dave Rubin knew the article was about to come out. Dave Rubin is definitely tipped off about the HasanAbi nasty thing. Probably. Yes, I think there's a coordinated effort to slander not just me, but like they're even fucking going after Morris Katz for being associated with like anti-Zionist candidates are all under attack right now. Sorry. Were you texting? Oh, my the article influencer rails at disgusting ban was on the paper version of the Times as well in the UK. Times UK.
I guess the detective didn't get what he was looking for, so he decided to interview the rest of the group.
It sounded like a great project to me. I was like, okay, like it's for a good cause.
How are you doing?
And for some reason, he was trying to get all of them to admit that the GoFundMe was my idea.
Hello. Obviously, Ben was behind the GoFundMe idea.
They're so
as well.
sneaky. That's so funny. Come on, obviously, right? Come on.
I don't know whose idea that was, because I kind of just started. I think they.
But he was supportive of it as his channel, right? He said, "Oh yeah, let's do this for the channel." From my understanding, was that kind of your ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that?
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this. Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court or else you'll get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, and we're like, let's do a GoFundMe, you know? And that was their solution. But I was wrong.
We're gonna book you back into the jail, okay? The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
Wait, I'm sorry. That's, even if it's defamation, that's not illegal. What the fuck do you mean you're putting him in jail? What? Okay. You can't... That's literally illegal for you to jail him for defamation. What the fuck is going on? Hello? Yeah, this ain't Singapore, man. This ain't more Pegasus. Going to Singapore in jail? Okay, now I'm being naive, but this is a bridge too far. Does Utah not have lawyers or something? Yeah, Utah is crazy. I mean, cops universally don't know the law at all. I feel like it's a part of the job description. Like if you know the law even a little bit, they beat your ass in the police department. They slam your head until you forget the law because they're like, you can't know the law, dude. Are you fucking stupid? But also, this is above and beyond as far as like not knowing the law. You can't just fucking arrest someone for being like, oh, you made a GoFundMe about someone that we like? Well, sorry, you're going to prison, buddy. Why? Because you defamed him. No, that's not.
So creating the GoFundMe was illegal? When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court, right?
In the criminal side of court?
Okay, should I get my back?
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna his cuffs for you.
Will I also be able to hear Josh's side of the story? Because I think he's said a lot of lies to you guys.
It'll be, and I never talked to Josh, but it'll be documented.
Soviet 90s Russia? Dude.
Well.
Okay, thank you so much. But the detective was lying. The police have illegally redacted every single claim Josh has made about me. And when I finally go to court, I'm going to be completely blind to what I'm even being charged for. The worst part is that the police officers took away my bail. So now I have to wait a month in jail.
Wait, what? No, that's not real. No, I don't.
However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me on bail. So now...
Wait, releasing you on bail? No. None of the... Wait, what? No, the judge should have been like, what the fuck happened here? What do you mean you had to pay bail? What do you fucking mean you had to pay bail? For what crime? This is the most liberal judge in Utah, by the way. Yeah, that's a Romney judge. That's the most liberal, libtarded judge you can find in Utah. I was like, well, you know, you should probably still, you're fucking disgusting criminal, obviously, because a cop said you should be in prison. But we've decided maybe we can give you bail.
At least I'm a free man until my court case.
Let's go, man. The
illegal act that I committed was mentioning that Josh stole the Legos in our GoFundMe.
Like, what did they write in the report? Okay, I need to understand. There needs to be more information. He's not giving us enough information. I need to know what the fucking cop, what did the prosecutor that overlooked the case, like, what did the judge that overlooked the case, like, see on the paperwork where they were like, well, obviously, this guy's a fucking criminal. What's the charge? Having a succulent Chinese meal? What's the fucking charge? The last 10 minutes for the charges?
What? Pull over again?
Unless you're free to leave, like you were under arrest at that point.
When he read me my Miranda rights, he says, this doesn't mean you're being under arrest, you're just being detained, but I have to read you these Miranda rights, is what he said. So the police officers claim...
Oh, they hit him with a stalking. Oh, they were reaching towards stalking and harassment, yet no credible evidence of him threatening violence. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's a lie, but at least it's something. They could build a case. They could build a case for stalking. Not certain that they would win, but they could at least build a case.
So if you say who the thief is, then that is illegal for us to do that. Now I just have to wait for court, and honestly, I'm not excited. My entire life, I was taught if you steal from people...
No, not on process serving. No, they can't charge him for stalking on trying to serve him court papers, but they could actually build a case around stalking because he has been, trying to do funny things outside of his house and stuff like that. Like, there's enough there.
You get in trouble, and if you help people, you get rewarded. But I guess I was just taught a lie. By me trying to help and do the right thing, all I did was just screw everything up.
I keep forgetting you don't know how this video ends. Yeah, I don't know.
I couldn't fix anything. And now with all the charges I got in this video, I'm looking at least 5 years in jail. But I finally accept my fate. I failed. And now it's time to go home.
That's the coolest cat I've ever seen.
But before I made it home, one of my roommates called me saying that a police officer just showed up to our house.
So it rings the doorbell. He's like, is Mr. Snyder here? I was like, why? I was like, can I deliver a message for you? He's like, how could you deliver a message? He said it just like that. He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest. Like, he thought he was in an action movie type walk off, and that was his like end screen line.
If I had to guess, I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them. And considering how many lies Bricks and Minifigs has made about me in this video...
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
American Park Police Department, make yourself known.
I mean, that was insane.
Put it in the warrant.
Heroin charge.
I can only imagine of what I'm being accused of doing now. So immediately, I called the Utah Police Department to see what my warrant was for. Someone showed up at my house today saying that there was a warrant out for my arrest.
If that warrant says a no bail, those are the ones that are more serious.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail. And I am now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting. So basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. There really is only one thing that I can do now. Well, I'm in Mexico now, and the American police have no authority here. What's going on? What the heck is that thing? Can you let us on that?
What the fuck?
But at this moment, I realized what I had to do.
What?
Bricks and Minifigs thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes. And what's the only way
He just went to Mexico to fuck with slack lines? What is happening in this video? Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like Reckless Ben is the type of white boy that they don't make anymore. Okay, he's bringing back quirked up white boys in a big way. You know how like on Twitter every other week there's the alien ant farm video that will go viral and people will be like, why don't they make this kind of white boy anymore? That is the era of white boy that Reckless Ben is from. Because nowadays, all white boys on the internet do is eat hot chip, be a fucking incel, cyber stalk and A-log their least favorite female e-girl, call them foids, and just shoot up schools and shit. This guy is bringing white boys back, dude. Okay? He is bringing it back. He's bringing it back in a big way. Okay? This is peak like 90s, early 2000s white boys. Respect. Respect the reckless Ben.
Stop a bully, to stand up to him.
If me posting this picture online once got the city this upset where they had to arrest me, just think about how upset they'd be if thousands of people started wearing it.
Which is why the picture that got me arrested, I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromOldPeople.com. So go right now. It's gonna be sick.
And yeah, all of the law enforcement that's protecting bricks and minifigs is gonna be pissed. But there's nothing they can do because I'm in Mexico.
Anyways, part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind the scenes content I made that all the streaming services rejected once they saw how gnarly it was. And all of the money I make goes directly towards trying to fight bricks and minifigs so they stop doing bad things to people. Also,
that's crazy.
Oh, make sure to donate to the GoFundMe we set up for Brian. I'm not really sure if I'm allowed to promote this. I mean, I got arrested just for creating this thing, but...
All right, so he has a response to the police.
The American Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently.
The next 2 videos are in order.
The American Fork Police Department
we just watched
has responded
this, bro.
to the video I made about them.
Yeah, you literally are linking me the videos, the video I just got done watching, and then the video that I'm about to watch. Man, chatters, calm down, okay? I fucking got this, bro. I got this, okay? We're locked in. I'm freaking locked in. You're not locked in. I'm locked in, okay?
The American Fork Police Department.
I'm the boss. I'm the boss here.
To the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department.
Why is he talking like that? What the fuck is wrong with him?
I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction
is... Yes, I saw the Patreon thing. I saw the Patreon thing. I know.
Important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone. The only reason I know about it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen.
Dude, the white background, everything is so strange. I feel like these guys can't articulate a good position if their lives depended on it. In the redacted footage, the homeowner is actually a friend of the police force. It's insane.
Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like this. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did, so the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me, so how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage.
Yeah, that's why I said, Brunson's knee exploded. Pray for New York City. I heard Will is losing his goddamn mind. I know. I haven't seen it yet, but I haven't seen the footage. Does anyone have the footage? You're missing a good game. I mean, it's a devastating game if they actually fucking clapped Brunson's knee. What is this?
Welcome to ABC.
How is the local Chud News media covering this? Conflict over purportedly stolen Legos leads to accusations of misconduct against American Fork Police. Of course, dude. Jalen Brunson heads to the bench with an apparent injury.
He is one that never wants to come out, but he needs to come out. And not a good sign when he asked to come out. And there you see Brunson holding that right.
Wait, what? Shaman should not be able to walk freely in New York City if it's serious. Teammate pushed a spur into him on a rebound.
Come out, but he needs to come out. And not a good sign when he asked to come out. And there you see Brunson.
Wait, what? How? It's not even his fault. Are the news just skimming content off streamers and YouTubers now when it gets enough notice? Pretty much. That's just the state of affairs now. I mean, that literally is not even his fault. Like that's not even the fucking Spurs fault there. He gets pushed off the rebound, and his head makes contact with his right knee right here. Look.
Not a good sign when he asked to come out. And there you see.
Or not his head, but like it's getting wrapped up right now on the bench. League so soft. Isaiah Thomas played on one leg. What a bitch. Okay, Unc. Okay, hopefully it's fine.
I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is. Image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital. I went to jail. So how could I have taken the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, Dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Bone. 3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, we ran a stop sign. And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of...
I can think of many instances where, you know, people push those or test those boundaries. You know what I mean? Israel, American law enforcement, kind of their whole thing, actually.
Court, but sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Find you back. Am I being arrested? You're under arrest right now. Really?
Something about this seems off.
Turns out cops, huge fans of murder. You would have never known.
And all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Well, I think they already unredacted it, no?
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon.
That explains the heroin search they were going to do. He actually died of a heroin overdose, not the bullets in his chest play.
Verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. The hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. I've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over, and saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation.
Oh
well,
my
I can say
God.
the same thing. I feel unsafe.
You got white boys trying to debate Lord Cops. Greatest genre of YouTube video of all time.
To conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me.
That's peak whiteness, though. I know my rights, buddy. That's peak whiteness. Peak caucasity.
Feel unsafe? It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince
You're
the
on thin ice, buddy.
American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, When Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start.
Okay, this video is not as good as the other ones. Okay, we already literally went through all of these lies that the police department was in real time making up. Like, this is just rehashing the same, the cops lying about the incident after the fact and not doing a very good job at it, because shut your bitch ass up and play the vid, Unc. Oh my God. Here, we're going to finish this. 2 minutes left. But
however, we can clearly see in the footage,
I will be watching part 3 though, for sure, when it's out.
His thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open.
Jalen Brunson back in the game? Yes, I know. Will is giving me fucking real-time updates, losing his goddamn mind in real time, including telling Austin, quit bargaining. They won, Austin. Homosexuality is illegal now. The only hotel will be Trump Tower now. Oh, and Art? Yeah, that's over. This was a couple minutes ago when he thought Kat got unjustly punched in the face by Wembanyama, and Jalen Brunson was out for the rest of the finals. He was saying it was over. It's J.D. Vance presidency, dictatorship.
When he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So
I can't believe this Ben kid found the only corrupt police department in America. No. Just a couple bad guys. It's just a couple of bad apples in one police department. The rest of the department is fine, I'm sure.
So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it.
Brunson down again? What the fuck?
Unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see
the American Forks Police Department just arrested Jalen Brunson.
Part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very
soon. Yeah, I saw it. They tried to take his Patreon down. And the Patreon CEO said, suck my dick.